Charlie Chan Carries On by Earl, Derr, Biggers. Chapter 1. Rain in Piccadilly. Chief Inspector Duff of Scotland Yard was walking down Piccadilly in the rain towards St. James's Park. He had just heard Big Ben strike 10. Though normally a calm man, Inspector Duff was in a restless mood. Only that morning, a long case had ended as he sat in court and watched the judge, in his black cap, sentence a sad-looking little man to hang. Duff moved on, his coat wrapped close about him. Duff wandered along down Piccadilly. Up to a short time ago, he had been in charge of the detective section in the fashionable area of Vine Street. Feeling in the need of company, Duff left the main road and entered a side street. In another moment, he was climbing the familiar steps of Vine Street Police Station. Divisional Inspector Haley, Duff's successor, was alone in his room. A thin, weary-looking man, his face brightened at the sight of an old friend. "Come in, Duff," he said. "I was feeling the need of a chat." "Glad to hear of it," Duff answered. He removed the wet hat and coat and sat down. Through the open door, into the next room, he saw a group of detectives, each reading a newspaper. "Rather quiet evening, I take it." "Yes," Haley replied. "We're raiding a club a bit later, but that's our main work these days. By the way, I see that congratulations are in order again." "Congratulations?" Duff raised his heavy eyebrows. "Yes, that Borough case. You know, the judge praised you highly." Duff interrupted him. "I had luck," he said. "Don't forget, police work needs hard work, intelligence, and luck. And luck is the most important." "Been thinking about Sir Frederick tonight," Duff continued, "and the Chinese detective who ran down his murderer." Haley nodded. "The chap from Hawaii? Sergeant Chan?" "Charlie Chan. Yes, but he's an inspector now in Honolulu." "You hear from him, then?" "Yes," Duff said. "Busy as I am, I've kept writing. I wrote him a couple of months ago, asking for news of himself." "And he answered?" "Yes. The reply came this morning." Duff took a letter from his pocket. "There, no news," he added. Haley leaned back in his chair. "Nonetheless, let's hear the letter." Duff drew 2 sheets of paper from the envelope. For a moment, he stared at those lines, typed in another police station on the far side of the world. Then, with a smile, he began to read in a strangely gentle voice. "Revered and honourable friend, kindly letter from you finished long journey here and brought happy memories of past into my mind. What is wealth? Write down list of friends, and you have answer. Very rich is way I feel when I know that you still have space in honourable brains for thoughts of most unworthy C. Chan. I do not forget you, never. Pardon crude remark, which I am now about to write, but such suggestion on your part is plenty absurd. Words of praise you once heaped upon me linger on in memory, surrounded always by little glow of pride. Coming now to request conveyed in letter regarding news with me. There are, most sorry to report, none. Water falls from the eaves into the same old holes, which is accurate description of life as I find it. Murders are few in Honolulu. The calm man is the happy man, and I offer no complaint. All Chinese know that there is time to fish and a time to dry the nets. But maybe sometimes I get a little anxious, because there is so much drying of the nets. Why is that? Can it be that Oriental character is slipping from me, owing to fact I lived so many years amongst restless Americans? No matter. But it can happen that I sit some nights on porch, looking across sleepy town, and Suffer's strange wish telephone would ring with important message. Nothing doing, to quote my children, who learn good English in local schools. I rejoice that gods have different for you. Often I think of you in great city where it is your lot to dwell is. Your fine talents are not allowed to lie like stagnant water. Many times the telephone rings, and you go out on quest. I know that success will always walk at your side. I feel same when I enjoyed great privilege of your company. Chinese, you know, are very psychic people. It's kind of you to ask after my poor family. Summing up quickly, they number now 11. I am often reminded of wise man who said, to govern a kingdom is easy, to govern a family is difficult. But I struggle onward. My eldest daughter, Rose, is college student. When I meet, for first time, the cost of American education, I decide much better to have no more children. Once again, my warmest thanks for plenty amicable letter. Maybe someday we meet again, though miles of land and water between us make thought sound dreamy. Accept anyhow this fresh offering of my kind regards. May you have safe walk down every path where duty leads you. Yours, with deep respect, Charlie Chan. Duff finished reading. Looking up, he saw Haley staring at him. Charming, said the divisional inspector. But, a bit simple? You tell me that the man who wrote that letter discovered the murderer of Sir Frederick Bruce? Don't be fooled by Charlie's English, Duff laughed. He's cleverer than he sounds. Patience, intelligence, hard work, Charlie has all that. Pity he's in a place like Honolulu. Perhaps, Haley answered. You're not going, are you? For Duff had got up. Yes, I'll be going home, the chief inspector replied. He helped Duff on with his coat. Here's hoping that you won't be long between cases. When the telephone on your desk rings, you'll be ready, I'm sure. Yes, agreed Duff. You're right. Goodbye, and good luck at the nightclub. At 8 o'clock on the following morning, Inspector Duff walked into his room at Scotland Yard. He was his old cheery self. At 8:15, his telephone rang. Duff stopped reading and stared at it. It rang again, sharply like a call for help. Duff picked up the instrument. Morning. It was Haley's voice. Just had a bit of news from my sergeant. Sometime during the night, a man was murdered at Broom's Hotel. At Broom's? Duff repeated. You don't mean at Broom's? Sounds like a strange place for a murder, I know, Haley replied. But nonetheless, it's happened. Murdered in his sleep. An American tourist from Detroit. I thought of you at once. Then, too, this is your old division. I'm sure you know your way about the posh atmosphere of Broom's. I've spoken to the superintendent. Hop into a car and join me at the hotel as soon as you can. In another moment, he was climbing into a little green car with a fingerprint expert and a photographer. The car travelled down the length of Derby Street and turned into Whitehall. The rain had stopped, but the morning was thick with fog. Duff sat in the little car, trying to see through the mist that covered the road ahead, the road that was to lead him far. He had completely forgotten everything else, including his old friend, Charlie Chan. Nor was Charlie, at that moment, thinking of Duff. On the other side of the world, this February day had not yet dawned. It was, in fact, the night of the day before. Chan was sitting on his porch. From his seat on the hill, he looked across the lights of the town to the curving shoreline. He was a calm man, and this was one of the calmest moments of his life. He had not heard the sound of the telephone on Duff's desk. No vision of the start of that little green car had happened. Nor did he see, as in a dream, a room in Broom's famous London hotel, and on the bed the still body of an old man, strangled by means of a luggage strap bound tightly around his throat. Perhaps the Chinese are not so very psychic after all. Chapter 2. Fog at Broom's Hotel. Murder simply doesn't happen at Broom's. The hotel has been in Half Moon Street for more than 100 years, and it is strong in tradition, though weak in central heating and running water. An elderly servant rose from his chair behind the desk and moved slowly towards the inspector. "Good morning, Peter," Duff said. "What's all this?" Peter shook a gloomy head. "A terrible thing, sir," he muttered. "A gentleman from America, 3rd story, room number 28, quite dead." He lowered his voice. "It all comes of letting in these outsiders," he added. "No doubt," Duff smiled. "I'm sorry, Peter." "We're all sorry, sir," the elderly servant said, and shouted, "Henry!" He summoned a youngster of 70. "Henry will take you wherever you wish to go, Inspector. If I may say so, it is most good to have the investigation in your hands." "Thanks," Duff answered. "Has Inspector Haley arrived?" "He is upstairs, sir, in the room in question," the servant answered. Duff turned to Henry. "Please take these men up to room 28, he said, pointing to the photographer and the fingerprint man. "I should like to talk first with Mr. Kent. In his office, I presume?" "Yes, sir. You know the way," Henry confirmed. Kent, the managing director of Broom's, was wearing formal clothes with a small pink rose in his left lapel. He appeared to be far from happy. Beside his desk sat a scholarly-looking bearded man, wrapped in gloomy silence. "Come in, Mr. Duff, come in," the manager said. "This is a bit of luck. Our first this morning. To have you assigned here, well, it's more than I ever hoped for. It's a mess, Inspector. A horrible mess. If you will keep it all quiet, I shall be forever." "I know," Duff cut in, "but sadly, murder and publicity go together. I need to learn who the murdered man was, when he got here, who was with him, and any other facts you can give me." "The chap's name was Hugh Morris Drake," answered Kent, "and he was from Detroit, a city in America. He arrived on last Monday, coming up from Southampton on a train after crossing from New York. With him were his daughter, Mrs. Potter, and his granddaughter. Her name, I've forgotten." He turned to the bearded man. "The young lady's name, Dr. Lofton?" "Pamela," said the other in a cold voice. "Ah, yes, Miss Pamela Potter. Oh, by the way, Dr. Lofton, can I present Inspector Duff?" The two men bowed. Kent turned to Duff. "The doctor can tell you much more about the dead man than I can. About all the party, in fact. You see, he's the conductor." "The conductor?" repeated Duff, puzzled. "Yes, of course, the conductor of the tour." "What tour?" "You mean this dead man was travelling in a party, with a courier?" "I should hardly call myself a courier," Lofton replied, "though, in a way, of course I am. Have you not heard of Lofton's round-the-world tours, which I have been conducting for 15 years, in association with the Nomad Travel Company?" "I'm afraid not," Duff answered dryly. "So, Mr. Hugh Morris Drake was on a world cruise, under your direction." "If you will pardon me," interrupted Lofton, "it is not exactly a world cruise. That term is used only about a large party travelling aboard a single ship. My arrangements are quite different. Various trains, and many different ships. A very small group. What do you call a small group? Duff inquired. This year, there are only 17, Lofton told him. Today, of course, there are 16. Duff's stout heart sank. Plenty, he commented. Now, Dr. Lofton, by the way, are you a medical doctor? No, I am a doctor of philosophy. I hold a number of degrees. Has there been any trouble on this tour before last night? Any incident that might lead you to suspect anything? Absurd, Lofton broke in. He got up and began to pace the floor. There has been nothing. We had a very rough crossing from New York, and the members of the party have seen very little of one another. They were all strangers when they arrived at this hotel last Monday. We have made a few visits together since then. But look here, Inspector. His calmness vanished. This is a horrible position for me. My life work, which I've built up by 15 years of effort, my reputation, everything is likely to be smashed by this. In heaven's name, don't begin with the idea that some member of the party killed Hugh Drake. It's impossible. Some thief, some hotel servant. I beg your pardon, cried the manager hotly. Look at my servants. They've been with us for years. No employee of this hotel is involved in any way. Then someone from outside, Lofton said. I tell you, it couldn't have been anyone from my group. My standards are high. The best people, always. He laid his hand on Duff's arm. Pardon me, Inspector. I know you'll be fair, but this is a serious situation for me. I know, Duff nodded. I'll do all I can, but I must question the members of your party as soon as possible. Do you think you could get them together for me, in one of the parlours of the hotel? I'll try, Lofton replied. Some may be out at the moment, but I'm certain they'll all be in by 10 o'clock. You see, we're taking the 10:45 train to connect with the Dover-Calais boat. You were taking the 10:45, Duff corrected him. Ah, yes, of course, Lofton agreed. We were leaving at that hour, I should have said. And now, what now, Inspector? That's rather difficult to say, Duff answered. I'll go upstairs, Mr. Kent, if I may. He did not wait for an answer, but went quickly out. In the doorway of room 28, he encountered Haley. Oh, hello, Duff, he said. Come in. Duff entered a large bedroom, in which the smell of flashlight powder was strong. The room was furnished in such a fashion that had Queen Victoria entered with him, she would have felt at home. The bed stood in an alcove at the rear, far from the windows. On it lay the body of a man in his late 60s. It did not need the luggage strap still bound around the thin throat of the dead man to tell Duff that he had died by strangulation. And the detective's keen eyes saw also that the body showed all the signs of a struggle. Has the surgeon been here? Duff inquired. Yes, he's made his report and gone, Haley replied. The chap's been dead about 4 hours. Duff stepped forward and removed with his handkerchief the luggage strap, which he handed to the fingerprint man. He then began a careful examination of all that was mortal of the body. He lifted the left arm and bent back the clenched fingers of the hand, and as he prepared to do the same with the right, from between the lean, stiff fingers, something glittered, a link from a slender, platinum watch chain. Duff released the object the right hand was clutching, and it fell to the bed. 3 links of the chain, and on the end, a small key. Haley came close, and together they studied the object as it lay on Duff's handkerchief. On one side of the key was the number 3260, and on the other the words Dietrich Safe and Lock Company, Canton, Ohio. Duff looked at the blank face on the pillow. Good, he remarked. "He tried to help us. Tore off the end of his assailant's watch chain, and kept it." He knelt beside the bed to examine the floor. Someone entered the room, but Duff was for the moment too busy to look up. When he did so, what he saw caused him to leap to his feet. A slender and attractive American girl was standing there, looking at him with eyes which, he was not too busy to note, were something rather special. Good morning," the detective said. "Good morning," the girl answered gravely. "I'm Pamela Potter, and Mr. Drake was my grandfather. I presume you're from Scotland Yard? You'll want to talk to one of the family." "Naturally," Duff agreed. Calm as this girl was, there were traces of tears about her eyes. "Your mother, I believe, is also with this party." "Mother is very upset," the girl explained. "She may feel better later, but right now I'm the only one who can face this. What can I tell you?" "Can you think of any reason for this?" Duff inquired. The girl shook her head. "None whatever. It's quite unbelievable, really. The kindest man in the world. Not an enemy." "He was, I take it, a very wealthy man?" asked Duff. "Of course," Pamela agreed. "And who—" Duff paused. "Pardon me, but it's a routine question. Who will inherit his money?" The girl stared at Duff. "Why, I hadn't thought of that at all. But whatever isn't left to charity will, I suppose, go to my mother." "And in time, to you?" asked Duff. "To me and my brother, I suppose," said Pamela. "What of it?" "Nothing. When did you last see your grandfather? Alive, I mean," Duff asked. "Just after dinner, last evening. Mother and I were going to the theatre, but he didn't want to go. He was tired, and besides, he couldn't enjoy a play," the girl answered. Duff nodded. "I understand. Your grandfather was deaf." The girl started. "How did you know—" "Oh." Her eyes followed those of the inspector to a table where a hearing aid with a battery attached was lying. Suddenly she burst into tears, but instantly regained her self-control. "Yes, that was his," she added, and reached out. "Do not touch it, please," Duff said quickly. "Oh, I see. Of course not," she agreed. "He wore that all the time, but it didn't help a lot. Last night he told us he was going to bed early, as he expected today would be tiring. We were all going to Paris. We warned him not to oversleep. Our rooms are on the floor below. He said he wouldn't, that he had arranged for a waiter to wake him just before 8. We were down in the lobby, expecting him to join us for breakfast at 8:30, when the manager told us what had happened." "Your mother was upset?" asked Duff. "Why not? Such horrible news. She fainted, and I got her back to her room," answered the girl. "Naturally. May I say that I'm frightfully sorry." Duff was polite. "Thank you. What else can I tell you?" The girl sounded eager to help. "Nothing now. I hope very much that you can arrange for me to see your mother before I go. I must, you understand. In the meantime, I am meeting the other members of your travel party in a parlour below. I won't ask you to come," Duff added. "Nonsense," cried the girl. "Of course I'll come." "I'm glad you feel that way. We'll find the answer together," Duff said. "We've got to," he added. For the first time she glanced at the bed. "He was so kind to me," she said brokenly, and went quickly out. Duff stood looking after her. "Rather splendid, isn't she?" he commented to Haley. "Amazing how many American girls are. Well, what have we? A bit of chain and a key." Haley looked rather sheepish. "Duff, I have been a fool," he said. "There was something else." The surgeon picked it up from the bed. It was lying beside the body, just carelessly thrown there. "What?" Duff asked. "This." Haley handed over a small, worn-looking bag of wash leather, fastened at the top with a cord. It was heavy with some mysterious contents. Duff stepped to a bureau, unloosed the cord, and poured the contents out on the bureau top. For a time he stared, a puzzled frown on his face. What would you say, Haley?" Duff wondered. "Pebbles," Haley remarked. "Some of them smooth. Might have been picked up from a beach." He flattened out the pile with his hand. "Worthless little pebbles and nothing else." "Strange, don't you think?" murmured Duff. He turned to one of his men. "Just count these and put them in a bag." Duff sat down and looked about the room. "The case has its points," he remarked. "It has indeed," Haley answered. "A harmless old man, making a pleasure trip around the world with his daughter and granddaughter, is strangled in a London hotel. A deaf, gentle old man noted for his kindness. He rouses from sleep, struggles, gets hold of part of his attacker's watch chain, but his strength fails, and the murderer throws onto the bed a silly bag of stones." "What do you make of it, Haley?" wondered Duff again. "I'm rather puzzled, I must say," the inspector answered. "So am I. But I've noted one or two things." "You have too, no doubt?" asked Duff. "I was never in your class, Duff." Haley was modest. "Rot. Don't be modest," Duff protested. "You haven't used your eyes, that's all." If a man stood beside a bed, engaged in a struggle, his shoes would disturb the carpet to some extent, especially if it were an old, thick carpet such as this. There is no sign of any such roughing of the carpet. "No?" wondered Haley. "None whatever. And take a look at the bed, if you please." Duff pointed. The eyes of the Vine Street man widened. "I see what you mean. It's been slept in, of course, but—" "Precisely," confirmed Duff. "At the foot and at one side, the covers are still tucked into place. It is much too neat. Was there a struggle on that bed?" "I think not, Duff." The inspector sounded dubious. "I'm sure there was not." Duff gazed about him. Yes, this was Drake's room. His property's all about. His earphone is on the table. His clothes are on that chair. But something tells me that Hugh Morris Drake was murdered elsewhere. Chapter 3. The Man with a Weak Heart. Duff was silent for a moment. Kent, the hotel manager, appeared in the door, his face still worried. "I thought I might be of help here," he said. "Thank you," Duff replied. "I should like to interview the person who first came upon the crime." "I thought you might," the manager answered. "The body was found by Martin, the waiter. I have brought him along." He went to the door and beckoned. A servant, much younger than most of his fellows, entered the room. He was obviously nervous. "Good morning," said Duff, taking out his notebook. "I am Inspector Duff of Scotland Yard. I want you to tell me everything that happened here this morning." "Well, sir, I had an arrangement with Mr. Drake," Martin began. "I was to wake him every morning. He preferred to have breakfast downstairs and didn't want to oversleep. It wasn't easy to wake him because he was deaf. This morning at 7:45 I knocked at his door," Martin went on. "I knocked many times, but nothing happened. Finally, I went for the housekeeper's key, but I was told it was lost." "The housekeeper's key was lost?" Duff asked in surprise. "It was, sir.
There was another master key, and I went for that. I had no idea something was wrong. I unlocked the door of this room and came in. One window was closed. The curtain was down all the way. The other was opened, and the curtain was up too. Everything seemed all right. I saw the hearing aid on the table, and the clothes on a chair. Then I went to the bed, sir, and, well, found him. I ran to tell the manager. That's all I can tell you, Inspector.
Duff turned to Kent.
What is this about the key?
Rather odd about that, the manager said.
This is an old-fashioned house, and our maids don't have with them keys to the rooms. If a guest locks his door, the maids have to get the master key from the housekeeper. Yesterday, the lady in room 27, next door, a Mrs. Irene Spicer, also a member of Dr. Lofton's party, went out and locked her door, though she had been asked not to do so by the servants. The manager went on. The maid had to get the housekeeper's key. She left it in the lock and went about her work. When she had finished, the key had disappeared. It's still missing, sighed the manager.
Naturally, smiled Duff. It was used about 4 o'clock this morning. He looked at Haley. Deliberately planned. Haley nodded.
Anything else we should know about?
Duff inquired.
The manager thought. Yes, he said. Our night watchman reports 2 rather strange events. He's not a young man, and I told him to lie down and rest. I have sent for him. I prefer you hear of these things from him.
Lofton appeared at the doorway.
"Ah, Inspector Duff," he remarked. "Some of our group are still out, but I am getting together everybody I can. They will all be here by 10 o'clock. There are some on this floor, and—" "Just a moment," Duff broke in. "I am particularly interested in the occupants of the rooms on either side of this one. In 27 there is a Mrs. Spicer. Will you see if she is in, Dr. Lofton, and bring her here?" Lofton went out, and Duff stepped to the bed. He covered over the face of the dead man. Lofton returned with a smartly dressed woman of about 30. She had no doubt been beautiful, but her tired eyes and the somewhat hard lines about her mouth suggested a rather exciting past. "This is Mrs. Spicer," Lofton announced. "Inspector Duff of Scotland Yard." The woman stared at Duff. "Why should you wish to speak with me?" she asked. "You know what has happened here this morning?" asked Duff. "No, nothing. I had breakfast in my room. This is the first time I've left it. Of course I've heard a great deal of talking in here." Mrs. Spicer sighed. "The gentleman who occupied this room was murdered in the night," said Duff, studying her face as he spoke. "Murdered!" she cried. She swayed slightly. Haley was quick with a chair. "Thank you," she muttered. "You mean poor old Mr. Drake? Such a charming man. Why, that's terrible." "Yes, indeed," Duff said. "There is only a thin door between your room and his. It was locked at all times, of course?" "Naturally," answered Mrs. Spicer. "On both sides?" inquired Duff. Her eyes narrowed. "I don't know about this side. It was always locked on mine." "Did you hear any noise in the night? A struggle? A cry, perhaps?" persisted Duff. "No, nothing." Mrs. Spicer was still shattered. "That's odd," wondered Duff. "Why? I am a sound sleeper." She shrugged her shoulders. "Then you were probably asleep when the murder took place?" asked Duff again. She hesitated. "You're rather clever, Inspector. I have, of course, no idea when the murder took place." "Ah, no. How could you? At about 4 this morning, we believe." "You've heard no one talking in this room within, say, the last 24 hours, persisted Duff. Let me think. I went to the theatre last night. Mrs. Spicer was thoughtful. Alone? Asked Duff. No, with Mr. Stuart Vivian, who is also in our party. I returned about 12 and everything was quiet here. But I did hear talking in this room last evening while I was dressing for dinner. Quite loud talking, Mrs. Spicer added. Indeed? Duff sounded surprised. It seemed to be almost a quarrel, Mrs. Spicer confirmed. How many people were involved? Asked Duff. Only two. 2 men. Mr. Drake and... She stopped. You recognize the other voice? Duff asked. Yes, he has a distinctive voice. Dr. Lofton, I mean. Duff turned suddenly to the conductor of the party. You had a quarrel with the dead man? In this room? Last evening before dinner? He asked. Distress was evident on the doctor's face. Not precisely. I wouldn't call it that, he protested. I had dropped in to acquaint him with today's arrangements, and he began to complain about the group. He said some of our members were not of the sort he had expected. That is no surprise, put in Mrs. Spicer. Duff turned to the woman. You didn't hear that? I couldn't hear what they were saying. I only know they seemed quite excited, she added. Really? I am asking the members of Dr. Lofton's party to gather in a parlour on the ground floor. Will you be good enough to go down there? Duff sounded firm. Of course. I'll go immediately. She went out. The fingerprint man came over and handed the luggage strap to Duff. Nothing on it, Mr. Duff, he remarked. Wiped clean and handled with gloves after that, I think. Duff held up the strap. Dr. Lofton, have you ever noted this strap on the luggage of any of your, guests? It appears to be... He stopped, surprised at the look on the conductor's face. This is odd, Lofton said. I have a strap, identically like that one on one of my bags. I bought it in New York. Will you go and get it, please? The inspector suggested. Gladly, agreed the doctor, and departed. The hotel manager stepped forward. I'll see if the watchman is ready, he said. As he left the room, Duff looked at Haley. Our conductor seems a little suspicious, he remarked. He was wearing a wristwatch, Haley said. So I noticed. Has he always worn it? Or was there a watch on the end of a chain? Nonsense. The man has everything to lose by this. It may wreck his business. That's a pretty good alibi, Duff remarked. Unless he is thinking of changing his business, Haley suggested. Yes, but if he is the killer, why should he mention that he owns a similar strap? Duff noted. Lofton returned. He appeared to be upset. I'm sorry, Inspector, he said. My strap is gone. Really? Then perhaps this one is yours? The detective handed it over. The doctor examined it. I think it is, he said. When did you last see it? Asked Duff. On Monday night, when I unpacked. I put the bag into a cupboard and I haven't touched it since. He looked appealingly at Duff. Someone is trying to blame this on me. No doubt about that. Who's been in your room? Duff inquired. Well, everybody. They come in and out, asking questions about the tour, Lofton said desperately. Duff nodded. Don't worry, Dr. Lofton. I don't believe that you would be so foolish as to strangle a man with your own luggage strap. Now, Tell me, do you know who has that room there?" He pointed to the connecting door. "Room 29. "That's Mr. Walter Honeywood's room, a millionaire from New York. One of our party," said Lofton. "Will you please ask him to come here, and then gather together up your people?" asked Duff. When the doctor had gone, Duff rose and tried the door leading from Drake's room into number 29. It was locked from the side where he stood. "Great pity about the strap," Haley commented softly. "It lets Dr. Lofton out, I fancy." "It probably does," Duff agreed, "unless the man's remarkably clever. It's my strap. Naturally, I wouldn't use it. It was stolen from my closet. No, men aren't as clever as that. But it is a pity. I'm not sure we can trust him, and I think we will need someone in that group who we can trust." A tall, handsome man in his late 30s was standing in the doorway leading to the hall. "I am Walter Honeywood," he said. "I'm very sorry about all this. I'm in room 29. "Come in, Mr. Honeywood," Duff remarked. "You know what has happened?" "Yes, I heard about it at breakfast," dropped Honeywood. "Please, sit down." The New Yorker did so. He had greying hair and a red complexion. He looked like a man who had lived hard in his short life. Duff was reminded of Mrs. Spicer, the deep lines about the mouth, the weary look in his eyes. "You knew nothing about the matter until breakfast?" the detective asked. "Not a thing," said Honeywood readily. "That's odd, isn't it?" remarked Duff. "What do you mean?" asked the New Yorker. "I mean, in the next room. You know, you heard no cry, no struggle," Duff insisted. "No, I'm a sound sleeper," dropped the New Yorker. "You were sleeping, then, when this murder took place?" asked Duff. "Absolutely," agreed the New Yorker. "Then you know when it took place?" Duff pushed on. Well, no, of course not. I mean, I must have been asleep. Otherwise I should have heard something," protested Honeywood. Duff smiled. "Ah, yes, I see. Tell me, the door between your room and this was always locked?" "Oh, yes." Honeywood sounded very sure. "On both sides?" asked Duff. "Of course," assured Honeywood. Duff lifted his eyebrows. "How do you know it was locked on this side?" "Why, by the other morning I heard the waiter trying to wake the old gentleman. I unlocked the door on my side, thinking we could reach him that way, but his side was locked," witnessed Honeywood. He seemed upset. He was perspiring, and his face had turned a sickly grey. Duff watched him with interest. "I seem to have heard your name somewhere," he said. "Perhaps. I'm a theatrical producer in New York and London. I expect you have heard also of my wife, Miss Sybil Conway, the actress." "She's performed in England," said Honeywood. "Ah, yes. Is she with you?" Duff asked. "No, we had a disagreement about 2 months ago, and she left me and went to San Remo on the Italian Riviera. Our tour goes that way, and I'm hoping to see her, smooth over our difficulties, and persuade her to go the rest of the way around the world with me," Honeywood told him. "I see," Duff nodded. The New Yorker had taken out a cigarette and was holding a lighter to it. His hand trembled. "This has been a great shock to me," he explained. "I got to know Mr. Drake on the boat, and I liked him. Also, I'm not in good health. That's why I came on this tour. After my wife left me, I had a nervous breakdown, and my doctor suggested travel." "I'm sorry," said Duff, "but it's rather odd, isn't it, Mr. Honeywood, that a man who has just had a nervous breakdown should be such a sound sleeper?" Honeywood appeared startled. I never have had any trouble sleeping, he replied. You're lucky, Duff told him. I'm meeting all the members of your party on the ground floor, he explained, and sent the New Yorker below to await him. When the man was out of the room, Duff turned to Haley. What do you think? He asked. He was frightened, wasn't he? Haley observed. Yes, Duff agreed. He knows more than he's saying, and he's frightened. But that's not evidence. Slowly. We must go slowly, and we mustn't forget Mr. Honeywood. He knew when the murder took place. He knew that the door was locked on both sides. And he has been suffering from a nervous breakdown, yet he sleeps as soundly as a child. Yes, we must keep Mr. Honeywood in mind. Kent came in again, this time accompanied by an old servant. This is Ebden, our night watchman, the manager explained. You'll want to hear from him? Yes, Duff answered. What can you tell us, Ebden? Well, sir, the old man began, I patrol the house every hour, sir. When I came on this floor last night, on my 2 o'clock round, I saw a gentleman standing before one of the doors. Which door? Asked Duff. I think it was number 27, answered the old servant. 27? That's the Spicer woman's room. Go on, cheered Duff. Well, sir, when he heard me, he turned quickly and came towards where I was standing, at the top of the stairs. Good evening, he said. I think I'm on the wrong floor. My room is below. He seemed a gentleman, a guest, so I let him go. Perhaps I should have questioned him, sir, but we never had any queer things happen. Well, up to now, so I didn't think of it, said the old man. You saw his face? Duff asked. Quite clearly, sir, and I can identify him if he is still around, replied the servant. Good. Duff rose. We'll have you look over the members of Dr. Lofton's party immediately. Sir, I had another little adventure, the old man said. Oh, you did? What was that? Duff looked at him inquiringly. At about 4 o'clock, when I reached this floor, there was no light, sir. Everything was dark. Bulb gone, I thought, and I reached for my torch. As I put my hand to my pocket, I noticed someone standing at my side. Just felt him there, sir, breathing hard in the night. I got the torch out and switched it on. I saw the person was wearing grey clothes, sir, and then the torch was knocked from my hand. We struggled, but I'm not so young as I once was. I did get hold of the pocket of his coat, the right-hand pocket, trying to hold him, and he was trying to get away. I heard the cloth tear a bit. Then he hit me, and I fell. Then he was gone, finished the old man. But you are certain that he wore a grey suit, and that you tore the right-hand pocket of his coat? Insisted Duff. Oh, yes, sir, answered the old servant. Was he the same man you had seen at 2 o'clock? Asked Duff. Not sure, sir. The second one seemed a bit heavier. The old man thought a little. What did you do next? Asked Duff. I went downstairs and told the night porter. We searched the house. We found no one. We thought about the police, but this is a very respectable hotel, sir, and it seemed best. The servant hesitated. Quite right, too, the manager put in. It seemed best to keep it out of the papers, so we did nothing more then. But, of course, I told Mr. Kent when he arrived this morning, went on the old man. You've worked here a long time, Eben? Duff asked. 48 years, sir. I came here as a boy of 14, the old man answered. I see, the inspector said. Will you wait in Mr. Kent's office? I shall want you later on, Duff asked. Yes, sir, the watchman replied. Duff turned to Haley. I'm going to meet the doctor's group. Could you get a few of your men from the station to have a look at their rooms? Mr. Kent will no doubt be happy to act as your guide, he added. Not really happy, said Kent gloomily. However, if it must be done. I'm afraid it must, replied Duff. A torn bit of watch chain. A grey coat with the pocket ripped. I don't expect to find anything, but it must be checked. He turned to the fingerprint expert and the photographer, who was still on the scene. You lads finished yet? Just about, sir, the fingerprint man answered. Wait for me here, Duff directed, and he went with Haley and Kent into the hall. He looked around. 4 rooms on this corridor, he said. Rooms 27, 28 and 29, occupied by Mrs. Spicer, poor Drake and Honeywood. Who has room 30? Mr. Patrick Tate, Kent replied, another member of the Lofton party. I believe he has been a well-known criminal lawyer in the States. He suffers from a weak heart and is accompanied by a companion, a young man in his early 20s, but you'll see Mr. Tate below, and his companion too. Duff went alone to the first floor. Dr. Lofton was pacing up and down before a door. Beyond, Duff caught a glimpse of a little group of people waiting. Ah, Inspector, the doctor greeted him. I haven't been able to round up all the party yet. 5 or 6 are still missing, but it's nearly 10. They should be in soon. Here is one of them now. A plump, dignified man came down the corridor. His snow-white hair made him appear quite distinguished, for an American. Mr. Tate, said Lofton, meet Inspector Duff of Scotland Yard. The old man held out his hand. How do you do, sir? He had a deep, booming voice. What is this I hear? A murder? Incredible. Who is dead? Just step inside, Mr. Tate, Duff answered. You'll know the details in a moment. A rather sad affair. It is indeed. Tate turned and entered the room. For a moment he stood, looking around the group inside. Then he gave a little cry, fell forward onto the floor. Duff was the first to reach him. He turned the old man over, and with deep concern noted his face. It was as blank as that of the dead man in room 28. Chapter 4. Duff overlooks a clue. A young man was at Duff's side, a good-looking American with frank grey eyes, now somewhat startled. Removing an object from a bottle, he crushed it in his handkerchief and held it beneath the nose of Mr. Patrick Tate. Amyl nitrate. It'll bring him around in a moment. It's what he told me to do if he had one of these attacks. Ah, yes. You are Mr. Tate's travelling companion. I am. My name's Mark Kennaway. Mr. Tate suffers from a heart problem, and that's why he employed me. The man on the floor stirred and opened his eyes. He was breathing heavily, and his face was whiter than his snowy hair. Duff noticed a door on the opposite side of the room. It led to a smaller parlour containing a comfortable couch. Best get him in here, Mr. Kennaway, he said. He's too ill to go upstairs. He picked up the old man in his arms and carried him to the couch. Stay with him, Duff suggested. I'll talk to you both a little later. Returning to the larger room, he closed the door behind him. He turned to Lofton. Some of your party are still missing? Yes, 5, not counting the 2 in the next room, and, of course, Mrs. Potter. No matter, shrugged Duff. We may as well get started. He took out his notebook. I presume everyone here knows what has happened. I refer to the murder of Mr. Drake in room 28 last night. No one spoke, and Duff continued. I am Inspector Duff of Scotland Yard. I may say, first of all, that this entire group, and all the other members of your party must remain together here at Broom's Hotel until released by the authorities at the yard. A little man with gold-rimmed glasses jumped up. "Look here," he cried in a shrill voice. "I'm leaving immediately. I'm not used to being mixed up with murder. In Pittsburgh, where I come from." "Ah, yes," said Duff coldly. "Thank you. I scarcely know where to begin. We will start with you." He took out a fountain pen. "Your name, please?" "My name is Norman Fenwick." "Are you travelling alone?" "No, I'm not. My sister is with me." He pointed to a colourless, grey-haired woman, Miss Laura Fenwick. Duff wrote again. "Now, tell me, do you know anything about this murder?" Mr. Fenwick bristled. "Just what do you mean by that, sir?" Come, the inspector protested. "I've no time to waste. Did you hear anything? See anything that might have some bearing on the case?" "Nothing, sir, and I can answer for my sister." "Have you been out of the hotel this morning?" "Yes." "Where?" "We went for a stroll through the West End, a last look at London. We're both quite fond of the city. That's only natural, since we are of British origin." Yes, pardon me, I must get on." "But one moment, Inspector. We desire to leave this party at once. At once, sir. I will not associate—" "I'm sorry. That matter is settled." "Very well, sir. I shall see our ambassador. He's an old friend of my uncle's and—" "By all means," snapped Duff. "Who's next?" "Miss Pamela, we have had our chat, and Mr. Spicer, I've seen you before. That gentleman next to you." The man answered for himself. "I am Stuart Vivian of Del Monte, California." He was bronzed, lean, and his good looks only spoiled by a deep scar across the right side of his forehead. "I agree with Mr. Fenwick. Why should we be held in? Myself, I never knew the murdered man, never even spoken to him. I don't know any of these others either." "With one exception," Duff reminded him. Yes, with one exception. You took Mrs. Spicer to the theatre last evening." "I did. I knew her before we came on this tour." "You planned the tour together?" "A ridiculous question," the woman flared. "It was quite a coincidence," said Vivian. "I hadn't seen Mrs. Spicer for, a year, and was surprised to find her in this party. Naturally, I would escort her to the theatre." "Naturally," answered Duff. "You know nothing about Mr. Drake's murder." "How could I?" "Have you been out of the hotel this morning?" "Yes. I wanted to buy some shirts at the Burlington Arcade." "Did you buy anything else?" "No. What is your business, Mr. Vivian?" "I have none. I play a bit of polo now and then." "Got that scar on the polo field, did you?" "Yes, I had a nasty fall a few years back." Duff looked around the group. "Mr. Honeywood, just one more question for you." Honeywood's hand trembled as he removed the cigarette from his mouth. "Yes, Inspector." "Have you been out of the hotel this morning?" "No, I haven't. After breakfast I came in here and looked over some old copies of the New York Tribune." "Thank you. That gentleman next to you?" Duff saw a middle-aged man with a long nose and small eyes. Although he was dressed well enough and seemed comfortable, there was something about him which suggested he was somewhat out of place in this gathering. "Captain Ronald Keene," he said. "A military man?" Duff inquired. Yes." "Of course he is a military man," Pamela Potter put in. She glanced at Duff. "Captain Keene told me that he was once in the British Army, and he had seen service in India and South Africa." Duff turned to the captain. "Is that true?" "Well," Keene hesitated. "No. I may have been exaggerating. On board ship, a pretty girl—" "I understand," nodded the detective. "One tries to impress. It has been done before." "Were you ever in the army, Captain Keene?" Again Keene hesitated. "Sorry," he said. The title is really honorary. It means, little or nothing." "What is your business?" "I haven't any at the present. I've been an engineer." "How did you happen to come on this tour?" Why? For pleasure, of course. I trust you're not disappointed. What do you know about last night's affair? Nothing. And you, too, have been out for a stroll this morning. Yes, I cashed a cheque at the American Express office. You were supposed to carry only nomad cheques, said Dr. Lofton. I had a few of the others, Keene replied. Is there any law against that? In our contract, began Lofton, but Duff stopped him. That leaves the gentleman in the corner, said the detective. He walked towards a tall man in a tweed suit. This member of the party had a heavy walking stick, and one leg was stiff in front of him. What is your name, sir? Duff asked. Jack Ross, the other replied. I'm a lumberman from Tacoma. Been looking forward to this trip for years, but I never dreamed it would be anything like this. I've got no secrets, Inspector. Ask your questions. Scotch, I believe, Duff suggested. Do I still have an accent? Ross smiled. I shouldn't. I've been in America long enough. I see you're looking at my foot, and I'll tell you what happened. I was down in the redwoods some months ago, and I was foolish enough to let a tree fall on my right leg. Broke a lot of bones, and they haven't healed properly. That's a pity. Know anything about this murder? Not a thing, Inspector. Sorry, I can't help you. Nice old fellow, Drake. I got to know him on the ship. I liked him a lot. I imagine that you too... Ross nodded. Yes, I went for a walk this morning. Interesting town you've got here. Duff stood up. You will all wait here for just a moment, he added, and went out. Fenwick went over to Dr. Lofton. See here, you've got to give us our money back, he said, glaring through his thick glasses. Why? Inquired Lofton. Do you suppose we're going on after this? The tour is going on, Lofton told him. Whether you go or not is your choice. I have been making this trip for years, and death does sometimes happen, because it is murder in this case in no way alters my plans. We shall be delayed for a time in London, but that is an act of God. Read your contract, Mr. Fenwick. Not responsible for acts of God. I shall get the party around the world, and if you choose to drop out, there will be no rebate. An outrage, Fenwick cried. He turned to the others. We'll get together. We'll take it up with the embassy. But no one seemed to agree. Duff returned, and with him came Ebden, the night watchman. Ladies and gentlemen, the inspector began, I have asked this man to look you over and see if he can identify a person who, at 2 o'clock last night, was seen in the passage. A person who, in point of fact, was wandering about the floor on which the murder took place. He turned to Eben, who was grimly studying the faces of the men. The servant glanced at Lofton, then at Honeywood, at Ross the lumberman, and then at Vivian, the polo player. He gave Fenwick a fleeting glance. That's him, said Eben, pointing to Captain Ronald Keene. Keene sat up. What do you mean? I mean, it's you I met on the 2 o'clock round. You told me you'd got onto that floor by mistake. Is this true? Duff asked. Why, yes, I was up there. You see, I couldn't sleep, and I wanted a book to read. That's a pretty old story to tell, the detective reminded him. I suppose so, but it happens. Among literate people, I knew Tate had a lot of books. That young fellow reads to him late at night. I knew, too, that he was on the 3rd floor, though I wasn't sure of the room. I just thought I'd go up there and listen outside the doors, and if I heard anyone reading, I'd go in and borrow something. Well, I didn't hear a thing, so I decided it was too late. When I met this watchman here, I was on my way back to the floor below. Why did you tell him you couldn't find your room? Duff asked. Well, I couldn't talk about books with a servant. He wouldn't have been interested. I just said the first thing that came into my head. Yes, you seem to do that a lot, Duff remarked. He stood for a moment, staring at Keene. A mean face, a face that he somehow didn't like, but the explanation made sense. He decided to keep an eye on this man. He didn't trust him. Very good, the detective said. Thank you, Eben. You may go now. He thought of Haley searching above. Please, remain here,
he told the group, and walked over and stepped into the smaller parlour. As he closed the door behind him, he saw Patrick Tate, sitting up on a couch, a glass of spirits in his hand. "Ah, Mr. Tate," Duff remarked. "I am happy to see you're better." The old man nodded his head. "Nothing," he said. "Nothing at all." The booming voice was a murmur now. "I have these attacks. That's why I have this boy with me. He will take good care of me. A little too much excitement, perhaps. Murder, you know. Not what I expected." "No, of course not," the inspector agreed, and sat down. "If you're quite well enough now, sir." "Just a moment." Tate held up his hand. "I'm sorry, but I still don't know who was killed, Mr. Duff." The detective gave him a searching look. "You're sure you're strong enough?" "Nonsense," Tate answered. "It means nothing to me. Who is the victim?" "It happened to Mr. Hugh Morris Drake of Detroit," said Duff. Tate bowed his head and was silent for a moment. "I knew him, slightly," he remarked at last. "A good man, Inspector, and very kind and generous. Why should anyone want to kill him? You're faced with an interesting problem, and a difficult one," Duff added. "You occupy, I believe, room 30, which is near the spot where it happened. When did you go to bed last night?" Tate looked at the boy. "About 12, wasn't it, Mark?" Kennaway nodded. "Or a few minutes after, perhaps. You see, Inspector, I go to Mr. Tate's room every evening and read him to sleep. Last night I began to read at 10, and at a few minutes past 12 he was sleeping soundly, so I left and I went to my own room on the second floor." Quite, agreed Duff. He was silent, drumming with his fingers on the arm of the chair. Suddenly he turned. "You heard nothing on that third floor last night?" "Nothing." "I'm asking you, Mr. Tate. I meet you in the hallway, and you appear to be strong and well. You have heard of a murder, but you do not know who was killed. You walk with a firm step to the doorway of the parlour, glance around the faces inside, and in another moment you are on the floor in what seems like a mortal attack. They come like that, do they? Or did you see someone in that room? No. Some face, perhaps. I tell you, no." The old man's eyes were blazing. The hand that held the glass trembled. Kennaway came forward. "Inspector," he said quietly, "you are going too far. This man is ill." "I know," admitted Duff softly. "I'm sorry. I was wrong, and I apologize. I forgot. You see, I have my job to do, and I forgot." He arose. "However, something shocked you as you entered that room, sir, and I mean to find out what it was." "You may think as you please, sir," replied the old man with dignity. Haley was waiting in the lobby. "We searched all the rooms," he reported. "No fragment of watch chain, no grey coat with a torn pocket. Nothing." "Of course not," Duff replied. "They have all left the hotel this morning. Any evidence has long been removed." "I really must get back to Vine Street," Haley went on. "You'll drop in after you've finished?" Duff nodded. "Go along. This will be no easy case." "I'm afraid you're right," the other answered. "See you at the station." As Duff turned, his worried frown disappeared. Pamela Potter was beckoning to him from the parlour doorway. He went over to her at once. "I was wondering, Inspector," she said, "if you want to see Mother now." "Good," he answered. "I'll see you in a moment." He stepped inside the parlour, and with one final warning against leaving Broom's Hotel, he dismissed the crowd. "I shall want to see the 5 other members of your party," he said to Lofton. "As soon as they come in, I'll let you know," Lofton agreed. At the door of the suite, occupied by Pamela Potter and her mother, Duff waited while the girl went inside. After several moments, the young woman returned and admitted him. The shades were all drawn in the room. Gradually, as his eyes got used to the dark, he saw the figure of a woman. He stepped nearer. "This is Inspector Duff, Mother," said Pamela Potter. "Oh, yes," answered the woman faintly. "Mrs. Potter," said the detective.
I am extremely sorry to trouble you, but it cannot be avoided." "I understand," she replied. "Please sit down. You won't mind the curtains being down, I hope." "I've already talked to your daughter," continued Duff, moving a chair as close to the couch as he dared, "so I shan't disturb you for long. Is there anything you can tell me? It's very important that you should do so. You know more about the past than Miss Pamela. Had your father any enemy?" "Poor father," the woman said. "He was a saint, Mr. What did you say his name was, my dear?" "Mr. Duff, mother. My father was a saint. Not an enemy in the world." "But there must be sense in it, Mrs. Potter. We must find out something in your father's past." Duff paused and took from his pocket a wash-leather bag. "I wonder if we might open the curtain a little way," he added to the girl. "Certainly," she said, and raised it. "I'm sure I look terrible," protested the woman. Duff held out the bag. "See, madam, we found this on the bed beside your father." "What in the world is it?" "A simple little bag, Mrs. Potter." He poured some of the contents into the palm of his hands. It was filled with hundreds or more pebbles or small stones. "Do they mean anything to you?" "Certainly not." "What do they mean to you?" "Nothing, unfortunately. But think, please, Mrs. Potter. Your father was never, for instance, engaged in mining." "No, never." "These pebbles could have no connection with automobiles." "How could they?" "Pamela, this pillow. I'll fix it, mother." Duff sighed and returned the bag to his pocket. "You did not mix on the boat with the other members of the travel party?" "I never left my cabin," the woman said. "Pamela here was constantly wandering about, talking with all sorts of people, when she should have been with me." The detective took out the fragment of watch chain with the key attached. He handed it to the girl. "You did not, I suppose, happen to notice that chain on anyone with whom you talked?" She examined it and shook her head. "No. Who looks at a man's watch chain? The key means nothing to you?" "Not a thing. I'm sorry." "Please, show it to your mother. Have you ever seen that chain or key before, madam?" The woman shrugged. "No, I haven't. The world is full of keys. You'll never get anywhere that way." Duff stood up. "That is all, I think," he remarked. "The whole affair is utterly senseless, I tell you," the woman said. "There is no meaning to it. I hope you get to the bottom of it, but I don't believe you ever will." "I shall try," Duff assured her, and he went out, conscious of having met a vain and very shallow woman. The girl followed him into the hall. "I thought it would be better for you to see Mother," she said, "so you might understand that I am sort of in charge. Poor Mother has never been strong." "I understand," Duff answered. "I shall try not to trouble her again. It's you and I together, Miss Pamela." "For grandfather's sake," she nodded gravely. Duff returned to room 28. His two assistants were waiting. "All finished, Mr. Duff," the fingerprint man told him. "And very little, sir. This is rather odd." He handed to the inspector the hearing aid of the dead man. Duff took it. "What about this?" "Not a print on it," the other said. "Wiped clean." Duff stared at the instrument. "Wiped clean, eh? I wonder now if the old gentleman and his earphone were in some other part of the hotel, if he was killed there and then moved back here, and the earphone was carried back too." Duff smiled. "Sorry, I was thinking aloud. We must be getting along." He returned the earphone to the table. Though he did not suspect it at the moment, he had just held in his hand the key to his mystery. It had been Hugh Morris Drake's deafness that had led to his murder in Broom's Hotel. Chapter 5. Luncheon at the Monaco. When they reached the ground floor, Duff sent his assistants back to the yard at once with their test results, and then sent the driver back with the green car to wait for himself at Broom's. He began to walk around the corridors and soon met Dr. Lofton. "The other 5 members of the party are here now," the doctor said. "They are waiting in the parlour. I hope you can see them now, as they are rather restless." "At once," answered Duff. and together with Lofton entered the room. "You know what has happened," the doctor said. "This is Inspector Duff of Scotland Yard. He wants to talk with you. Inspector, Mr. and Mrs. Elmer Benbow, Mr. and Mrs. Max Minchin, and Mrs. Latimer Luce." The inspector stood, studying this group. Funny lot, these Americans, he was thinking. All different, and all travelling together in apparent peace. Well, that was America. He was reaching for his notebook when the man named Elmer Benbow rushed up enthusiastically and shook his hand. "Pleased to meet you, Inspector," he cried. "This'll be a great story when I get home. A murder, Scotland Yard, just like I've been reading about in your English mystery novels. I read a lot of them. My wife tells me they won't improve my mind. But when I get home from the factory every night, I'm so tired, and I don't want any of the heavy stuff." Duff glanced at his watch. "I got you here, Mr. Benbow, to ask if you could tell us anything about the sad event." "Sad is right," Benbow replied. "You said it. As nice an old gentleman, one of the big men of the country, and somebody murders him. I tell you, it's a slap at American institutions." "Indeed," murmured Duff. He turned to Mrs. Latimer Luce, a woman of indeterminate age and sophisticated appearance. "Mrs. Luce, can you tell me anything about this murder?" "I'm sorry, Inspector," she replied, "but I can tell you nothing." Her voice was low and pleasing. "I've been travelling most of my life, but this is a new experience." "Where is your home?" "Pasadena, California. I keep a house there, but I'm never at it. I'm always travelling. At my age, it gives one something to think about. New scenes, new faces. I'm so shocked over this Drake affair. A charming man." "You've been out of the hotel this morning?" "Yes. I breakfasted with an old friend in Curzon Street, an Englishwoman I knew when I lived in Shanghai some 20 years ago." Duff turned to Mr. Max Minchin. Mr. Minchin was a dark, short man, with very short hair and a protruding lower lip. He had not seemed as pleased as had Mr. Benbow at meeting a man from Scotland Yard. In fact, his manner was sullen, almost hostile. "Where is your home, Mr. Minchin?" Duff inquired. "What's that got to do with the case?" Minchin inquired. With one hand he fingered a big diamond in his tie. "Oh, tell him, Maxie," said his wife. "It ain't nothing to be ashamed of, I guess." She looked at Duff. "We're from Chicago," she explained. "Well, Chicago it is," her husband remarked. "And what of it, hey?" "Have you any information about this murder?" "I ain't no policeman," said Maxie. "Do I look it? Dig up your own information. Me, I got nothing to say. My lawyers, well, they ain't here. I ain't talking. See what I mean?" Duff glanced at Dr. Lofton. Some queer characters had certainly crept into Lofton's round-the-world tour this year. The doctor looked the other way, obviously embarrassed. Mrs. Minchin also appeared rather uncomfortable. "Come on, Maxie," she protested. "There's no use being cross. Nobody's accusing you." "Keep quiet. I'll handle this." "What have you been doing this morning?" Duff inquired. "Buying," answered Minchin. "Look at that sparkler." Sadie held out a fat hand. "I seen it in a window, and I says to Maxie, if you want me to remember London, that's what I want to remember it by. And he bought it, Maxie did. A free spender. Ask the boys in Chicago." Duff sighed and stood up. "I won't keep you any longer," he said, and explained again that no one must leave Broom's Hotel. The five went out. Lofton turned to him. "What's going to happen, Mr. Duff?" he wanted to know. "My tour is all arranged, of course, and a delay is going to cause terrible problems. Boats, you understand? Boats in Naples, Port Said, Calcutta, Singapore. Have you no one who you suspect? Can't you let the rest of us continue?" Puzzled frown was on Duff's face. "I'll be honest with you," he said. I've never been in a situation like this before. For the moment, I'm not quite certain of what to do. I must consult my superiors at the yard. There'll be an inquest in the morning, which no doubt will be adjourned for a few weeks." "A few weeks?" cried Lofton in dismay. "I'm sorry. I'll work as fast as I can, but I doubt you'll be able to leave until this case is solved." Lofton shrugged. We shall see about that." After a few words with the managing director of the hotel, the detective went out to the street. The little green car was waiting. In a few moments, they drew up before the police station that is hidden away in the heart of the West End. Duff dismissed the car and went inside. Haley was in his room. "Finished, old man?" he inquired. Duff gave him a weary look. "I'll never be finished," he remarked. "Not with this case." He looked at his watch. "It's nearly 12. Will you have a spot of lunch with me?" Haley was willing, and soon they were seated at a table in the Monaco grill. After they had ordered, Duff sat for some moments staring into space. "Why the gloom?" Haley wanted to know. "A simple little matter of murder." "The crime?" "Yes, that's simple," Duff agreed, "and normally, eventually solved, but consider this." He took out his notebook. "I have here the names of 15 or more people, and among them is probably that of the man I want. But these people are travelling. Where? Around the world. All my neat list of suspects in one compact party, and unless something unexpected happens at once, that party will be moving along. Paris, Naples, Port Said, Calcutta, Singapore. Lofton just told me all about it. Moving along, farther and farther away from the scene of the crime." Haley laughed. "You were longing for another puzzle last night," he said. Duff shook his head. "The calm man is a happy man," he murmured, as his food was put before him. "You got nothing from your examination of the party?" Haley asked. "Not a thing that's definite. Nothing that links any one of them with the crime. A few faint suspicions?" "Yes. A few odd incidents, but nothing that I could hold anyone on. Nothing that would convince the American embassy or even my own superintendent." "There's a lot of writing in that book of yours," said the Vine Street man. "Why not read it through? You might get an idea." "Who knows?" Duff took up the notebook. "You were with me when I interviewed the first of them, Miss Pamela Potter, pretty American girl, determined to find out who killed her grandfather. Our friend, Dr. Lofton, who had a bit of a row with the old man last evening, and with whose strap the murder was committed. Mrs. Spicer, clever, quick, and not to be trapped by unexpected questions. Mr. Honeywood?" "Ah, yes, Honeywood," put in Haley. "He's my choice." "And that will convince a jury?" Duff replied sarcastically. He looked guilty. "But what of that? Does that prove anything? You talked with the others downstairs?" "I did. I met the man in room 30, a Mr. Patrick Tate. He told of Tate's heart attack at the door of the parlour." Haley looked grave. "What do you make of that?" he inquired. "I think he was startled by something, or someone he saw in that room. But he's a famous criminal lawyer, probably a master of the art of cross-examination. He will tell you nothing that he doesn't want to. But of course, he may have nothing to tell. His attacks, he said, come with just that suddenness. Nonetheless, he should be kept in mind." "Yes, he should. And there is one other." He explained about Captain Ronald Keane. "Up to something last night, heaven knows what." "And the others?" Duff shook his head. "Nothing so far. A nice young chap who is Tate's companion, a polo player with a scar, a Mr. Vivian, seems somehow connected with Mrs. Irene Spicer, a lame man named Ross in the lumber trade on the west coast, a brother and a sister named Fenwick, The former an unpleasant little man who's been frightened to death and wants to leave the tour. Oh, he does? Yes, but don't be fooled. It means nothing. He hasn't the nerve to kill a rabbit. There are just 4, Haley. 4 to be watched. Honeywood, Tate, Lofton, and Keene. Then you didn't see the remaining members of the party. Oh, yes, I did, but they don't matter. And Mr. and Mrs. Bembo from a town called Akron. He runs a factory and is only interested in a camera he carries with him. Going to look at his tour around the world when he gets home and not before. But stop it. He told me that Akron was near Canton, Ohio. Ah, yes, the address on the key. Yes, but it wasn't his. I'm sure he's not the type. And then there was a Mrs. Luce, an elderly woman who's been everywhere, and a pair from Chicago, quite terrible people, really, and Mr. and Mrs. Max Minchin. Haley dropped his fork. Minchin? Yes, that was the name. What about it? Nothing except... You seem to have missed one piece of information. This man Minchin, it seems, is one of Chicago's leading gangsters who has recently given up, perhaps only temporarily, a career of violence and crime. That's interesting, nodded Duff. Yes, isn't it? In the course of his business, we think he has removed from this world a number of business rivals to put them on the spot, as the Americans say. Recently, he seems to have retired. The New York police suggested we keep an eye on him. There are certain friends of his over here who it was felt might attempt to pay off old scores. Maxie Minchin, one of Chicago's first citizens. Duff was thinking deeply. I shall have to have another talk with him, he said. Poor old Drake's body wasn't riddled with machine-gun bullets, but then perhaps the atmosphere of brooms might have had its calming effect, even on Maxie Minchin. Yes, I must have a talk with the lad, soon. Chapter 6. 10:45 from Victoria. After lunch, Duff went with Haley back to the Vine Street station. Together, they found an atlas of the world, and Duff turned to the map of the United States. Good Lord, he exclaimed, what a country! Ah, I've found Chicago, Max Minchin City. Now, where is Detroit? Haley bent over his shoulder and pointed to the Michigan city. There you are, he remarked, quite close in a country the size of that. Duff leaned back in his chair. I wonder, he said. The two cities are close together. Was there some connection between the Chicago gangster and the Detroit millionaire? Drake seemed a respectable man, but you never can tell. Alcoholic drink is, as you know, illegal in America, and Detroit is where most of the smuggling takes place. And smuggling alcohol is probably at least one of Minchin's activities. Was there some feud, some ancient grudge? How could the pebbles figure in it? They may have been picked up from a lake shore. Oh, it all sounds fantastic, I know, but in America anything is possible. We'll have to look into this. With Haley's encouragement, Duff set out for Broom's Hotel to look into it. Mr. Max Minchin agreed to meet the inspector in his suite. The detective found the racketeer in shirt sleeves and slippers. His hair was rumpled, and he explained that he'd been taking his afternoon siesta. Keeps me fresh. See what I mean? He remarked. His manner was more friendly than it had been earlier in the day. I'm sorry to disturb you, Duff said, but there are one or two matters. I get you. The 3rd degree. A bit of rough treatment for Maxie, hey? We don't do that over here, Duff told him. Yeah, remarked Maxie. Well, if it ain't, there's another thing you got on us Americans. Oh, we think we're the best, but I guess we've got a few things to learn. Make it snappy. We was just talking about going to a movie. There was a murder in this hotel last night, the detective began. Max smiled. You think I'm stupid? I know there was a murder. From information received, I believe that murder is something you know about, Mr. Minchin. Oh, I get you. Well, maybe I have had to rub out a few guys now and then, but they had it coming, get me? And them things don't concern you. They happened in the good old USA. I know that, but now there has been a killing, and you are close by. I am, forced to... You gotta ask me? Well, go ahead, but you're wasting your breath. Had you ever met Mr. Drake before you took this journey? Nah, I heard about him in Detroit. I went over there now and then, but I never met him. I talked with him on the boat. Nice old guy. If you think I killed him, you're all wrong. Kindest man in the world, Maxie is, his wife interposed. She was slowly unpacking a suitcase. Maybe he did a few things to a few guys, but they weren't fit to live. He's out of that racket now, ain't you, Maxie? Yeah, I'm out. Here I am, retired from business, trying to get away from it all, just taking a pleasure trip. And what happens? A guy is bumped off almost in my lap, you might say. He sighed. It seems a guy just can't get away from business, no matter where he goes, he added gloomily. When did you go to bed last night? Duff inquired. When did we go to bed? Well, we went to a show. But boy, I couldn't keep awake. When I go to the theater, I want action. This show was boring, but we didn't have nothing else. Come back here about 11:30, and then hit the hay at 12. I don't know what happened in this hotel after that. Out of the racket, like he told you, added Sadie Minchin. He got out for little Maxie's sake. That's our boy. He's at a military school and doing fine. Just seemed to take naturally to guns. Despite the fact that he was getting nowhere, Duff laughed. I'm sorry to have troubled you, he said, rising. But it's my job to check everything, you know. Sure, agreed Maxie. He stood up too. You got your job, just like I got mine. Or did have. And say, listen, if I can help you in any way, just let me know. I can work with the cops or against them. This time, I'm willing to work with them. Get me? There don't seem no sense to this old guy's murder. I never did hold with hurting honest old guys like that. He patted Duff's broad back. You want a hand on this? You call Maxie Minchin. Duff said goodbye and went out into the corridor. He was not sure that he wanted help from a retired gangster, but on the other hand, it might be all the help he was going to get. On the ground floor, he met Dr. Lofton. With the doctor was a young man who carried a walking stick and wore a gardenia in his buttonhole of his perfectly fitting coat. Oh, Mr. Duff, Lofton greeted him. This is Mr. Gillow from the American Embassy. He's called about the last night's affair. Inspector Duff of Scotland Yard. Mr. Gillow was one of those youthful men who are the pride of the embassies. They usually sleep all day, then change from pyjamas to evening clothes and dance all night for their country. He gave Duff a nod. When is the inquest, Inspector? He asked. Tomorrow at 10, I believe, Duff replied. Ah, yes, and if nothing new is disclosed at that time, may the doctor continue his tour as planned? I don't know about that, muttered the detective. Really? You have some evidence, then, that will enable you to hold the doctor here? Well, not precisely. You can hold some of his party, perhaps? I shall hold them all. Mr. Gillow lifted his eyebrows. On what grounds? Well, For once, the capable Duff was at a loss. Mr. Gillow gave him a pitying smile. "Really, you're being absurd," he remarked. "You can't do that sort of thing in England, and you know it. Unless you have more evidence after the inquest than you have now, your hands are tied. Dr. Lofton and I have been over the entire case." "Someone in that party killed Hugh Drake," protested Duff stubbornly. "Yes? And where is your proof? What was the motive behind the killing? You may be right, and on the other hand, you may be talking nonsense. Perhaps some hotel prowler." "With a platinum watch chain?" Duff suggested. "Someone who has no connection with the party. Evidence. You must have evidence, as you well know. Otherwise, I'm sorry to tell you that Dr. Lofton and his group will continue their tour." "We'll see about that," Duff answered, and he left. He did not approve of elegant young men, and he disliked this one all the more, because Mr. Gillow could well be right. The inquest on the following morning revealed nothing new. The hotel servants and the member of the Lofton party repeated all that they had told Duff. The little bag of stone roused interest, but could not be explained. There was no evidence sufficient to hold anyone on, and the inquest was adjourned for 3 weeks. Duff saw Mr. Gillow smiling at him from across the room. For the next few days, Duff worked like a madman. Had someone bought a watch chain to replace the torn one in the struggle at Broom's? He visited every jeweller's shop in the West End. Had the grey suit with the torn pocket been sent to a pawn shop? These too were checked. Or had the suit been simply thrown away? Every lost package that turned up in the city was examined by Duff. Nothing came of his efforts. His face grew stern, his eyes weary. Words from higher authority came to him that Lofton was preparing to move on. Mrs. Potter and her daughter were planning to sail for home on Friday, just 1 week after the morning when Drake's body was discovered in that room at Broom's. On Thursday evening, Duff had a final talk with the two women. The mother seemed more helpless than ever. The girl was silent and thoughtful. With a feeling of sadness, the inspector bade them goodbye. When, after a fruitless day of it, he came back to his office at the Yard late Friday afternoon, he was startled to find Pamela Potter waiting for him. With her was Mrs. Latimer Luce. "Hello," Duff cried. "I thought you'd sailed, Miss Potter." She shook her head. "I couldn't. With everything unsolved? No answer to our question? No. I employed a maid for Mother and sent her home without me. I'm going on with the tour." The detective had heard that American girls did pretty much as they pleased, but he was surprised. "And what did your mother say to that?" he asked. "Oh, she was horrified, of course. But Mrs. Luce here agreed to take up the old-fashioned role of chaperone. You've met Mrs. Luce?" "Of course," Duff nodded. "I beg your pardon, madam. I was so taken aback at seeing Miss Pamela." "I understand," smiled the old lady. "The girl's got spirit, hasn't she? Well, I like spirit. Naturally, the child is curious." "So am I. Give $5,000 right now to know who killed Hugh Drake, and why." Duff regarded her with approval. "Thank you, Miss Potter," he remarked. "It's put new heart in me. I shall see you both before you leave on Monday, and I'll be in touch with you after that." When the two women had gone, he found a note on his desk, asking him to go to the superintendent's office. He could guess what for. "I'm sorry, Duff," the superintendent said. "The American ambassador himself got involved. We've been forced to give that party permission to go on. Don't be too disappointed. There are, you know, such things as treaties of extradition." Duff shook his head. "The case that isn't solved promptly is likely to go unsolved," he remarked. "Perhaps. But look over the records of the Yard. Think of the months spent in on many important cases. For example, the Crippen affair. All the same, sir, it's hard to just stand aside. I know. You wouldn't care to hold this fellow Keene. I could arrange for a warrant. No point, sir. I'd rather have Honeywood or Tate. But of course, I have nothing to take them on. How about Mr. Max Minchin? Poor chap. Trying to put all this sort of thing behind him. The superintendent shrugged. Well, there it is. Make sure the doctor gives full details of where they're going, and we'll keep you informed. Of course, sir, nodded Duff. A fat lot of good that will do. You'd better pursue your inquiries in London, his superior continued. We shall send a man to keep an eye on the party. Someone they won't recognise. I'm afraid that bars you, Mr. Duff. I know it does, sir, the inspector replied. He went back to his desk in despair, but this did not stop his work, which was many and varied. All through Saturday and Sunday, when all the shops were closed, he searched, studied his problem, but with no result. On Monday morning, Duff went to Victoria Station. He was there to say goodbye to the party, to shake hands with them all, and to wish them a pleasant journey. And among the hands he must shake, he was quite certain, was one of the pair that had strangled Hugh Morris Drake in Broom's Hotel on the early morning of February 7th. The train began to move. For as long as he could see it, Duff stood there on the platform, staring after it. Someone in that party, moving on to Paris, to Italy, to Egypt, to India. The detective turned away. For one moment he wished that he might be aboard the train, invisible, watching those various faces that interested him so much. If he'd been there, he might have come across Walter Honeywood. Alone in a compartment, his face pressed close to the window. His lips were parted, his eyes staring, and little beads of moisture were on his forehead. The door of the compartment opened, almost noiselessly, just enough sound so that Honeywood turned in a flash, and on his face was a surprising look of terror. "Oh, hello," he said. "Hello," returned Fenwick. He advanced into the compartment, followed by his silent, colourless sister. "May we come in here? We were late. All the seats taken." Honeywood wet his lips. "Come in, by all means," he said. The Fenwick sat down. The great grey city continued to glide by the windows. "Well," remarked Fenwick at last, "we're leaving London." "Thank God for that." "Yes, we're leaving London," Honeywood repeated. He took out a handkerchief and mopped his brow. The look of terror was gradually fading from his face. Chapter 7. An Admirer of Scotland Yard. On the following Thursday, Inspector Duff again walked into Haley's room at the Vine Street station. Haley smiled. "I don't need to ask," he said. Duff slumped into the chair beside Haley's desk. "Well, it's true. Not a thing, Haley. I've hung around Broom's Hotel until I'm beginning to feel 100 years old myself. Check the shops until my feet ache. The trail is cold." "You're worn out," Haley told him. "Relax a bit. Perhaps you'll have a new idea." "Just what I'm thinking," Duff nodded. "There's this key we removed from the dead man's hand. There was very likely a duplicate, and the murderer may have that with him. I might follow the party and search their luggage. But they know who I am. Even if we sent someone unknown to them, his task would be difficult. I could go to the States and visit the hometown of every man in the party to see if one of them has a safety box at his bank numbered 3260. Difficult, but I talked it over with the chief this afternoon, and he favours it." "So, you'll be leaving soon for America?" Haley inquired. I may. We'll decide tomorrow. Haley nodded. It seems like a good idea, but if the murderer did have a duplicate key, he could well have thrown it away. Duff shook his head. No, he said. I don't think so. He would have to report the loss. That would be drawing attention to himself. No, I'm certain. If he is the man I think he is, he will hold on to that key. But he will hide it. It's small and can be easily hidden. The chief is right. I must go to America. I never knew a case to get on your nerves before, said Haley. Why worry? You'll solve it. What was it Inspector Chan said? Success will always walk smiling at your side. He sensed it, and according to him, the Chinese are psychic people. A slow smile spread over Duff's face. Good old Charlie. I wish I had him with me on this case. He stopped. I noticed Honolulu on the itinerary of the tour, he added. However, that's a long time yet, and much may happen before Dr. Lofton's group gets to Honolulu. He rose with a sudden air of determination. Going already? Haley asked. Yes, it just flashed into my mind that I'm getting nowhere sitting here. Perseverance. That was Chan's method. Patience, hard work and perseverance. I'm going to have another look at Broom's Hotel. There may be something I missed. Well done, said Haley, and the best of luck. Once again Inspector Duff was walking down Piccadilly. The cold rain had turned into snow. Under his breath he cursed the English climate. The night porter was on duty at the desk of Broom's Hotel. He put aside his evening paper and welcomed the inspector. Good evening, sir, he said. My word, is it snowing? Yes, Duff answered. You recall the night when the American was killed in room 28? I am not likely to forget it, sir. In all my years at Broom's... Yes, of course. Have you thought about that night? Have you recalled any incident about which you haven't told me? There was one thing, sir. No one's mentioned the cablegram. What cablegram? The one that came in about 10 o'clock, sir, addressed to Mr. Drake. Who received it? I did, sir. And who took it up to his room? I asked Martin if he would kindly take it up to Mr. Drake. Where is Martin now? I think he is at supper in the servants' dining room. I can send a messenger. But Duff had already turned to one of the staff. Quick, he cried, and handed the old man a shilling. Get Martin, the floor waiter, for me, before he leaves. The old man went off, and Duff said to the night porter, I should have heard of this before. Do you really think it's important, sir? Inquired the porter. Everything is important. Ah, sir, you know more about such things than I do. I was naturally a bit upset and... The detective turned away, for Martin had arrived. You want... He swallowed. You want me, sir? I do. About 10 o'clock, on the night Mr. Hugh Morris Drake was murdered in room 28, you delivered a cablegram to his room. Martin had gone white and seemed about to collapse on the spot. I did, sir, he managed to say. You took it up. Then what happened? Why, Mr. Drake, sir. He took the envelope. He thanked me and gave me a tip, a generous one. That is all? Yes, sir, quite all. Duff seized the young man by the arm. He meant it to be rough. All the authority of Scotland Yard behind it. The waiter cringed. Come with me, Duff said. He pushed the servant along to the office. Pushing Martin into a chair, he switched on the lamp on the manager's desk. He slammed shut the door and sat down facing the young man. You're lying, Martin, he began, and I'm in no mood for it. You're lying. A blind man would know it, but no more. The truth from you, my boy, or by... Yes, sir, muttered the waiter. I'm sorry, sir. My wife has been telling me I ought to give you the whole story. Tell him, she says. But I didn't know what to do. You see, I'd taken the £100. What £100? The £100 Mr. Honeywood gave me, sir. What for? You won't send me to prison, Inspector? I'll lock you up now if you don't talk fast. I know I've done wrong, sir, but £100 is a lot of money, and when I accepted it, I didn't know anything about the murder. Why did Honeywood give you £100? Tell it from the beginning, the truth, or I'll arrest you at once. You went upstairs with that cablegram for Mr. Drake. You knocked on the door of room 28. Then what? The door opened, sir. Yes, of course. Who opened it? Drake? No, sir. What? Who then? Mr. Honeywood opened it, sir, the gentleman who had room 29. So Honeywood opened Drake's door? What did he say? I gave him the envelope. It's for Mr. Drake, I told him. He looked at it. Oh, yes, he said, and handed it back. You will find Mr. Drake in room 29, Martin. We have changed rooms for the night. Duff's heart leapt at the words. Yes, he remarked. Then what? I knocked on the door of room 29, Mr. Honeywood's room, and after a time Mr. Drake came to the door. He was wearing his pyjamas, sir. He took the cablegram for me, thanked me, and gave me a tip. So I came away. And the £100. At 7 in the morning, when I went on duty, Mr. Honeywood rang for me. He was back in room 29 again, sir. He asked me not to say anything about the change of rooms the night before. He handed me 2 £50 notes, so I promised. Gave him my word. At 8:15, I found Mr. Drake murdered in room 28. I was frightened. I met Mr. Honeywood in the hall. I have your word, he reminded me, and I swear I had nothing to do with the murder. You keep your promise, Martin, and you won't regret it. So, you stuck to your promise, said Duff accusingly. I'm sorry, sir. No one asked me about the cablegram. If they had, things might have been different. I was afraid, sir. When I got home, my wife said I'd done wrong. She's been begging me to tell. You follow her advice in the future, Duff advised. You've disgraced Broom's Hotel. Martin's face paled again. Don't say that, sir. What are you going to do to me? Duff rose. In spite of all the delay this weak young man had caused, at least now Duff had a clue. You are not to repeat anything unless I ask you to do so. Understood? Yes, sir. You are not to leave your present job or home without telling me. Tell your wife she was right, and give her my compliments. He left the waiter and walked with a jaunty air to the street. Pleasant, a bit of snow after so much rain. Just what London needed. Pretty good climate, the English. Martin's story had completely altered Inspector Duff's outlook on life. He walked along, considering what the waiter had told him. Mr. Drake is in room 29, Martin. We've changed rooms for the night. Drake must have been murdered in room 29 then, moved to his own bed in room 28. Well, it all fitted in with what Duff had thought at the time. That guess had been right. Duff had been right. The inspector's spirit soared in his own bed by morning. Who had put him there? Honeywood, of course. Who had murdered him? Who but Honeywood? But if Honeywood was the murderer, why change rooms? Perhaps to get the door open between them. Yet he'd already stolen the housekeeper's key. It would not be necessary. And if he was intending murder, why tell Martin of the change of rooms? Duff came down a bit from the clouds. It didn't work out quite so neatly as he thought it would. Puzzles still. But one thing was certain. Honeywood was mixed up in it somehow. Duff tried again. It didn't appear likely that Honeywood had intended murder when he changed room with Hugh Morris Drake, and then told Martin what had been done. No, perhaps that cablegram. At the cable office, he was handed a copy of the message Drake had received on the evening of February 6th. It was merely a business communication. Directors voted price increase, effect July the 1st. Hope you approve. The cablegram was not the answer. Taking a taxi to the yard, he called at the home of his superior, who was inclined at first to be short, but as Duff told his story, he began to be excited. "Where is the travel party now?" he inquired. "According to the schedule, sir, they will be in Nice for 3 days." "Good. You will take the express from Victoria in the morning. That will get you into Nice on Saturday. I shall see you tomorrow before you leave. We appear to be getting somewhere at last." After a happy chat with Haley over the telephone, Duff went home and packed a bag. At 8 in the morning, he was in the superintendent's office. His superior took a package of banknotes from the safe and handed it over. "You have your ticket booked?" "Yes, sir." "Have the French police hold Hollywood for us in Nice until I can get papers." "I'm taking the matter up with the Home Office at once." "Goodbye, Mr. Duff, and the best of luck." The Channel crossing was rough, but he didn't mind. By evening, he was on the outskirts of Paris. Duff was relieved when he finally reached the Gare de Lyon, and the road to the Riviera stretched before him. As he sat enjoying an excellent dinner, he thought about Mr. Walter Honeywood. No wonder the man had been distressed the morning after the murder. Soon he would be coming back along this same route, and Honeywood would be with him. Perhaps the man's confession would be in the detective's pockets. Not a strong character, Honeywood. The next morning, Duff's taxi drew up before the gateway, leading to the Hotel Excelsior Grand in Nice. This was the name of the hotel in the itinerary left with him by Lofton. The Excelsior Grand was an enormous building, high on a hill overlooking the city and sea. The taximan sounded his horn, and after some delay a bellboy appeared and took the detective's bag. Duff followed the servant to the hotel's side entrance. Giant palms were overhead, and bordering the walk were beds of violets. The first person the inspector saw was Dr. Lofton. The second person gave him a distinct shock. This was a Frenchman, also bearded. The two men were in close conversation, their beards almost touching, and Lofton looked worried. He glanced up and saw Duff. "Ah, Inspector," he remarked. "You made quick time. I didn't expect you so soon." "You expected me?" Duff returned. "Naturally, if you please, Monsieur le Commissionaire, may I present Inspector Duff of Scotland Yard. Monsieur Henrique." He turned to Duff. "This gentleman, as you have no doubt gathered from his uniform, is the local head of police." The Frenchman rushed over to Duff and grasped his hand. "I am so happy for this meeting. I beg of you that you will not judge harshly. Consider, if you will, the stupidity with which we have been faced. Is the body left as it fell? No. Is the pistol left to lie in peace where it was? No. All have been touched. The concierge, the bellboy, a clerk, 5 or 6 people. In the matter of fingerprints, we are helpless. Is it possible that you can picture such stupidity?" "One moment, please," Duff broke in. "A body? A pistol?" He turned to Lofton. "Tell me, what has happened?" "You don't know?" Lofton asked. "Of course not. But I thought—" "I understand now. You were already on your way. Poor Walter Honeywood killed himself in the grounds of this hotel last night." For a moment Duff said nothing. Walter Honeywood had killed himself. A guilty conscience, no doubt. Killed Drake, and then himself. The case was over. This was too easy. Too easy altogether. "But did Monsieur Honeywood finish himself?" the commissary was saying. "Alas, Inspector Duff, we cannot be certain. The fingerprint on the pistol, destroyed by stupidity. True, it lay by his side, as though fallen from a dying hand. No one was seen nearby, and even so, I welcome eagerly the opinion of a man from Scotland Yard." "You found no note of farewell? No message of any sort?" "Alas, no. Last night we searched his apartment. Today I am here to repeat the process. Please, join me." Yes, Duff said. The commissary bowed and retired. Duff turned to Dr. Lofton. "Please, tell me all you know about this." "We were only 3 days in Paris," Lofton began. "We arrived there yesterday morning. In the afternoon, Honeywood decided to drive over to Monte Carlo. He invited Mrs. Luce and Miss Pamela Potter to go with him. At 6 o'clock last evening I was here in the lobby, talking with Fenwick, when I saw Mrs. Luce and the girl enter that side door over there. I asked them about their drive, and they said they'd enjoyed it immensely. Honeywood, they told me, was out at the gate, paying off the driver of the car. He would be in a moment. They went on upstairs. Fenwick continued to pester me. There was a loud bang, but I thought it was a car, or possibly a bursting tyre. You know how they drive over here. In another moment, Mrs. Luce came rushing down from the lift. She seemed to be in a state of high excitement. "One moment," Duff put in. "Have you told any of this to the commissary of police?" "No, I thought it better to save it for you." "Good. Go on." Mrs. Luce was upset. She hurried up to me. "Has Mr. Honeywood come in yet?" she demanded. I stared at her. "Mrs. Luce, what has happened?" I cried. "I must see Mr. Honeywood at once," she said. The memory of that sharp report came back to me. I rushed out, followed by Mrs. Luce. We found the gardens in darkness. About halfway down the walk, we came upon Walter Honeywood, lying partly on the walk and partly on the floral border. He was shot through the heart. The pistol lay at his side near his right hand. "Suicide," said Duff. "I believe so." "You want to believe so?" "Naturally, it would be better—" Lofton stopped. Mrs. Luce was standing just back of the sofa. "Suicide indeed," she remarked. "Good morning, Inspector Duff. You're wanted here. Murder again." "Murder?" Duff repeated. "Absolutely," returned the old lady. "I'll tell you in a minute why I think so. Well, Dr. Lofton, another member of your party has been killed. And what worries me is, who's next?" Chapter 8. Fog on the Riviera. "I can't believe it," the conductor cried. "One murder in the party, I might admit, but not two, unless someone is trying to wreck my business." "It seems more likely," the old lady said dryly, "that someone is trying to wreck the members of your party. As for your believing that this second affair is murder too, well, draw up that chair, Inspector Duff. Won't you sit here beside me? I think you will both find my story interesting." Duff meekly took his place, and Lofton also obeyed orders. Somehow, this was the type of woman who doesn't have to speak twice. "Mr. Honeywood, Miss Pamela and I drove to Monte Carlo yesterday afternoon. Perhaps you already know that, Inspector. Mr. Honeywood has been rather worried on this tour, but during our visit to Monaco he seemed to relax. He was quite charming, really. More, I imagine, like his real self. He was not thinking of suicide, I am sure of that. We left him out at the gate, paying off the driver of the car, and, coming in, went to our rooms.
I saw you, Lofton reminded her.
Yes, of course. Well, as I was unlocking my door, I saw that the lock had been tampered with. I went inside and turned on the light. My room had been searched from top to bottom. My trunk was broken open. A document that had been entrusted to my keeping was missing.
What sort of document? Duff inquired.
On the Saturday afternoon, just 2 days before our departure from your city, Mr. Duff, I had a message from Mr. Honeywood asking me to meet him at once in the lounge. I was puzzled, of course, but I did as he asked. Mrs. Luce, he said, I know you are a woman of great discretion. I'm going to ask a favour of you. He took a long white envelope from his pocket. I wish you to take charge of this envelope for me, and if anything should happen to me on this tour, please open it and read it at once.
And that is the document which was stolen? Duff demanded.
Let's not get ahead of our story, the old lady replied. Naturally, I was surprised. I hardly knew the man. Mr. Honeywood, I asked, what is in this envelope? He looked at me in a queer way. Nothing, he replied. Nothing save a list of instructions as what must be done in case I am not here any more. Surely, you should ask Dr. Lofton to look after this, I told him. No, he said. Dr. Lofton is definitely not the person to look after this. Well, I asked him what he thought was going to happen to him. He murmured something about being ill. One could never tell, he said. I felt sorry for him. We were all rather on edge. I knew that Mr. Honeywood was supposed to be suffering from a nervous breakdown, and I thought this was a result of his illness. It seemed to me a small thing he was asking, and I told him I would take the envelope. It's so good of you, he said. We'd better not leave this room together. I will wait here until after you've gone, and, if you don't mind, I suggest we keep as far apart as possible when we're with the other members of the tour. All that was rather queer, too. I patted the poor man on the back, told him not to worry, and hurried out. When I got to my room, I glanced at the envelope. On it was written in small script, to be opened in case of my death. Walter Honeywood. You should have told me at once, Duff said. Should I? I couldn't decide. I was very busy those last few days in London. It wasn't until I got on the train for Dover that I began to think about Mr. Honeywood and the document he'd given me. For the first time I wondered if it could have any connection with the murder of Hugh Drake. When I got to the boat, I decided to find out. I saw Mr. Honeywood, and I went over to him. All the while we talked, he kept glancing up and down the deck, with a terrified look in his eyes. Mr. Honeywood, I said, I've been thinking about that envelope you left with me. Tell me, have you any reason to believe that your life is in danger? He was surprised. Why, no, he stammered. No more than anyone's life is in danger in this uncertain world. His reply didn't satisfy me. If you should meet the same fate as Hugh Morris Drake, I said, would the name of the killer be found inside that envelope? It seemed for a moment that he wasn't going to answer me. Then he said, My dear lady, I would never put such a burden on you. That envelope contains just instructions to be carried out in case of my death. Then, I answered, why wasn't it left with Dr. Lofton? Why must I guard it so carefully? He nodded. Those are fair questions, he admitted. and I'm sorry I can't answer them, but I give you my word, Mrs. Luce. Please, hold that envelope just a little longer and say nothing. The matter will soon be settled, and now I don't feel very well, and I'm going to lie down." Before I could say another word, he had gone. Well, I went on to Paris. I'm sorry to say I didn't believe what the poor man had told me. I was certain that Walter Honeywood expected to be murdered, just as Hugh Morris Drake was murdered, and by the same person. And I was almost as certain that he had written the name of that person on the letter he'd left with me. That would make me a sort of accomplice in the Drake murder. I had no fear on that score. I wanted the man who had killed Drake discovered and punished. I was upset, and I'm not often upset. I didn't know what to do. "There was just one thing to do," remarked Duff sternly, "and I am disappointed in you that you didn't do it. You had my address. Yes, I know. But I'm not used to calling in some man to help me solve my difficulties. There was one other thing to do. Have you ever heard of the old trick of opening an envelope by the use of steam?" "You steamed open that envelope?" Duff cried. "I did. That night in Paris, I released the flap and took out the sheet of paper the envelope contained." "And what was on it?" Duff asked eagerly. "Just what poor Mr. Honeywood had told me was on it. A brief note that ran something like this: Dear Mrs. Luce, I am so sorry to have troubled you. Will you be kind enough to ask Dr. Lofton to communicate at once with my wife, Miss Sybil Conway. She is at the Palace Hotel, San Remo, Italy." "Meaning precisely nothing," Duff sighed. "Yes," agreed Mrs. Luce, "I felt foolish and puzzled. I've never been so puzzled in all my 72 years. Why couldn't he have left the same message with the doctor? There was no need of it anyway. Dr. Lofton knew the name and whereabouts of Mr. Honeywood's wife. Most of us did. He'd mentioned her several times and said that she was in San Remo. So what was the letter for?" Duff stared thoughtfully into space. "I don't get it," he admitted. "Nor I," said Miss Luce. "But you can see why I believe Mr. Honeywood was murdered. The look in his eyes, and the murderer wanted that slip of paper in my trunk before going on with his plans. Why? Who told him of the paper? Did Walter Honeywood? Mr. Duff, I hand the whole matter over to you." "Thanks," answered Duff. He turned to Dr. Lofton. "Is it true? You already knew that Honeywood's wife was in San Remo?" "Yes," Lofton replied. "Honeywood told me so himself. He wanted me to stop there in the hope that he might persuade her to join our tour." Duff frowned. "You've notified the lady, I presume?" "Yes, I called her on the telephone last night, and when she heard my news, I believe she fainted. At least it sounded that way. I heard her fall and was cut off. This morning her maid telephoned me and said that Mrs. Honeywood, or Sybil Conway, as she calls herself, was unable to come to Nice, and that she wanted me to bring her husband's body to San Remo." Duff considered. "I must have a talk with the lady. Well, Doctor, now that we've heard Mrs. Luce's story, what have you to say about Honeywood's death?" "What should I say? It doesn't look like a simple case of suicide. As a matter of fact, my own room was searched while we were in Paris. Yes, it was probably murder, Inspector. But why should anyone else know it? If the French police find out, well, You understand what red tape is over here, Mr. Duff? There's a lot in what you say, Doctor, Duff agreed. I must admit, I wouldn't care to have the French police on the case now. No, it's my job, and I want to do it. Good, said Lofton, with relief. Shall we tell the remaining members of the party? They're uneasy already. Fenwick has tried to start trouble before, and this would start him off again. Suppose the party broke up. Would that help your investigation? Or would you prefer that we stick together until your case is solved? Duff smiled grimly. You make it all sound convincing, Doctor. If you'll get your party together, I'll have another chat with them, and then I'll see what I can do with that commissary of police. Lofton departed, and Duff stood staring at him. He looked down at Mrs. Luce. Honeywood thought Lofton was not the person to hold the envelope, he remarked. She nodded. He was very firm on that point, she said. Pamela Potter and Mark Kennaway had entered the side door of the hotel. Duff nodded and waved to them. They came over at once. Why, it's Inspector Duff, the girl cried, with every evidence of pleasure. How nice to see you again. Hello, Miss Pamela, the detective said, and Mr. Kennaway. Been out for a stroll? Yes, answered the girl. We took a walk along the beach. It was heavenly. At least, I thought it was, but I'm told that the air is nowhere near so refreshing as it is on the North Shore in Massachusetts. Kennaway shrugged. I'm afraid I told her that. However, I do approve of Nice. Fine, laughed the girl. Why? What's wrong with Mr. Tate? The famous lawyer came up to them, his face a purplish red. Not a good sign for a man with a heart like his. Where the devil— Oh, hello, Mr. Duff, he began. Where the devil have you been, Kennaway? The young man flushed at his tone. I've been for a walk with Miss Pamela, he said in a low voice. Oh, you have you? Tate went on, leaving me to myself. He pointed to the polka-dot bow he wore. Look at the damn thing. I never could tie them. I wasn't aware, Kennaway said, that I was engaged as a valet. You know perfectly well what you were engaged for, to be my companion. If Miss Potter wants a companion, let her hire one. I do not think, began the young man hotly. Just a moment. Pamela Potter stepped forward. Do let me fix that tie, Mr. Tate. There. That's better. Go look in the mirror and see. Tate softened a bit. He couldn't very well help it, but he continued to glare at the boy. Then he started to walk away. Pardon me, Mr. Tate, Duff said. The members of Dr. Lofton's party are asked to meet in that parlour over there. Tate wheeled. What for? More of your damned silly investigation, eh? You may waste the time of others, but not mine, sir. Not mine. You are incompetent. I saw that in London. Where did you get there? Nowhere. He took a few steps, then turned and came back. I beg your pardon, Inspector. I'm sorry. It's my blood pressure. My nerves are all shot to pieces. I really didn't mean what I said. Very good, Duff answered quietly. I understand. In that parlour, across the way, please? I will wait there, Tate replied humbly. Are you coming, Mark? The young man hesitated a second, then shrugged his shoulders and followed. Mrs. Luce and the girl went with him. Duff went to the desk of the hotel. He arranged with a bellboy to take his bag above stairs. As he turned away, he encountered Mr. and Mrs. Elmer Benbow. Rather expected to see you, Benbow said, but you got here sooner than I thought you would. Too bad about Honeywood, isn't it? A great pity, Duff agreed. What do you think of the affair? Don't know what to think, Benbow told him. I don't know whether it has anything to do with all this or not, Benbow continued. But one night, Nettie and I went to see one of those shows in Paris, and when we got back to the hotel, our room was a wreck. Every bit of luggage ripped open and searched, but not a thing taken. Wasn't Scotland Yard, was it? Duff smiled. Hardly. Scotland Yard is not so clumsy as that, Mr. Benbow. So, your room was searched. Tell me, have you been seeing much of Mr. Honeywood since you left London? Well, yes, we have. His room was near ours. In Paris, I went around with him there. Say, do you believe he killed himself? It looks that way, Duff replied. Will you wait for me in that parlour, please? Sure, Benbow answered, and he and his wife walked to the room Duff had indicated. The detective followed. As he crossed the threshold, the Minchins appeared in his path. Maxie gave him a friendly greeting. Well, another guy has been put on the spot, the racketeer remarked in a hoarse whisper. What do you make of it, officer? What do you? Duff inquired. Too deep for me, Maxie said. I don't get it. But that guy Honeywood didn't kill himself. I've been watching. I've seen other guys get the news that their number was up, and you could tell it from his eyes. Looked like he was praying to know which way the bullet was coming from. Mr. Minchin, Duff said, I'm going to ask a favour of you. Can you keep quiet about that? Sure thing, Minchin replied. Seal like a coffin. That's my lips. Lofton arrived at that moment with Mrs. Spicer and Stuart Vivian. While they were finding chairs, Ross came limping in. He was followed by Keane. All here but the Fenwicks, Lofton remarked to Duff. They seem to be out, and I didn't make much effort to find them. If we can get everything settled before that little fool shows up, so much the better. Duff nodded and faced the group. Well, here I am again. I want to say a few words to you about your future plans in view of the suicide of Mr. Walter Honeywood. Suicide? Inquired Mrs. Spicer. She looked very smart in a white frock with a trim hat. Suicide is what I said, Duff went on. Has any one of you anything to tell me? No one spoke. Very good, Duff continued. In that case, we will— Just a moment, Vivian broke in. Merely a detail, Inspector, but Mr. Honeywood and I came down here in the same sleeping compartment. I'd got to know him in Paris. I liked him. We went to the dining car together for dinner. When we returned to our compartment, both of my bags had been broken into and obviously searched. Nothing belonging to Honeywood had been touched. It all seemed a bit odd. He was deathly pale and trembling like a leaf. I asked him what was wrong. I got no answer, but he was obviously alarmed. Thanks, Duff said. Interesting, but it doesn't upset the suicide theory. You think, then, he committed suicide? Vivian asked. That is what the French police believe, and I agree with them, Duff told him. Mr. Honeywood had been suffering from a nervous breakdown. His wife was separated from him. Perhaps it is not so surprising. Perhaps, Vivian replied. You've had a most upsetting tour so far, Duff continued, but I think your troubles are now over. It is possible the secret of Mr. Drake's, accident has died with Honeywood. I may tell you, some evidence suggests that it has. I hope, as soon as the police investigation here is finished, that you can resume your tour. Is there any reason why you shouldn't? None whatever, said Mrs. Luce promptly. I'll go on as long as there's a tour. That's the way we feel, lady, Maxie Minchin added. Well, I don't see any reason for stopping, Captain Keane announced. I couldn't go back to Akron without the pictures I promised them, Benbow remarked. I'd be the laughing stock of town. Mr. Ross, Duff inquired. The lumberman smiled. "By all means," he said. "Let's go on with the tour. It's taken me a long time to get started, and I'd hate to drop it now. Mrs. Spicer?" The lady took out a long holder and inserted a cigarette. "I'm no quitter," she remarked. "Who's got a match?" Vivian leapt into action. "Good," Dr. Lofton said. "We shall leave here whenever the commissary of police gives the word. I'll let you know the time of the train later. Our next stop will be San Remo in Italy." The meeting broke up. Duff followed Mrs. Luce from the room. He stopped her beside the sofa where they had talked before. "By the way," he remarked, "when you came back last night and entered the lobby with Miss Pamela, I believe Lofton was here, talking with Fenwick?" "He was, yes." "When you hurried down again, after discovering the theft of that envelope, was Fenwick still with the doctor?" "No. Dr. Lofton was alone." "Lofton had asked you about Honeywood when you came in?" "Yes, he inquired about Mr. Honeywood." "So far as you know, Lofton and Fenwick may have separated the moment you went up in the lift to your room?" "Yes." "And Dr. Lofton may have rushed outside and fired that—" "Never mind." "But I don't like the man either," protested the old lady. "What do you mean by that word, either?" Duff inquired. "I don't have likes and dislikes, Miss Luce. I can't afford to. In my business?" "You're human just like the rest of us," said Mrs. Luce, and went on her way. Lofton came up. "Thank you, Inspector," he remarked. "You settled our future plans. If you can have equal success with the commissary of police, all will be well." "I think it will. By the way, Dr. Lofton, last night, when you heard that shot outside, were you still talking with Fenwick?" "Yes, of course. I couldn't shake the man." "Do you think he also heard the sound of the shot being fired?" "I imagine he did. He started a bit." "Ah, yes. Then you and he both have a very good alibi." Lofton smiled in a somewhat strained way. "I guess we have. Unfortunately, however, Mr. Fenwick is not here to verify what I say." "What do you mean, he's not here?" Duff cried. "I didn't tell you in the parlour," Lofton answered, "but this note has been found, pinned to the pillowcase in Fenwick's room. You'll notice it is addressed to me." He handed it over. Duff read, "Dear Dr. Lofton, I warned you that if there was any more funny business, we'd quit. Well, there has been more funny business, and we're off. I've arranged it with the concierge, and we're leaving in a car at midnight. You have my Pittsfield address, and I shall expect to find a rebate on the price of the tour waiting for me there when I get back. That means you had better get it off at once. Norman Fenwick." "Leaving at midnight," mused Duff. "I wonder which way they went. The hotel people tell me Fenwick was asking about boats from Genoa to New York." "Genoa, eh? Then they went east along the Riviera. They're over the border by now." Lofton nodded. "Undoubtedly. Over the border in Italy." "You appear rather pleased, Dr. Lofton," Duff remarked. "I'm delighted," the doctor returned. "Why should I try to conceal it? In 15 years of touring, I never met a worse pest than Fenwick. I'm glad he's gone." "Even though your alibi went with him?" Duff suggested. Lofton smiled. "Why should I need an alibi?" he inquired. Chapter 9. Dusk at San Remo. Duff stood deep in thought. 2 of his suspects had gone. There was nothing that connected the Fenwicks with the London murder, or with that of Honeywood. But Duff felt that every member of the Lofton party was under suspicion, including Fenwick. The man did not look like a murderer, but few murderers do. He was annoyed by the actions of the little man from Pittsfield. Yet, what could he do about it? He had no right to tell anyone what to do, except Honeywood, and Honeywood was dead. "Ah, Inspector, you do not arrive above," the commissary said. "I wait, but you do not appear." Duff shook his head. "There was no need, Monsieur le Commissaire. I know the keen eyes of the French police. I have investigated, and I am struck by the intelligence you have shown." "That is so kind of you to say," the commissary beamed. "Me? I have learned much that I know from the study of Scotland Yard methods. Yes, I believe what you say is correct. I have done well here under the conditions." "But what conditions?" "The stupidity of the servants, monsieur. I weep. Footprints trampled on, fingerprints destroyed. What is it that remains I can do?" "There is nothing more you need to do," Duff assured him. "It is suicide, Commissionary. I guarantee it." The Frenchman's face lighted. "It is a thing I am most happy to hear. A woman. She is in it, of course?" Duff smiled. "Yes," he said, taking his cue neatly. "The dead man's wife. She deserted him. Heartbroken, he tried to go on alone. It was no use. Even here in your charming city, it was no use. So, the pistol, the body." The commissary shook his head. "Ah, the woman, monsieur, always the woman. What suffering, what sorrow is she not responsible for? Yet, could we do without her?" "Hardly," ventured Duff. "Never," cried the commissary. "I shudder to think—" He paused. "But I fear we get beside the point. The Dr. Lufton tells me why you are here, Inspector. I accept your word of suicide. Who should know better than you? So I will report it, and the affair closes itself." "Very good," Duff nodded. "Then I take it the party may go on?" The commissary hesitated. "Not quite so fast, monsieur," he said. "I go now to the room of the judge d'instruction. With him rests the final decision. Presently I shall call you with the telephone and inform you what that is. The arrangement is satisfactory, Inspector?" "Oh, quite," Duff answered. "Once more, my heartiest congratulations." "You say too much, monsieur." "Not at all. I have been impressed." "How can I thank you?" "Do not attempt it, monsieur." "Again, I accept your advice. Bonjour, Inspector." "Bonjour," repeated Duff, with a Yorkshire accent. The glittering commissary strode away. Lofton came up to Duff at once. "Well?" he inquired. The detective shrugged. "It'll be all right." The commissary was convinced, but he has to report the matter to the magistrate. "I am to await a telephone call. I hope it comes soon. I want to phone San Remo as soon as I know what our plans are." "I shall be in the hotel," Lofton told him. "There's a train at 4:30 this afternoon, and I hope we can be on it." An hour passed before the word came through from the commissary that they could go on. Duff scribbled a note for Lofton, gave it to a bellboy, and then stepped up to the desk. "Please, get me the Palace Hotel at San Remo on the telephone," he said. "I wish to speak with Mrs. Walter Honeywood, or Miss Sybil Conway, as she sometimes calls herself." Duff sat down in a nearby chair and waited. After many minutes a bellboy came to him with news. "A lady in San Remo for you," he said. The detective hastened into the telephone booth. "Are you there?" he cried. An answering voice, faint but musical, sounded in his ear. "Did you wish to speak to Miss Conway?" "Yes, I did. Inspector Duff of Scotland Yard." "I cannot hear you." Inspector what? Duff! Duff! Perhaps you speak a little too loudly. I still can't hear you. Duff suddenly realised that he'd been shouting. He spoke carefully in a lower tone. I am Inspector Duff of Scotland Yard. I'm investigating the murder of Mr. Drake of the Lofton travel party. I'm now in Nice, where I have happened upon the unfortunate death of your husband, Mr. Walter Honeywood. Yes. The voice was very faint. Madam, I am deeply sorry. Thank you. What did you wish to say to me? I am wondering if you know anything that might throw light on his death. Dr. Lofton told me it was suicide. It was not suicide, madam. Duff's voice was now very low. Your husband was murdered. Are you still there? I am here, very faintly. I think the murder is connected with that of Mr. Drake, Duff went on. There was a pause. I can assure you that it was, Inspector, said the woman. What's that? Duff cried. I'm telling you that they are connected. In a way, they're the same murder. The detective gasped. What do you mean by that? I will explain when I see you. You will come to San Remo with the Lofton party? I certainly will. We're leaving here at 4:30 this afternoon and should reach your hotel about 2 hours later. Very well. Mr. Honeywood wanted the whole affair kept quiet. I imagine he feared it would hurt my career in the theatre. But I mean to see justice done. You see, I know who murdered my husband. Again, Duff gasped. You know who? I do indeed. Then for God's sake, madam, don't take any chances. Tell me now. I can only tell you that it was a man who is travelling with the Lofton party. But his name! His name! I do not know what he calls himself now. Years ago, when we met him, his name was Jim Everard. Now he is travelling with the Lofton party under another name. Who told you this? My husband wrote it to me. But he did not write you the name? No. Did this same man kill Drake? Duff held his breath. Yes, he did. Your husband told you that too? Yes, it is all in the letter, which I shall give you tonight. But this man, who is he? That is what I must discover, madam. Will you recognize him if you meet him again? I shall recognize him, instantly. Duff took out a handkerchief and mopped his brow. This was magnificent. Madam, are you still there, Mrs. Honeywood? I'm still here. I shall arrive at your hotel at about 6:30 this evening. With me will be the entire Lofton party. A thought of Fenwick flashed through his mind, but he dismissed it. There must be no accident. Please, stay in your rooms until I speak with you. I shall arrange for you to see every member of the party, and you will remain unseen. When you have made your identification, the rest will be up to me. You are very kind. I shall do my duty. You may rely on me. Until tonight, then, Mrs. Honeywood. Until tonight. As Duff left the booth, he found Dr. Lofton standing just beside it. I got your message, Lofton remarked. We're booked for the 4:30 express. There's a ticket for you if you want it. Have you talked with Mrs. Honeywood? I just finished. Could she tell you anything? Nothing, Duff replied. What a pity, Lofton said casually, and moved on. Duff considered the matter. A difficult case, and another 7 hours would solve it. As he sat in the dining room, he studied the men in Lofton's travel party. Which one? Lofton? Lofton was travelling with the party. With, the woman had said, not in. Was that significant? Tate. Not out of it, not by a long shot. A man could have a weak heart and still have the strength to strangle another man of Drake's age. Kennaway? A mere boy. Benbow? Duff shook his head. Ross, or Vivian, or Keane? All possible. Maxie Minchin? He hardly seemed to fit. Fenwick. Suppose it were Fenwick. Well, he'd go after him. To Pittsfield, Massachusetts, wherever that was. He'd go after Fenwick and bring him back. At 4:30 that afternoon, they were all aboard the train, bound for San Remo. Duff alone knew what was waiting ahead. He went from one compartment to another, making sure that no one was missing. After chatting with a number of the others, he entered the compartment occupied by Tate and Kennaway. "Well, Mr. Tate," he began, dropping into a seat, "I trust that the exciting part of your tour around the world is now ended." Tate gave him an unfriendly look. "You needn't worry about me," he said. "How can I help it?" Duff smiled. He sat for a moment in silence, staring out at the passing scene. "Rather pretty country along here," the detective ventured. "Looks like the movies," growled Tate, and picked up a copy of the New York Herald's Paris edition. Duff turned to the young man. "First trip abroad?" he inquired. Kennaway shook his head. "No, I used to come over in college vacations." He looked at the old man and sighed. "Nothing to worry me then." "This is different," Duff suggested. "Oh, yes," smiled the boy. Duff turned back to the old man. "As I was saying, Mr. Tate," he remarked loudly, "how can I help worrying about you? I saw one of your attacks. I thought you were gone. I did indeed." "I wasn't gone," Tate snapped. "Even you must have noticed that." "Quite true. I'm not much of a detective, am I? So many points I haven't solved. For example, I still don't yet know what you saw inside Broom's parlour that brought on such a severe heart attack." "I saw nothing. I tell you, nothing." "I've forgotten," the inspector went on blandly. "Have I asked you this before? On the night Hugh Morris Drake was murdered, did you hear no sound?" "How should I? Honeywood's room was between mine and Drake's." "Ah, yes, so it was. But you see, Mr. Tate," the detective's eyes were keen on the old man's face, "Drake was murdered in Honeywood's room." "What?" Kennaway cried. Tate said nothing, but the inspector thought his face had grown a trifle paler. "You understood what I said, Mr. Tate? Drake was murdered in Honeywood's room." The old man tossed down his newspaper. "Perhaps you're a better detective than I thought you," he remarked. "So, you found that out, have you?" "I have, and under the circumstances, don't you want to alter your story a bit?" Tate nodded. "I'll tell you just what happened," he said. "Early on the morning of February the 7th, I was awakened by the sounds of some sort of struggle going on in the room next to mine. Honeywood's room it was. The struggle was extremely brief. I debated with myself what I should do. I'd been trying for some months to rest, and the thought of becoming involved in a matter that did not concern me was very distasteful. No thought of murder, of course, came into my mind. Some sort of trouble? Yes, I sensed that. But everything went quiet, and I went back to sleep. In the morning, I rose early and decided to breakfast outside. After I had my coffee, I went for a walk in St. James's Park. When I arrived back at Broom's, I met a servant at the entrance who told me that an American had been murdered upstairs. He didn't know the name, but it came to me suddenly that I knew it. Honeywood, that struggle. I had heard Honeywood murdered and had made no move to help him. I had already had one great shock, you see. When I came to you at the parlour door, I stepped across the threshold, certain that Honeywood was dead upstairs. He was the first person I saw. That shock, added to the previous one, was too much. My heart went back on me. "I see," nodded Duff. "But you told me nothing of the struggle in Honeywood's room." "No, but when I saw you again, I was weak and ill. My one thought was to keep out of the thing if I could. All I wanted was peace. That's my story. Believe it or not, as you like." Duff smiled. "I'm rather inclined to believe it, Mr. Tate, subject, of course, to what the future may reveal." Tate's look softened. "You are a better detective than I thought you were." "Thank you very much," answered Duff. "I believe we're already at San Remo." As the hotel bus rolled through the streets of the town in the dusk, Dr. Lofton spoke a few words. "We're leaving here tomorrow, noon," he announced. "None of you will unpack any more than is unnecessary. You understand that we must go on to Genoa at the earliest possible moment." Soon they drew up before the entrance of the Palace Hotel. Duff secured a room on the first floor. There was a lift of the continental type, not far from his door, he noted, as he made a study of his surroundings. Though not a man given to moments of excitement, his heart was beating at a quite surprising rate. The Palace was a comparatively small establishment, but even so there was an air of spaciousness and comfort about it. Dinner, the detective discovered, was only half an hour away. Miss Sybil Conway, it was under that name that she had registered, was on the 4th floor. His room was equipped with a telephone, and he called Miss Conway's apartment, and in another moment the low, musical voice was answering him. "Inspector Duff, of Scotland Yard." He half whispered it. "I'm so glad. The wait has been terrible. I am ready." "Good. We must meet at once. The members of the party are all in their rooms, but they will reappear in the lobby for dinner. While we are waiting for them, you and I will have a chat. Of course, I shall bring you a letter that my husband wrote me from London. It will explain many things, and after that, we will watch the members of Dr. Lofton's travel party go to dinner. I have selected our hiding place behind a cluster of palms. For our chat, there is a small, deserted parlour just above my room on the 1st floor. You understand what I mean by the 1st floor, the one above the lobby. I believe you would call that the 2nd in America. The door of the little parlour can be locked on the inside. I suggest we meet there. Is your apartment near the lift?" "A few steps only." "Splendid. I will come and fetch you. Number 40, I believe? Your room?" "Number 40. Yes. I shall be waiting." Duff went immediately into the hall. He was pleased to see that the corridor was illuminated only by such light as came from below along the open elevator shaft. He pressed the lift button. The cage rose, slowly and majestically, thank heaven. For once it was not out of order. He got in and pressed another button, this time for the 4th floor. He knocked at the door of number 40, and it was opened by a tall, graceful woman. A blaze of light at her back left her face in shadow, but he knew at once that she was beautiful. Her hair was gold, like her gown, and her voice, heard now over no telephone wire, thrilled even the stolid inspector. "Mr. Duff, I'm so glad." She was a little breathless. "Here, this is my husband's letter." He took it and put it in his pocket. "Thanks," he said. "Will you come with me? The lift is waiting." He ushered her into the narrow cage, then followed and pushed the button for the first floor. Slowly, hesitantly, the unsteady car began its descent. "I have been ill," Sybil Conway told him. "I'm finding it difficult to go on with this, but I must. I must." "Shh," admonished the detective. "Not now, please." They were slipping past the third floor. "In a moment, you must tell me everything." He stopped in horror. From above his head came the sharp explosion of a shot. A small object hurtled through the air and fell at his feet. The woman's face appalled him. He caught her in his arms, for he had seen, on the bodice of her gold silk gown, a spreading, dull, red stain. "It's all over," Sybil Conway whispered. Duff could not speak. He reached out one hand to the locked door of the lift. This was a situation that would haunt Inspector Duff to the end of his career. He had seen a woman murdered at his side, had held her dying in his arms. He looked above into the darkness and knew that it was no use. When the lift released him, he would be too late. It released him on the first floor. Doors were opening. Half-clothed guests were peering out. He carried Sybil Conway to a sofa in the parlour. She was dead, he knew. Running back to the lift, he picked up an object that was lying there. A small bag of wash leather. He did not need to open it. He knew what it contained. Pebbles, gathered from some beach. 100 silly, meaningless little stones. Chapter 10. The Deafness of Mr. Drake. As Duff left the elevator, he closed the door behind him, and almost instantly the bell rang and the cage began to ascend. The manager of the palace, was puffing up the stairs. After him came his clerk, also in a frock coat, but thin and with an anxious look. The hallway was filled with excited guests. Quickly, the detective led the two men into the parlour and locked the door. They stood staring at the sofa and its pathetic burden. As briefly as possible, Duff presented the situation. With some difficulty, he edged by the owner and went above by way of the stairs. The third-floor hallway was deserted. He found no sign of any sort about the lift shaft. If ever there was a murder without a clue, he reflected, this was no doubt one. He went on up and knocked at the door of room 40. A white-faced maid opened to him. Briefly he related what had happened. The woman seemed quite overcome. The maid disappeared, and Duff entered a pleasant sitting room. The letter Sybil Conway had given him burned in his pocket, demanding to be read. But first he wanted to search these rooms. In a moment the Italian police would arrive, and he would be too late. He went to work with speed and system. Letters from American friends. Not many, telling nothing. Drawer after drawer, the open trunks, he hurried on. At last he was conscious, as he bent over a bag in Sybil Conway's bedroom, that someone was watching from the doorway. He swung about. A major of the city guards was standing there, an expression of surprise and displeasure on his dark face. "You searched the room, signor?" he inquired. "I am Inspector Duff of Scotland Yard. The British consul will vouch for me." The Italian bowed. "I shall have the honour of meeting you later," he said. It was a dismissal. Much relieved, Duff hurried to his room. He meant to read the letter Sybil Conway had handed him a few moments before her death. He locked his door, drew up a chair beneath the feeble light, and took out the envelope. It bore in the upper left corner the crest of Broom's Hotel, London, and it was postmarked February 15th, 8 days after the murder of Hugh Drake. and only a short time before the London party started for the continent. He removed the bulky contents of the envelope. Walter Honeywood wrote in a small hand, but even so, this message to his wife covered many pages. Duff began to read. Dearest Sybil, you will see from the letterhead that I have now reached London. It was to have been a rest for me, a release, but instead it has turned into the most terrible nightmare imaginable. Jim Everard is also with the tour. I found this out on the morning of February the 7th, a little more than a week ago. Found it under circumstances so horrible. But wait. When I went aboard the boat in New York, I knew no one. I had not even met the conductor. We were called together on the deck before sailing, and I shook hands with all of them. I did not recognize Jim Everard. Why should I? I saw him, you will remember, only once, and the light was poor in that little parlour of yours. So many years ago. Yes, I shook hands with them all. With Jim Everard, the man who had sworn to kill me, and to kill you too. And I never suspected. Well, we sailed. It proved a rough passage, and I did not leave my cabin, except for a few brief strolls on the deck, until we reached Southampton. We came on here to London, and still I had no idea. There was much sightseeing during the first few days, but I kept out of it. That was not what I had come abroad for. On the night of February 6th, I was sitting in the parlour of Broom's Hotel, when another member of the party came in, a fine old fellow from Detroit, named Hugh Morris Drake, the kindest man alive, and very deaf. We got into conversation. I told him about my illness, and added that I got very little sleep for the last few nights, owing to the fact that someone was reading aloud in the room on one side of me. I said I was reluctant to go upstairs to bed, because I knew I could not rest. At that, the dear old chap had an idea. He pointed out that owing to his deafness, noise meant nothing to him, and he offered to change rooms with me for the night. It seemed a simple matter to arrange. I accepted Mr. Drake's offer. It was agreed. We would leave all our possessions just as they were, unlock the doors between the rooms, and merely change beds. I closed the connecting door between us and retired, in Mr. Drake's bed. The doctor had given me a package of sleeping powders, and as an added guarantee of sleep, I had taken one, and I slept as I hadn't slept in months. But I was awake at 6:30, and because Mr. Drake had told me he wanted to rise early, I went into the other room. I entered and looked around me. His clothes were on a chair, his earphone on a table, all the doors and windows were closed. I went over to the bed to wake him. He had been strangled with a luggage strap. At first, I didn't understand. Then, on the bed, I saw a little wash leather bag. You remember, my dear? One of those bags we gave Jim Everard. There were two, weren't there? Am I wrong, or were there two wash leather bags with the pebbles inside? I sat down and thought the matter out. It was simple enough. Jim Everard was somewhere in Broom's Hotel. He had found me with the tour. He had made up his mind to carry out his threat. He had stolen into my room to strangle me in the night and return the bag of stones. But it wasn't my room that night. Hugh Morris Drake was in my bed, and Hugh Morris Drake had died. Died because of his kindness to me. Died, if you like irony, because he was deaf. It was horrible. But I knew I must pull myself together. There was nothing I could do for Drake. I must get through the thing somehow. I wanted to see you again, to hear your voice. I love you, my dear. I loved you from the moment I saw you. If I hadn't, all this would never have been. But I don't regret it. I never shall. I decided that I couldn't leave poor Drake there in my bed, among my things, so I carried him to his own room and put him in his bed. There was the bag of stones. I didn't want that. I didn't know what to do with it. It would mean nothing to anyone, save to Jim Everard and to us. I tossed it down on the bed beside Mr. Drake. I almost smiled as I did so at the thought of Everard carrying it all those years and leaving it at last in the wrong place. Of course, he still has that other bag. I unlocked my door into the hall. Then I slipped back into Drake's bedroom and locked the door between the rooms on his side. The earphone caught my attention. I had been forced to move it, so I wiped it clean of fingerprints. Then I went from his room into the hall, springing his lock behind me, and so to my own room again. No one saw me, but I remembered a waiter who had brought up a cable for Drake the night before and who knew about the change of rooms. As soon as he came on duty, I bribed him. Then I sat down to wait for my breakfast. Another day. My meeting with Jim Everard. I knew him this time. There is something about a man's eyes that never changes. I was sitting in a parlour of the hotel, waiting for the Scotland Yard inspector. And I looked up. He was standing there. Jim Everard with another name now, and travelling with the party too. While the Scotland Yard man was asking questions, I tried to think what I had better do. I couldn't very well drop out of the party. I hadn't stood the questioning very well. If I dropped out, they might arrest me. The whole unhappy story might be revealed. No. For the present, I must go on, side by side with a man who was no doubt more determined than ever to kill me. For a week, I slept every night with a bureau against my door, or tried to sleep. Then I decided I would go to Everard, tell him I had left in a safe place a sealed envelope to be opened in case anything happened to me. In that envelope was written his name, the name of my murderer, if murder had occurred. That would keep me safe, for a time at least. I prepared such an envelope, but in the brief note inside I did not mention Everard's name, even if it happens, even if he gets me in the end. The old story must not come out, the old scandal. It would ruin your career, my dear. I couldn't have that. I left the envelope only this afternoon with a member of the party I am certain no one would ever suspect of having it. A few moments ago, I saw Jim Everard. I told him what I had done. He didn't speak. He just sat there, looking at me. I told him of the envelope with his name inside. That last part wasn't true, of course. So, I am coming with the party as far as Nice. I am sure he will do nothing before we reach here. The whole affair seems to have shaken him badly. The first night our party is in Nice, I propose to slip away in a car, to come to San Remo and get you. Scotland Yard has given up the chase for the moment, and I doubt if they could stop me in any case. We shall hide until the threat has passed. I'm taking it for granted, in the face of this unexpected danger, that our differences are buried. No, my dear, I am not going to tell you the name under which Jim Everard travels with our party. You were always so impulsive. I am afraid that if you knew it, and something happened to me, you could not remain silent. You would throw away your career with one gesture, expose the whole situation, and no doubt live to regret what you had done. If something should happen to me, for God's sake, get away from the Lofton party at once. Drive to Genoa, take the first boat for New York. For my sake, don't spoil the remaining years of your life. What good would it do? Let the dead past bury its dead. But nothing will happen to me. You have only to keep calm, as I am doing. My hand is quite steady as I write this. Everything will come right in the end, I am sure. Be ready for me when I come. We'll go away for a second honeymoon. Everard and the events of long ago will fade back into the shadows. With all my love, forever, Walter. Inspector Duff folded the letter and put it back in its envelope. A feeling of helplessness came over him. He had been so close to knowing, and again knowledge had been snatched away. The news that the murder of Drake had been a pure accident did not greatly surprise him. He had long suspected that. But the murderer must be arrested, and this letter almost gave his name. Then nothing. What name? Tate? Kennaway, Vivian? Lofton or Ross? Minchin, Bembo or Keane? Or perhaps even Fenwick? But no, Fenwick was no longer with the party. Well, he would know in the end, Duff thought. He locked the letter securely away in his bag and went downstairs. Dr. Lofton was the only person in the lobby. His face was white beneath his beard, his eyes staring. My God! What's this? He demanded. Honeywood's wife, answered Duff calmly. Murdered by my side in the lift, just as she was about to point out to me the killer. In my party, Lofton said. Yes, I believe it now. I've been telling myself it couldn't be true. Why go on, he added. This is the end. Duff gripped him firmly by the arm. People were coming out of the dining room, and the detective led the way to the far corner. Of course you're going on, he insisted. Listen to me. It wasn't a member of your party who was killed this time. You need tell your crowd nothing about the affair. Your people will perhaps be questioned, along with all the other guests in the house. There isn't a chance that these Italian police will get anywhere. Better men than they would be stumped. In a day or two, you'll go on as though nothing had happened. Lofton nodded. I understand. I'll go on if you say so. Duff sat down to dinner at a table just inside the dining room door. The detective was thinking hard. For the first time, Lofton spoke of giving up the tour at this moment, when the killer's work was finished. The inspector was busy with an excellent soup when Pamela Potter came in. She stopped beside his table. By the way, she said, I've got news for you. Mr. Kennaway and I went for a stroll soon after we got here. Just as we were leaving the hotel, a car drew up and waited. Something told me to stop a minute, just to see who it was waiting for. Ah, yes, smiled Duff. And whom was it waiting for? The car was waiting for some old friends of ours. They came out of this very hotel with all their baggage. The Fenwicks, I mean. Duff's bushy eyebrows rose. The Fenwicks? None other. They seemed surprised to see Mr. Kennaway and me. Said they thought we weren't due here until tomorrow. I explained that the schedule had undergone one of its usual changes. What time was this? The inspector inquired. A few minutes past 7. I know because it was just 7 when Mr. Kennaway and I met in the lobby. A few minutes past 7, Duff repeated thoughtfully. The girl went on to join Mrs. Luce at a distant table, and Duff sat down again to his soup. It had been just 6:45, he reflected, when that shot was fired into the lift. Chapter 11. The Genoa Express. At 10 o'clock that night, Duff came upon Pamela Potter and Kennaway seated in wicker chairs on the hotel terrace. Heavenly spot for a chat. the detective remarked, sitting down beside them. Yes, isn't it, said Kennaway. Note the oversized moon and the scent of orange blossoms. I'm sorry to interrupt your romantic thoughts, Duff smiled. Miss Potter told me that the two of you took a stroll just before dinner? Kennaway nodded. We were trying to build up an appetite. When you told Mr. Tate you were going out, did he object? No, he didn't. In fact, he was rather in favour of it. He said he didn't care to dine before 8, as he was very tired and wanted to lie down. Our rooms are quite small, and possibly he thought I might disturb him. At that instant, Tate appeared on the terrace. Duff had been thinking of him as an old man, but it suddenly occurred to the inspector that Tate was not so old as he seemed. Illness, anxiety, in his face perhaps, but not age. Are you ready, Mark? He said over his shoulder. Kennaway rose. Duty calls, he remarked. Nice chap, isn't he? Duff inquired, as the young man disappeared. Very nice, answered the girl. At times. Tonight was one of the times. The girl leaned suddenly closer. Tell me something, she said gravely. Is the murderer the same person? My grandfather? Poor Mr. Honeywood, and now Mrs. Honeywood? All killed by the same man? Duff nodded slowly. Oh, yes, the same man. Who? Her voice was low, tense. Who? The detective smiled. All in good time, we know, he replied. I'm quoting an old friend, a Chinese who I want you to meet when we reach Honolulu. At the present moment, we're faced with a stone wall. We swing about, seeking a new path. Still quoting my friend. After a brief silence, Duff continued. I looked you up tonight because I have something to tell you, Miss Pamela. I have a letter. A part of our mystery at least has been solved. I know how your grandfather came to be mixed up in this. The girl leapt to her feet. You have? I must see it. Of course. Duff also rose. I will give it to you. Take it to your own room and read it. I should like to have it back in the morning. Without a word, she went with him. They moved towards the lift. Duff regarded the little cage. I'm on the first floor, he suggested hopefully. Then, we won't bother with that thing, said the girl. Let's walk. She waited in his doorway while he brought the letter. He was frantically searching his mind for words of sympathy. But none came to him. All he could say was, At what hour shall we meet tomorrow? At 8 o'clock, the girl answered. In the lobby. Seizing the thick envelope eagerly, she hurried away. The next day proved to be the type which the Riviera does so well. Deep blue sky, sparkling sea and sunlight. Duff met Pamela Potter in the lobby. The beauty of the morning was lost on the girl. Her violet eyes were clouded with the evidence of tears. She handed the letter back to Duff. I wanted to prepare you, he told her, but I didn't know how. My methods are rather clumsy. I'm so sorry. Not at all, she answered. Poor grandfather. Dead for no reason whatever. Dead because he did another man a kindness. Pamela Potter looked at him, and her fine eyes flashed. I want that man. That man who killed him. I shan't rest until he's been found. Nor I, Duff replied. He thought of the lift. No, by gad, nor I. I mean to run down Jim Everard. Have you any idea? She shook her head. I lay awake nearly all night thinking. Who of the men in our party? They all seem incapable of such a thing. I never overlook anyone myself, he remarked. And, Since I'm about to take you in as my partner—" "What do you mean by that?" "I mean that I shall probably have to leave the party for a time. I don't expect any more, accidents. As I told you last night, I am faced with a stone wall, and I must seek another path. Sooner or later, I shall no doubt join you again. In the meantime, I should like to have you act for me. Please, study the men in this group, and write to me occasionally. Just tell me how things are going. If you come across anything that looks like a clue, let me have it. You know, nice, gossipy letters. You're very good at that sort of thing, I'm sure. And a cable, if anything important turns up. New Scotland Yard, London will reach me. Will you do that?" "Of course," the girl replied. "I'm writing to some 20 boys already. The more the merrier." "I'm flattered to be included on the list," Duff replied. "Thank you so much." Again Inspector Duff found himself in the odd position of saying goodbye to a group of people, among whom was a murderer, of seeing them off on a long journey, but by this time he was resigned to the situation. With a cheery air, he went with them to the station, on the West Bay, just outside the new town. The express thundered in. Duff helped Mrs. Luce and Pamela Potter to find places. Once more he spoke to the girl about the letters. "Don't worry," she smiled. "I'm a good letter writer." The next morning but one, he sat in the superintendent's office at Scotland Yard. He had just related the latter part of this story, the disturbing incident of the murder in the lift. His superior looked at him in a kindly way. "Don't take it too hard, my boy. It might have happened to any of us." "I shall take it hard, sir," Duff replied. "I shall go on searching for Jim Everard until I find him." "Naturally," the superintendent nodded. "I know how you feel, and we will help. But don't forget this. Evidence of the killing of Honeywood and his wife is of no value to us. Those cases could never be tried in London. No, it is the murder of Drake that concerns us. We must capture Everard and bring him here to answer for that." "I understand that, sir. It was why I didn't stay in Nice or San Remo. Have you decided what to do next?" "No, I haven't. I thought I would consult you about that." "Precisely." The superintendent nodded. "Leave with me all your notes on the case. I shall look them over. If you will come in at 5 this afternoon, we will decide what we had better do. And once more, don't worry about that affair in the lift." "Thank you, sir." Feeling much better than when he had entered the room, Duff left it. He lunched with Haley, who was even more sympathetic than the superintendent. At 5 that afternoon, he returned to his superior's office. "Hello," that gentleman said. "Sit down, please. I've read your notes. A puzzle, of course, but I was struck by one thing." "No doubt you were, too." "What was that?" "This man Tate." "Ah, yes, Tate. Rather queer. His story may be true, but doubts crept into my mind as I read. He thought Honeywood had been murdered. He entered that parlour and saw Honeywood alive, and the shock nearly finished him. Why should he take it so hard? Honeywood and he were, it seems, practically strangers. Why should the matter have been such a shock? Unless—" The superintendent paused. "I quite understand, sir," Duff said. "Unless he supposed Honeywood dead, because he thought he himself had strangled the man in the night. Unless, in other words, Tate is Jim Everard." "Precisely," nodded the superintendent. "Now, as far as the travel party is concerned, I believe, Mr. Duff, that your usefulness in that quarter is ended." The inspector's face fell. "Don't misunderstand me. I merely feel that you are too well known among them. I have looked over the itinerary Lofton gave you. After Egypt, I note 4 boat trips, from Port Said to Bombay, from Calcutta to Rangoon and Singapore, then via Saigon to Hong Kong. From Hong Kong, they are bound for San Francisco. For the present, I would leave the party in peace. Our quarry may think that we dropped the matter and be off his guard. In a few days, I intend to dispatch a good man to Calcutta with instructions to get in touch with the party from that point on. I am thinking of sending Sergeant Welby. One of the cleverest Welby is, sir, Duff replied. Yes, and the type who could easily pass as a member of the crew. If Welby hits on anything definite, you shall join him and make the arrest. In the meantime, there is work to be done in the States. An investigation of the Honeywood's past, the meaning of those wash-leather bags, the search for a safety deposit box with the number 3260. All that will be left to you. But there's no need for you to be off just yet. I want you to time your investigation in America so that you can conclude it on the West Coast about the date when Lofton's travel party lands at San Francisco. Duff was smiling again. Very well planned, sir. But may I make one suggestion? Of course. What is it? I should like to meet the party at Honolulu, sir. And why at Honolulu? It would give me that last run from Honolulu to the mainland, sir. Some of them may leave the party at San Francisco, and furthermore... Yes? I have a very good friend in Honolulu, a chap of whom I'm particularly fond. I believe I've spoken to you about him, Inspector Chan of the Honolulu Police. The superintendent nodded. Ah, yes, Charlie Chan, the Bruce case. Do you think Inspector Chan would like to see you, Duff? Duff was pleased. I'm sure he would, sir. Why do you ask? His superior smiled. Because I have long wanted to do a favour for Mr. Chan. Don't worry, my boy. Honolulu can undoubtedly be arranged. Chapter 12. The Jeweller in Chowringhee Road. There followed for Duff weeks of restless waiting. Welby was off on a P&O boat, his destination Calcutta. For several nights Duff had coached him. Sergeant Welby, he realised, with mixed emotions, was a remarkably clever lad. In a little more than 2 weeks came the first news of the Lofton party. It was contained in a letter from Pamela Potter, postmarked at Aden. The inspector opened it and read, Dear Inspector Duff, So sorry. I meant to send in my first report from Port Said, but the days are so full and the nights are so wonderful. Faithful to your orders, I've been cultivating the men in the party. The only result up to date is that I've got myself heartily disliked by the women, all of which brings me, don't ask me how, to dear Captain Keene. I was going to my stateroom the other night. I'd been sitting up on deck with somebody or other. Well then, I entered the passage leading to my room. There was Captain Keene, snooping just outside Mr. Vivian's door. He muttered something and hurried away. He's one of the slyest men I've ever met. But I'm afraid he's too obvious to mean anything. As for the rest, I've listened to Dr. Lofton's talks, to Mr. Ross on the subject of Tacoma and why does anybody live in the Middle West now that the Pacific coast has been discovered, until my ears ache. There's Mr. Tate, too, my one failure. Somehow my charms seem to fall on borrowed ground when he is about. Perhaps he's a bit miffed because I take up a little of Mark Kennaway's time. Did I say a little? Maybe that isn't quite accurate. You see, he is so young. But as I'm saying, I've cultivated them all, and so far, I must admit, I haven't turned up a single clue. I wouldn't call that about Keene a clue, would you? We've nearly reached Aden. Mrs. Luce is taking me to luncheon there at her favourite restaurant. Probably she will call the head waiter by his first name and will ask after all the little waiters. Sorry I haven't proved more of a detective. Better luck from here on. I'll have lots of time in the Indian Ocean. Sincerely yours, Pamela Potter. Every night he studied the itinerary Lofton had given him. In his thoughts he followed the little party across the Indian Ocean, to Bombay. Then, by the long route, they would take the long route, to Mount Abu, Delhi, Agra, Lucknow, Benares, Calcutta. It was while they were at Calcutta that he heard once more a mysterious cable from the girl. If one of your men is in this neighbourhood, have him get in touch with me at once. At the Great Eastern Hotel, Calcutta, until this evening, then aboard British India liner Malaya, bound for Rangoon, Penang, Singapore. Feeling an unaccustomed thrill of anticipation, Duff cabled. Welby, in care of certain British agents in Calcutta. He heard at last. A letter came in, postmarked Rangoon. Eagerly, the man in London tore it open. Dear Inspector Duff, I am rather a dud as a correspondent, aren't I? No doubt my cable left you in a little fever, and the explanation has been slow in coming. But the mails, Inspector, you really must blame it on the mails. I couldn't very well cable the contents of this letter. We came into Bombay, said goodbye to the ship, and staggered up to the Taj Mahal Hotel. And who do you think was in the lobby? Mr. Fenwick and his silent sister. It seems that after they left us as Nice, they said to themselves, we've started on a world tour, so why not go through with it? In Naples, they signed on for a cruise. You know, one of the big wonder ships that goes right on around without a change. At least, that's what they told us, and as we'd seen such a ship in the harbour, I presume it was the truth. Little Norman was insufferable. He asked us if we'd had any more murders, and gave us a long talk on the superiority of their method of travel over ours. We were so happy to see a comparatively new face, even one like Mr. Fenwick's, that we listened meekly. On our final morning in Calcutta, Dr. Lofton herded us into a jewellery shop. I presume he gets a commission on sales because he was so passionate about having us go there. Imri Ismail, I believe was the proprietor's name. Once I got inside, I was glad I'd come. Really, the most gorgeous jewels you ever saw in your life. Star sapphires, rubies, diamonds. But of course you're not interested. Sadie Minchin went haywire on the spot. Even Maxie turned a bit pale to see her buying. Most of the others in the party just looked casually around and then drifted out. But I happened to see a necklace of diamonds. A little clerk fastened himself on me. While I was deciding, Stuart Vivian came up and advised me to wait a minute. He said he knew a little bit about diamonds, and they were good stones, but not worth what the clerk was asking. After a bitter argument, the price began to drop amazingly until finally Mr. Vivian said it was a good buy. At that point, Irene Spicer swept down on him, evidently after a long search, and carried him off. It was while the clerk was removing the fictional price tag from the necklace that a surprising thing happened. Another clerk came along behind him, and as my man pressed close to the counter to let the other pass, he said something in a foreign tongue. Right in the middle of that string of strange words, 2 English words stood out. He said, Jim Everard, as clearly and distinctly as a radio announcer. My heart stood still. The other man paused as though he were curious and looked towards the door. No one was there. I had to get busy at once with traveller's checks, and when I handed them over, I said casually, "You know Jim Everard, too." That was where I made my big mistake. He calmly pretended that he didn't understand English any longer, and bowed me out. I went for a walk and wondered what to do. I thought maybe I'd send you a postcard with the message, "Wish you were here." I certainly wished it. Then I evolved the brilliant idea of the cable. I didn't hear anything all day. Mr. Kennaway and I went for a stroll that afternoon, and then rode down to Diamond Harbour to get the British India boat. We were quite late, and everybody else was aboard. As we started up the gangplank, which they were about to draw in, who should come rushing down but my friend, the diamond salesman. He'd evidently been aboard to see somebody off. Who? Jim Everard? Or was this merely a last-minute effort to make a few more sales? Late that night, I was walking along the deck when a steward stopped me and told me someone in second class wanted to see me. I was startled at first. Then I remembered my cable, so I followed the steward down a ladder to the lower deck. In the shadow of the lifeboat, I met the queerest little man. I was a bit dubious about him at first, but he was all right. He was your friend, Mr. Welby of the CID. I liked him. He was cute, and such a quaint Cockney accent. I told him what had happened in the jewellery shop, and he was naturally interested. When I added that I'd seen the clerk leaving the ship a few hours ago, he nodded. He said that he had seen him. He had followed him and noticed which cabin he visited. And, added Mr. Welby, it was a cabin occupied by 2 members of the Loughton travel party, Miss Potter. Of course, I wanted to know which 2. Did I find out? You know better. Mr. Welby just thanked me heartily. You have lightened my job considerably, he said. Then he asked me how much Stuart Vivian seemed to know about diamonds. I said I couldn't tell, but that, like all men, he claimed to know everything about everything. Mr. Welby told me he was hoping to obtain a position as steward on the boat out of Hong Kong, and that in the meantime he would be hovering about, but that I mustn't speak to him unless he spoke first. I assured him that I was always the perfect lady in such matters, and we parted. I haven't seen him since. I'll probably write again from Singapore. It will depend on what happens next. Please pardon this long letter. Warmly yours, Pamela Potter. An hour after reading, Inspector Duff was in conference with his chief. The superintendent read it too, and with an interest as great as Duff's. Welby doesn't say anything, he remarked, and his tone suggested a certain lack of approval. He probably has nothing to report as yet, sir, Duff replied, but if the girl has narrowed his search down to one of 2 people, then there ought to be news very soon. Of course, it may all come to nothing. She may even be mistaken about what she heard in the jewellery shop. The superintendent considered. Why did Welby ask her how much Vivian knew about diamonds? He said at last. Couldn't say, sir, Duff answered. No doubt he has a theory of some sort. We might cable to Calcutta and have that clerk questioned about Jim Everard. His superior shook his head. No, I prefer to leave it to Welby. To do what you suggest might interfere with his game. A cable of warning from the clerk to Everard, and Everard might disappear from the party. Besides, I'm certain we should get nothing from Miss Potter's diamond seller. He doesn't sound like the sort who would be eager to assist Scotland Yard. Duff had taken out a pocket calendar. The Loughton party's in Hong Kong today, sir. They're to stop for a week. If I'm to carry through the investigation you suggested, and then get on to Honolulu—" He waited. "You want to be off, I suppose?" The superintendent smiled. "How soon can you start?" "Tonight, if there's a boat, sir," Duff answered. "Tomorrow, at any rate," agreed his superior. On the morrow, Duff, radiantly happy that the moment for action had arrived at last, set out for Southampton. The next morning but one, Duff sailed for Honolulu on the Maui. It would bring him, he knew, into Honolulu harbour some 20 hours before the liner from Yokohama. A brief time to renew old acquaintance with Charlie Chan, to tell him about this new case on which he had been working, and then the Lofton travel party. And action. Quick action, he hoped. He decided not to cable Charlie of his coming. Why take the edge off the surprise? For 2 days, Duff loafed about the ship, at peace with the world. A glorious rest this was. When the big moment arrived, he would be ready. On the evening of the second day, a boy came up to him and handed him a radiogram. Tearing open the envelope, he glanced at the signature. The message was from his chief. "Welby found murdered on dock at Yokohama shortly after sailing of liner carrying Lofton party. Get Everard, dead or alive." Crushing the message in his hand, Duff sat for a long time, staring into the darkness beyond the rail of the ship. Before his eyes was a picture of Welby as he had seen him last in London. Smiling, confident, serene, the little Cockney who had never hitherto strayed beyond the sound of the bells of Mary Le Beau, killed on a Yokohama dock. "Dead or alive?" said Duff through his teeth. "Dead, if I have my way." Chapter 13. A knock at Charlie's door. A few mornings later, in the police court in Honolulu, 3 men, a Portuguese, a Korean, and a Filipino, were charged with gambling in the street, and on the witness stand sat a placid and serene Chinese. "Inspector Chan," said the judge, "your story, please." The witness sat like a stone Buddha and spoke. "I am walking down Power Alley. With me is Detective Mr. Kashimo. At the door of Timo's fish shop, we see extensive crowd. We accelerate our speed. As we approach, crowd melts away. We come upon these 3 men, now prisoners in the dock. They are bent on knees, and they hold with dice. Encouraging remark towards dice come from lips in 3 languages. The prosecuting attorney commented. "Inspector Chan, your language is, as usual, a little flowery. These men were shooting craps. That's what you mean." "I am very much afraid it is," Charlie replied. "Are you familiar with the game, and can identify these men?" Charlie nodded. "They are, unfortunately for them, the 3. The lawyer for the defence was instantly on his feet. "I object," he cried. "Your Honour, I question that word unfortunately. The witness speaks as though my clients had already been found guilty." Charlie bowed his head. "Overwhelmed with shame, I am sure," he replied. "Pardon me for assuming." The lawyer gave a little cry, but Charlie went on. "To continue testimony. Next moment, they 3 look up, and self and the redoubtable Kashimo. They leap up to feet to accomplish escape. Down the alley they race. Before the end of the alley occurs, I have them." The lawyer for the defence gave Charlie a hard look. "Do you mean that a man of your size ran faster than these younger, slimmer men?" Charlie smiled. He who runs with light conscience makes most speed. What did Kashimo do? Inquired the lawyer. Kashimo knows his duty. He remains behind to gather up abandoned dice. Such was proper move. Yes, yes, said the judge, and where are the dice? Your Honour, Charlie answered, I believe the dice have just entered the courtroom in pocket of Mr. Kashimo. Kashimo had indeed come in. He seemed nervous and whispered in Charlie's ear. I was much mistaken, Your Honour, Charlie said. Mr. Kashimo has lost the dice. The lawyer for the defence, grinning broadly, addressed the court. Your Honour, I move charge be dismissed. There is no evidence. Even the famous Inspector Chan will tell you there is no material evidence. With all the dignity he could muster, Chan left the witness box. At the rear of the room he met Kashimo. He took him gently by one ear and led him into the hall. Again, he remarked, you let me down with terrible tumble. Where do I obtain all this patience I squander on you? I astound myself. Oh, so sorry, hissed Kashimo. So sorry? So sorry? Repeated Charlie. These words fall from your lips in never-ending stream. Can the morning dew fill a well? Where were the dice lost? The contrite Kashimo tried to explain. This morning, on his way to court, he had stopped at the barber shop of Kriyamoto on Hotel Street for a haircut. He had hung his coat on a rack. After first showing dice to entire shop, no doubt, Chan suggested. No, he had shown them only to Kriyamoto, an honourable man. After his hair had been cut, he put on his coat and hastened to the courtroom. On his way, he found the dice had gone. Charlie regarded him sadly. What laughter there must have been among the gods when you were made detective. So sorry, Kashimo said again. Be sorry out of my sight, sighed Charlie. While you are in it, my vision blurs, and I feel my self-control under big strain. He turned away down the stairs. The police station was on the ground floor, and at the rear was a small private office that was Chan's pride and joy. It had been given to him by his chief after he had solved the case of Sheila Fane more than a year ago. He went inside now, closed the door, and stood looking through the open window into the alleyway. The truth was, he was bored. Honolulu was, to be sure, a delightful place to live, but it had been over a year since his last serious case. With a ponderous sigh, he sat down at his roll-top desk. It was swept clean as the desk of an old man who has retired. There was a knock on Charlie's door. He frowned. Kashimo, perhaps, with more apologies. Or the chief, to learn what had happened upstairs. Come, Chan called. The door opened, and there, on the threshold, stood his good friend, Inspector Duff of Scotland Yard. Chapter 14. Dinner on Punchbowl Hill. Charlie leapt nimbly to his feet and moved toward the door. My celebrated friend, he cried. For an instant, I questioned the reliability of my sight. Smiling, Duff held out his hand. Inspector Chan. Charlie took it. Inspector Duff. Well, here I am at last, Charlie. For a brief space the breath left me, grinned Charlie. He held a chair for his visitor and sat down himself. I had so long desired this honour and happiness that I feared I was seeing vision. Please, your opinion of Honolulu, as far as you have got with it. Duff considered. Well, it seems to be a nice clean town. Chan was shaking with silent mirth. "Almost I am drowned by your enthusiasm," he remarked. "Busy man like yourself has no time for tourist nonsense. I make the wager you are here on case?" The other nodded. "I certainly am." "This is good, but I am hoping you must remain for a lengthy visit." "Only a few hours," Duff replied. "I'm here to meet a ship at this port tomorrow morning, and I expect to go out on her when she sails for San Francisco." Charlie waved a hand. "Too brief, my friend. I am desolate to hear it. But I know call of duty. You have suspect on the ship." "7 or 8 of them," Duff answered. "Charlie, I've had suspects on boats and trains and at railway stations and hotels until I feel like a travel agent. I'm on the strangest case, and I want to tell you about it." Charlie sighed. "Even if story requires 1 week to relate, I possess plenty time to listen. Famous Chinese wise man who sat under one tree for 20 years was busybody compared with me," Chan admitted. Duff smiled. "I'm sorry. But perhaps you might use some of that free time to help me?" The Chinese shrugged. "Does the mosquito advise the lion? But what is problem?" "A murder. A murder in Broom's Hotel, London, on February 7th. Other murders too along the way, but only the first concerns me." And he told his story. Chan listened. He sat like a statue, seemingly as half asleep. The little black eyes, however, never left Duff's face. Charlie's gaze remained riveted where it had been when the long tale began. "And now it's Welby," Duff finished at last. "Poor little Welby, shot down in Yokohama docks. Why? Because he found Jim Everard. Because he had learned the identity of a killer. I'll get him, Charlie. I must. Never before have I wanted a man so badly." Chan nodded. "I understand. Would you deign to partake of terrible lunch at my expense?" Duff was slightly surprised at what seemed to be a lack of interest from his friend. "Why, you lunch with me," he suggested. "I'm stopping at the Young Hotel." "No debate, please," Chan insisted. "You arrive over and you think to buy me lunch? I am surprised. This is Hawaii, land of hospitality." "About my notes, Charlie, and these letters. I see you have a safe." Chan nodded. "Yes, station house safe is in this room. We will lock up your papers there." When they were seated in the dining room, Duff asked, "What did you think of my story, Charlie? Did you get a psychic wave about any of the members of that party? Chinese, I'm told, are very psychic people." Chan grinned. "Yes, but psychic wave from unknown Chinese in Honolulu would rouse little interest in London, where more definite evidence of guilt is demanded." Duff's face went grave. "You're right. That's what worries me. I might be positive I was right, yet I might still lack the evidence. Every man is innocent until proved guilty. And that affair in Broom's Hotel on February the 7th is in the past now, slipping away further, each minute too." "I do not envy your task," Chan told him. "Was this soup impossible?" "Yes, that is good. One meets so much impossible soup in Hawaii." His eyes narrowed. "You seek 2 men," he added. "What do you mean? 2 men?" Duff was startled. "Great writer wrote book named Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. The Jim Everard, who had some strange adventure with Honeywood long ago, is now, no doubt, a stranger almost to himself. He has lived under new name, respected life. All time former self lies buried. But it simmers there, promising to keep old vow. What wakes it? What brings it to life again? Ah, if only we understood queer twists and turns of human mind. But here is waiter with alleged chicken. It looks very good, remarked Duff. Looks, added Charlie, are frightful liar. That is important thing for you to remember as you sail away. Jim Everard, look good, I think. But do not forget, my friend, many times honey in the mouth means poison in the heart. Of course, agreed Duff. He was disappointed to be met with general moralizing. It meant nothing. Almost the Chinese acted as though he were not interested in the problem. Was it that, or were Chan's talents rusty from lying unused so long? Duff yawned. Wouldn't be surprising. A detective needed constant activity to keep in shape. When they had finished, Charlie led his English friend back to the station and proudly introduced him to his team. Kashimo studies to be great detective like you are, Chan explained to Duff. So far, fortune does not favour him. Only this morning he proved himself useful as a mirror to a blind man. But, he patted the Japanese on the shoulder, he perseveres, and that means much. The next morning, at 10, he stood with Charlie on the dock and watched the liner President Arthur come in. He had insisted that Charlie come along and meet the members of the Lofton party. In the back of his head was a dim idea that the Chinese might have a sudden inspiration, a really helpful suggestion to offer. The big liner docked, and the gangplank was put down. There was a moment's confusion at the top, and then a crowd began slowly to descend. Duff watched eagerly, and at his side stood Charlie. Finally, Lofton appeared at the top of the plank, and then started slowly to walk down it. After him came the 12 members of his party, until, at one time on that plank, Duff knew that the man he sought must be walking. As Dr. Lofton reached the pier head, Duff stepped forward with outstretched hand. Lofton glanced up. It was not precisely an expression of hearty welcome that crossed the conductor's face, rather a look of keen annoyance, almost of dislike. Chan was watching him closely. Was it merely that Lofton hated to be reminded of certain events now put far behind? "Ah, Doctor," Duff cried, "we meet again." "Inspector Duff," said Lofton, and managed a smile. But now Duff was busily shaking hands with the Bembos, then with the Minchins, with Mrs. Spicer and Vivian, with Kennaway, Ross, and the others. Last of all, with Tate, who looked more tired and ill than ever. "Near the end of your journey, eh?" the Englishman said. They all talked at once. It appeared that they were not sorry to set foot on US soil again. Bembo did a little jig on the dock. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I present my old friend Inspector Chan of the Honolulu Police," Duff said. "We once worked together on a case." Vivian spoke. "Here for a long stay, Mr. Duff?" "Unfortunately, no," Duff told him. "I'm booked out on your ship tonight. I hope none of you will mind." "Delighted," Vivian murmured. "There are supposed to be cars waiting for us," Lofton announced. "We're going out for a swim at Waikiki and lunch at the Royal Hawaiian." He bustled about. Duff's eyes fell on Pamela Potter, who was standing a little away from the others. There was a question in her own eyes. He shook his head ever so slightly as he approached her. "How did I come to overlook you?" he inquired, taking her hand. "You're more charming than ever. The tour must have agreed with you." And in a lower voice, "Stick to the party. I shall see you later today." "We're taking rooms at the Young," she answered. "Where in the world is—" "Tell you later," Duff murmured. He shook hands with Mrs. Luce. "Hullo, we've missed you," the old lady said. "Well, here I am, nearly round the world, and haven't been murdered so far." "You're not home yet," he reminded her. He refused Lofton's invitation to join them for lunch. "You'll see plenty of me on the ship," he said. The party entered waiting automobiles and was driven off in the direction of Waikiki. Duff and Charlie walked back to King Street. "Well, there's my travel crowd," said the Englishman. "Did you notice a murderer among them?" Charlie shrugged. Hasty glance such as I had then was not enough. One matter I did note. Nobody boiled over with happiness to see you again, except maybe beautiful young lady. That Dr. Lofton now. He did seem annoyed, didn't he? Agreed Duff. But you see, I recall the unpleasant past, and I may also bring him some very unfortunate publicity before I'm through. He's worried about his business. No more terrible worry than that in modern world, Chan nodded. Ask Chamber of Commerce. They lunched together again, this time with Duff as host. At about 2:00, the Englishman was alone in the lobby of the Young when Mrs. Luce and Pamela Potter came in. The rest of the party had driven to the Pali, but Mrs. Luce had seen it often, and the girl was eager for a chat with Duff. Duff waited until he felt they were comfortably settled in the suite. Then he went upstairs. The girl was alone in the sitting room. "At last," she greeted him. "I thought I was never going to be able to see you alone. Please, sit down." "Tell me your story first," Duff said. "When did you see Wellaby again?" "What was the last letter you had from me?" she inquired. "The one from Rangoon," he told her. "I wrote another from Singapore, and still another from Shanghai." "I'm sorry, they're probably following me about." "Well, there wasn't any news in them, but they were masterpieces of descriptive writing. You'll do very wrong if you miss them." "I shall read every word when they finally arrive." "But no news, you say?" "No, nothing much happened. I didn't see Mr. Wellaby again until I went aboard the President Arthur at Hong Kong. I imagine he began to search the cabins at once, but nothing happened until we got to Yokohama." "Something happened there?" asked Duff. "Yes, it did. We spent the day ashore, but I was rather fed up on sightseeing, so I came back to the ship for dinner, though we weren't scheduled to sail until late that night. Mrs. Luce came too. Pardon me. Just a moment. Were any other members of the party on the ship at dinner that evening?" "Yes, Mr. Tate was there. He hardly ever made any shore trips, and, oh, yes, Mr. Kennaway. If any of the others were aboard, I didn't see them." "Very good. Go on, please." "As I was leaving the dining saloon, I saw Mr. Welby." "Well, miss," he whispered, "the fun's over." "What do you mean?" I asked. "I mean I've got my man," he told me. "I've located that duplicate key, number 3260. "Where is it?" I cried. I meant, of course, who has it? But he took me literally. "It's right where I found it," he said. "I'm leaving it there until I can get my man to the States and into the hands of Inspector Duff. It's too late now to make an arrest in Japan. I know Mr. Duff wants to get his hands on this man himself, and he's already in San Francisco. I'm going ashore now to send a cable care of the yard telling him to be at Honolulu." The girl stopped, and Duff sat in silence. Welby had taken a chance. He had blundered. That was all too plain now, but he had meant well, and he had paid for his blunder. "I wish to heaven," said the English detective savagely, "that you had made him tell you the name of the holder of that key." "Well, I certainly tried. the girl answered. But Mr. Welby simply wouldn't listen. He said it would be dangerous, and I could see he had old-fashioned ideas about women. Never trust them with a secret, that sort of thing. I told myself I would know all in good time. He went ashore to send that cable, and the next morning, when we were all at sea, I discovered that he never came back. No, said Duff quietly. He never came back. The girl looked at him quickly. You know what happened to him? Welby was found dead on the dock soon after your ship sailed. Murdered? Of course. Duff was startled to see that the girl was weeping. I can't help it, she apologized. Such a nice little man, and... Oh, that beast! Shall we ever find him? We must, returned Duff. He got up and walked to the window. He heard a door open behind him, and turning, saw Mrs. Luce enter the bedroom. Just taking a nap, she explained. She noted the girl's tears. What's wrong now? Pamela Potter told her. The old lady's face paled. Not our little steward, she cried. I've had millions of stewards all over the world, but I liked him. Well, I shall never make a long trip like this again. I begin to feel old for the first time in 72 years. Nonsense, said Duff. You don't look a day over 50. She brightened. Do you mean that? Well, as a matter of fact, I'll probably get over all this soon. I've got an invitation for the two of you, Duff announced. It sounds quite interesting. That Chinese you met on the dock this morning. He's a good fellow. He's invited me to his home for dinner tonight and told me to bring you along. Both of you. The honour, it appears, is all his. They agreed to go, and at 6:30 Duff was waiting for them in the lobby. They drove up to Punchbowl Hill in the cool of the evening. Charlie was waiting on the porch in his best American clothes, his broad face shining with joy. What a moment in the family history, he cried. Over my threshold steps my old friend from London, an honour almost too great to endure. Additions to the party make me proud man indeed. With many remarks about his mean house and its contemptible furniture, he ushered them into the parlour. Throughout dinner it rained continuously. It was still pouring down with tropical fervour when they returned to the parlour. Duff consulted his watch. I don't mean to be rude, Charlie, he explained. This evening will remain one of the happiest memories of my life. But the President Arthur goes at 10, you know, and it's past 8:30. I'd better telephone for a car. Not to be considered, Chan protested. I possess automobile, completely enclosed, that will hold four with spacious ease. I know the burden on your shoulders, and will convey you down Punchbowl Hill immediately. They prepared to leave. It's been the high spot of my trip around the world, Pamela Potter said, and Charlie and his wife both beamed with delight. In a few moments the new car was on its way down the hillside. The lights of the waterfront blurred and indistinct in the distance. They stopped at the Young for Duff's luggage and the two small bags the women had brought ashore. They set out for the dock. Duff put his hand to his head. Good Lord, Charlie, he remarked. What's wrong with me, anyhow? I'd completely forgotten. All my notes about the case are in your safe at the station. I had not forgotten, Charlie answered. I am taking you there now. I will drop you off. Then I will transport ladies to the dock. We will have last chat, and you shall smoke a final pipe. Very good, Duff agreed. He alighted in a torrent of rain before Halukaya Heli, and the other three went on. At the dock, Charlie bade the women a polite farewell, then hurried back to the station. The arrival of his old friend with an unusual case had cheered him up, but it was all too brief. Tomorrow would be routine again, or Perhaps not. As he entered the office, he encountered the unexpected. Duff was lying on the floor beside the desk chair, his arms sprawled helplessly above his head. With a cry of mingled anger and alarm, Chan ran forward and bent over him. The English detective's face was as pale as death, but placing a quick finger on his pulse, Charlie could feel a slight fluttering. He leapt to the telephone and got the Queen's Hospital. "An ambulance!" he shouted. "Send it to the police station, at once!" He stood for a moment, staring helplessly about. The single window was raised as usual. Out in the murky alley, the rain was beating down. The window. Ah, yes, and a sudden bullet. Chan turned to the desk. On it lay Duff's open briefcase. Its contents appeared to be intact. Some of the papers were still in the case. A few were strewn carelessly about, scattered by the wind. At the same instant, Duff stirred slightly. Chan knelt by his side. The Englishman opened his eyes and saw his old friend. "Carry on, Charlie," he whispered, and again lapsed into unconsciousness. Chan stood erect, glanced at his watch, and began to gather up the papers on the desk. Chapter 15. Bound East from Honolulu. The chief was bending over Duff. His face very grave, he rose from his knees and looked wonderingly at Chan. "What does this mean, Charlie?" he wanted to know. The Chinese pointed to the open window. "Shot," he explained tersely. "Shot in back by bullet entering from there. Poor Inspector Duff. He comes to our quiet city in search of murderer in travelling party, landing at port today, and tonight murderer attempts to ply his trade." The chief was enraged. A man shot down in the Honolulu police station? Chan nodded. "Even worse. Shot in my very office. Until this killer is captured, I am laughingstock of the world." "Oh, I wouldn't put it that way," the chief said. Chan had restored all Duff's papers to the briefcase and was strapping it up. "What are you going to do, Charlie?" "What should I do? Can I lose face and make no defence? I am sailing tonight on President Arthur." "But you can't do that. Who stops me? Please, which surgeon in this town is ablest?" "Well, Dr. Lang." In another second, Chan was dialing a number. As he talked, white-coated orderlies entered with a stretcher. They removed the unfortunate Duff, while Charlie consulted with a surgeon who promised to be at the Queen's Hospital straight away. Charlie put the receiver back on the hook, then removed it and dialed once more. "Hello," he said. "This is you, Henry. You're home early tonight. The gods are good. Listen carefully. Your father speaking. I sail in 1 hour for the mainland. The matter is settled. I am off on an important case. Pull self together. Kindly pack bag with amazing speed. Toothbrush, other suit, razor. Ask yourself, what shall I require, and bring same. Your honourable mother will assist. Come in your car to dock, where President Arthur is waiting, bringing my bag and your mother. Boat departs at 10. Speed essential. Thank you so much." Clasping Duff's briefcase under his arm, Chan hurried to the street. The rain had stopped, and the stars shone out. Charlie went to the lobby and spoke to the first man he met in the uniform of a ship's officer. Luck was with him, for the man proved to be one Harry Lynch, purser of the President Arthur. Chan introduced himself and persuaded Mr. Lynch to get into the car with him. While he drove to the Queen's Hospital, he explained what had happened. They were at the hospital now, and Charlie went inside. Dr. Lang was pointed out to him, a ghostly figure, all in white, his face lost somewhere in the shadow of an eye shade. "I've found the bullet," the surgeon announced, "and I'm operating at once. Fortunately, it was deflected from its course by a rib. The man looks to be in good condition, and he ought to pull through." "He must," Charlie said firmly. He told the doctor who Duff was, and why he had come to Honolulu. Charlie turned sadly away. "Better leave him now, Mr. Chan," the surgeon said. "I will go," Charlie replied, "but I must say this last thing. Whenever he awakes, you will have most restless patient on your hands. He will want to rise from bed and follow trail again. When that happens, soothe him with this word from me. Tell him, Charlie Chan has sailed for San Francisco on President Arthur, and will have guilty man before boat reaches shore of mainland. Make it promise from one who has never yet smashed promise to a friend." The surgeon nodded. "I'll tell him, Mr. Chan. We're going to do our best for him. That's my promise to you." It was 9:45 when Charlie and the purser drove onto the dock beside the President Arthur. Chan's chief appeared. "Here you are, Charlie," he said. "I was able to dig up another $60 for you." He handed over a roll of bills. "You overwhelm me with kindness," Charlie answered. "I'll cable you more to bring you home. After you've got your man," the chief went on. "You'll get him, I'm sure." He was interrupted by a small, panting figure that appeared out of the night and faced Charlie. It was Kashimo. "Hello, Charlie," the Japanese cried. "Ah, this is kind of you to say goodbye," Charlie began. "Never mind goodbye," Kashimo broke in. "I got important information, Charlie." "Have you indeed?" Chan answered politely. "Of what, Kashimo?" "I am going by end of alley, soon after shot is fired, injuring your honourable friend," went on the Japanese. "I behold man coming out of alley into lighted street. Here's tall man, wrapped in big coat, hat over eyes." "Then you didn't see his face?" Chan suggested. "What's the matter?" Kashimo replied. "Face not necessary. Saw something better. The man is very lame. Like this." He gave an imitation there on the deck. "He carries walking stick. Light-coloured. Maybe Malacca kind." "I am very grateful," nodded Charlie. "You are observant, Kashimo. You are learning fast." "Maybe some day I am good detective too?" suggested the Japanese hopefully. "Who can say?" Chan replied. A deep voice suggested that all who were going ashore had better do so. Charlie turned to his wife, and in that instant Kashimo begged his chief to allow him to go with Charlie. "I am very fine researcher," the Japanese insisted. "Charlie says so himself." "How about it, Charlie?" grinned the chief. "Could you use him?" Chan hesitated for a second, and then he went over and patted the little man on the shoulder. "Consider, Kashimo," he remarked. "You do not weigh situation properly. Should you and I both be absent from Honolulu, what an opportunity for evildoers. Crime wave might sweep over island. Run along now, and be good boy while I am gone. Always remember we learn by our mistakes. First you know, you will be ablest man amongst us." Kashimo nodded, shook hands, and disappeared down the deck. "Good luck, Charlie," remarked his chief, and shook hands. A chain clanked in the quiet night, and the plank was lowered, cutting Chan off from the group on the dock. He saw them standing there, looking up at him. There was, in their very looks, confidence in him and in his success. It was a confidence he did not share with them. Slowly, the big liner backed away. He turned and regarded the huge bulk of the liner behind him. He was in a new world now, a small world, and in it with him was the man who had killed in London through error, had killed again in Nice and San Remo through intention, and then once again on the Yokohama dock, no doubt through necessity. A ruthless man who had only tonight sought to remove the relentless Duff from his trail. Not a squeamish person, this Jim Everard. Charlie started. Someone had come up noiselessly behind him, and he heard a sudden hissing in his ear. He turned. "Kashimo!" he gasped. "Hello, Charlie," grinned the Japanese. "Kashimo, what does this mean?" "I am Hideaway," Kashimo explained. "I go with you to assist on big case." Chan cast a speculative eye at the breakers between the boat and Waikiki Beach. "Can you swim, Kashimo?" he inquired. "Not a single stroke," replied the little man gleefully. Chan sighed. "Ah, well, he who accepts with a smile whatever the gods may send has mastered most important lesson in life's hard school. Pardon me for one moment, Kashimo. I am seeking to achieve a smile." Chapter 16. The Malacca Stick. In another moment, Chan's good nature triumphed, and he smiled. "You will pardon, Kashimo. If for a moment I was worried, can you blame me? I remember our last adventure together, the affair of the dice. But enterprise, such as yours, it is not to be thrown away. I welcome you into the present case." "Hearty thanks," replied the Japanese. The purser emerged from a nearby doorway and came rapidly along the deck. "Oh, Mr. Chan," he said, "I've been looking for you. Just had a chat with the captain, and he told me to give you the best we've got. I'm having one of the beds made up. If you'll bring your bag and follow me—" He stared at Kashimo. "And who is this?" Chan hesitated. Mr. Lynch, meet Officer Kashimo of Honolulu Police. One of—" he choked a little— "our most able men, and my assistant. If you can find a place to lay him away for the night?" Lynch considered. "He's going as a passenger too, I suppose?" A brilliant idea struck Charlie. "Kashimo is specialist, like everyone nowadays. He is grand searcher. If you could find him placing crew, which would not consume too much brain power, he might accomplish results. In that way he could be anonymous, which I, alas, cannot do. We might make Mr. Kashimo a biscuit boy, one of the lads who sit in the alleyways and answer the cabin bells. Of course it's not a very dignified job, but a splendid opportunity," Chan assured him. "Kashimo will not mind. His duty is first with him, always. Kashimo, tell the gentleman how you feel about it." "Biscuit boy get tips?" inquired the Japanese eagerly. Charlie waved a hand. "Behold, already he is keen." "Well, you'd better take him in with you tonight," Lynch said. "Nobody will know about it." He turned to Kashimo. "Report to the chief steward at 8 tomorrow. I don't mind your searching, but you mustn't get caught. We can't have innocent people annoyed." "Oh, naturally not," agreed Chan. But he wasn't so sure. Annoying innocent people, he reflected, was another of Kashimo's specialities. Charlie and Kashimo entered the stateroom. The steward was still there, and Chan directed him to make up the other bed. While they waited, the detective looked about him. A large, airy room, a pleasant place to think, and he would have to do much thinking during the next 6 days and nights. "I will return presently," he said to his assistant. He went to the top deck and dispatched a radiogram. It was addressed to his chief, and in it he wrote, "If you notice, Kashimo has mislaid himself I am one to do worrying. He is with me on ship." Going back to his cabin, he found the Japanese there alone. "I have just broken news to Chief about your departure," he explained. "This biscuit boy business is brilliant stroke. Otherwise, question might have come up, who pays your passage? And I have deep fear everybody would have declined the honour." "Better go to bed now," Kashimo suggested. Presently, Charlie turned on the light above his pillow, put out all the others, and got into his own bed, with Duff's briefcase in his hand. He undid the straps and took out the papers. Duff's notes were on numbered pages, and Chan was pleased to discover that none was missing. Either Jim Everard had been afraid to enter the office after his shooting of Duff, or he had felt that there was nothing in these papers he need bother about. "I trust I shall not disturb you, Kashimo," Chan remarked, "but stowaways must not be too particular. It is my duty now to read the story of our case, until I know it perfectly, by heart." "Won't disturb me none," yawned the Japanese. Charlie sighed. "You have happy life. While I read, I shall pay special attention to lame man in the party. What was he doing at mouth of alley when poor Mr. Duff lay shot in my office? You gave me point of attack on case with that news, and I am grateful." He began to read. "Kashimo," he remarked thoughtfully, "that man Ross has intriguing sound. What about Ross? Always in background, limping along. Never a hint against him. Until now." He paused. A loud snore from the bed across the way was his only answer. Charlie looked at his watch. It was past midnight. He turned back to the beginning and read it all again. It was after 2 o'clock when he finally put out his light. Even then he was not ready to sleep. He lay there, planning the future. At 7:30 he rudely woke Kashimo. While he washed and dressed, Charlie told him a little of the case and on the part the Japanese was to play. He was to search among the possessions of the travel party for a key bearing the number 3260. He might find it, he might not. Perhaps by now it had been thrown away. The Japanese nodded in a dazed sort of way, and at 8:02 he was ready to meet the chief steward. "Remember, Kashimo, too much haste may have fatal ending. Take plenty of time and know what you are doing before you do it. You are Biscuit Boy from now on, and if we meet on ship, you have never seen me before. All talks between us are conducted with utmost secrecy in this cabin. Farewell, and best of luck." "So long," Kashimo responded, and went out. A sense of well-being and confidence flooded Chan's heart. It was a glorious day, and the future looked promising. He was shaving when a boy knocked at his door and handed him a radiogram from his chief. He read, "Surgeon reports operation OK. Duff doing fine. Sincere condolences on Kashimo." Charlie smiled. Great news, that about Duff. In a cheerful frame of mind, he stepped onto the deck to face his problems. The first person he saw was Pamela Potter, who was taking a morning stroll, accompanied by Mark Kennaway. The girl stopped and stared. "Mr. Chan," she cried, "what are you doing here?" Charlie managed a low and sweeping bow. "I am enjoying a very good morning, thank you. You appear to be doing the same. But I'd no idea you were coming with us." "I had no idea myself until late hour last night. In me you behold quite worthless replacement for Inspector Duff." She started. You don't mean that he, too—" "Do not be alarmed. Wounded only. Quickly he reported what had happened. The girl shook her head. "There seems to be no end of it," she said. "What begins must finish," Jan told her. "Murderer clever, but even the cleverest have been known to blunder. I believe I saw this young man on the dock yesterday. The name—" "Oh, I'm sorry," the girl replied. "I was so startled to see you, Inspector Jan. This is Mr. Kennaway. I've just been telling him what a wonderful party he missed last night. He's all upset. You know, he belongs to such a family in Boston, and he isn't accustomed to being left out." "Nonsense," Kennaway said. "He would have been very welcome," Charlie remarked. He turned to the young man. "I myself have keen interest in Boston, and some day we must enjoy small talk about same. Just now, I will not further interrupt your walk. Since I was introduced to your entire party yesterday, no point for me to hide my identity. So, I propose to meet all of you presently for a little chat about last night." "Same old story," Kennaway replied. "We've been gathered together to meet policemen ever since the tour started. Well, you're bringing a new face into it, and that's something. I wish you luck, Inspector Chan." "Thank you so much. I shall do my best. True, I am coming to the case through the back door, but I am encouraged when I remember old saying, that turtle that enters the house at rear gate comes finally to the head of the table." "Ah, yes, in the soup," Kennaway reminded him. Chan laughed. "Ancient proverbs must not be taken too literally. Pardon me while I sample the food of this vessel." He went to the dining room, where he was given a good table to himself. After a hearty breakfast, he rose to leave. In a seat near the door, he saw Dr. Lofton. He stopped. "Ah, Doctor," he said, "perhaps you do me the honour to recall my face." Lofton glanced up. Few people could look at Charlie without a friendly smile, but the doctor managed it. In fact, his expression was rather a sour one. "Yes," he said, "I remember you. A policeman, I believe?" "I am Inspector of Detectives, attached to Honolulu Station," Charlie replied. "May I sit down, please?" "I suppose so," Lofton growled, "but don't blame me if my feelings are none too cordial. I'm a bit fed up with detectives. Where is your friend Duff this morning?" Charlie raised his eyebrows. "You have not heard what happened to Inspector Duff?" "Of course not," snapped Lofton. "I've got 12 people to look after, and they keep me busy. I can't bother with every policeman who comes along. What's happened to Duff? Don't tell me he's been killed too." "Not entirely," Chan answered. He told his story, his little black eyes fixed on Lofton's face. He was amazed at the lack of shock or sympathy on that bearded countenance. "Well, that's the end of Duff as far as this tour is concerned," the doctor remarked. "And now what?" "Now I replace poor Duff." Lofton stared at him. "You?" he cried rudely. "Why not?" asked Charlie blandly. "Well, no reason, I suppose. Thank God we break up at San Francisco, and that may be the end for me. I've been thinking of retiring, and this is as good a time as any." "Whether you do or not is private," Chan told him. "What is not private is, what is name of killer who has honoured you with his presence on this journey? If you will get your party together in the lounge at 10 o'clock, I shall launch the campaign." Lofton glared at him. "How long, oh Lord, how long?" he said. "I shall be as brief as possible. You know what I mean. How long must I continue to gather my party together for these meetings? Nothing ever comes of them." Charlie gave him a searching look. "And you would be sorry if anything did?" Lofton returned the look. Why should I try to deceive you? I don't want any publicity about this matter. No. What I want is a quiet end to the whole business. You see, I intend to be frank with you. Thank you, bowed Charlie. I'll get the party together, of course, but don't expect any other help from me. Looking in wrong place is always waste of time, Chan assured him. I'm glad you realize that, Lofton answered. Charlie went back to the deck. He saw Kashimo flit by in a new uniform, which fitted him poorly. Pamela Potter was sitting in a deck chair and waved to him. He joined her. Your friend, Mrs. Luce, is not yet about? He inquired. No, she sleeps late at sea. Did you want to speak with her right away? I wish to talk with the two of you, but you alone suffice. Last night, I set you down on dock at about 9 o'clock. Tell me, what members of travel party did you see? We saw several of them. We went up and sat in steamer chairs near the top of the gangplank. The Minchins came aboard, and Sadie stopped to show us her day's shopping. Then Mark Kennaway came on, but he didn't stop with us. He thought Mr. Tate might want him to read a bedtime story. Then the Bembos, Elmer all loaded down with exposed film. That was all, I guess. Mr. Kennaway came back to us in a few minutes. He said Mr. Tate didn't seem to be aboard. Those were all. No man with a Malacca stick. Oh, Mr. Ross, you mean? Yes, he was one of the first, I think. He came limping aboard. Pardon me, at about what time? It must have been about 9:15. He passed where we were sitting. I thought he was limping even more than usual. Mrs. Luce spoke to him, but oddly enough, he didn't answer. Can you tell me, is his the only Malacca stick in the party? The girl laughed. My dear Mr. Chan, we spent 3 days in Singapore, and if you don't buy a Malacca stick there, they won't let you leave. Every man in our party has one at least. Charlie frowned. Indeed. Then how can you be absolutely certain it was Mr. Ross who passed you? Well, this man was limping. Simplest thing in the world to imitate. Think hard. Was there no other way in which you could identify him? The girl sat for a moment in silence. How's this? She remarked at last. Getting to be some little detective myself. The sticks that were bought in Singapore all had metal tips. I noticed that. But Mr. Ross's stick has a heavy rubber tip on it. It makes no noise when he walks along the deck. And the stick of the man who passed you last night? It made no sound, so the man must have been Mr. Ross. Am I good? Just to show you how good I am, I'll give you a demonstration. Here comes Mr. Ross now. Listen. Ross had appeared in the distance, and was swinging along toward them. He passed with a nod and a smile, and disappeared around the corner. Chan and the girl looked at each other. For accompanying the lame man, like a chant, they heard the steady tap, tap, tap of metal on the hard deck. Well, of all things, cried the girl. Mr. Ross's stick has lost its rubber tip, Charlie said. She nodded. What can that mean? A puzzle, Chan answered, and unless I am much mistaken, the first of many aboard this ship. Why should I worry? Puzzles are my business. Chapter 17. The Great Eastern Label. At a little before 10, Lofton came up to Chan. I've got my people together in the smoking room. It's always deserted at this hour. I suggest you come at once. Keeping a touring party intact in one place for any length of time is a difficult feat. Chan rose. Will you also come, Miss Pamela? He suggested. As they walked along, he added to the doctor, Are all members of band present? All except Mrs. Luce, Lofton told him. She prefers to sleep late. But I'll have her roused if you say so. Oh, not at all, Chan replied. I know where Mrs. Luce was last evening. Matter of fact, she dined at my house. Not really, cried the doctor, with unflattering surprise. You would have been welcome yourself, Charlie smiled. They entered the smoking room. The group inside regarded Chan with curiosity. He stood for a moment facing them. May I extend a courteous good morning, he began. Would say I am as surprised to see you all again as you must be to behold me. Inspector Duff, as you know, was awaiting you at Honolulu, intending to travel eastward in your company. Last night, Snake appears, striking down the worthy Duff. He is much better this morning, thank you. Maybe plenty soon he sees you all again. In meantime, a stupid substitute for Duff has been pushed into position for which he has not the brains. Myself. He smiled pleasantly and sat down. Let us make the best of it. My initial effort will be to find out from each of you exact presence between hour of 8 last evening and sailing of boat at 10. Pardon such outrageous hint, but if any of you fails to speak true, may have cause to regret same later on. I have said that I am dull and stupid, but often the gods go out of way to take care of such. Sometimes they shower on me amazing luck. Look out, I don't get shower at any moment. Patrick Tate was on his feet. What right do you have to question us? We're not in Honolulu. What you say is true, Charlie put in. Legal side of matter is no doubt such questionable. I judge from records of case same as happened before. Can only say, captain of ship supports me. We start from belief. Every one of you is shocked by attack on Duff and eager to see attacker captured. If this is wrong, if there is man amongst you with something to hide. Just a minute, Tate cried. I've nothing to hide. I only wanted to remind you that there is such a thing as legal procedure, which is often criminals' best friend, nodded Chan. You and I, we know, do we not, Mr. Tate? The lawyer sank back into his chair. You are all friends of justice. Let us go forward on such basis. Dr. Lofton, since you are conductor of party, I begin with you. How did you spend 2 hours mentioned by me? From 8 to about 9:30, said Lofton. I was at the Honolulu office of the Nomad Travel Company, which manages my tours for me. Ah, yes, of course. Others were with you at that office? No, no one. The manager was at a country club dance, and he left me there. I returned to the ship at about 9:30. Nomad Travel Company office is, I believe, on 4th Street. Only few steps from alley at rear of police station. It's on 4th Street, yes. I don't know about your police station. Naturally, you don't. Did you encounter any members of travel party in neighborhood of alley? I don't know which alley you're talking about. I saw none of my people from the time I went to the office until I returned to the ship. Mr. Tate, do you cling to legal rights, or will you condescend to tell humble policemen how you spent last evening? Oh, I've no objection, returned Tate. Last night about 8 o'clock we started a card game. Played bridge, in fact, in the lounge. Aside from myself, Mrs. Spicer, Mr. Vivian, and Mr. Kennaway took part in it. You played until boats sailed? We did not. We were having a splendid game when, at about 8:30, Mr. Vivian raised the most unholy row. I beg your pardon, Vivian cut in. If I broke up the game, I had an excellent reason. You have heard me tell my partner 1,000 times that if I make an original two-bid, I expect her to keep it open, even if. So, you told me 1,000 times, did you? 1,000,000 would be more like it, and I've explained patiently to you. If I had a bad hand, I wouldn't bid. The trouble with you is, you don't know how to play. Pardon me that I interrupt, Charlie said, but rules of bridge becomes too difficult for my stupidity to cope with. The game broke up. Broke up in a row at 8:30, Tate continued. Mr. Kennaway and I went out on the deck. It was raining hard. Mark said he thought he'd get his raincoat and take a stroll up to the town. I saw him leave about 10 minutes later. I told him I preferred to stay on board. And did you? Charlie asked. No, I didn't. After Mr. Kennaway had gone, I remembered that I'd seen a copy of the New York Sunday Times on a newsstand. I hadn't seen one for ages, and I was keen to have it. The rain seemed to ease, so I got my coat, my hat and stick. Your malacca stick? Yes, I carried the malacca. At about 20 minutes to 9, I walked out, bought the paper, and returned to the ship. It was about 20 minutes past the hour when I came aboard again. Chan took his watch from his pocket. "What time do you have now, Mr. Tate?" he asked quietly. Tate's right hand went to his own waistcoat pocket. Then it dropped back to his lap, and he looked rather foolish. He extended the left wrist and examined the watch on it. "I make it 10:25, he announced. "Correct," smiled Charlie. "I make it the same, and I am always right." Tate's bushy eyebrows rose. "Always?" he repeated, with a touch of sarcasm. "In such matters, yes," nodded the Chinese. "So many changes of time as you travel round the world," he said softly. "I merely wish to be certain your watch is up to date. Mr. Vivian, what did you do after the row?" "I, too, went ashore," Vivian responded. "I wanted to cool off." "With hat, coat, and malacca stick, no doubt," suggested Charlie. "We've all got malacca sticks," snapped the polo player. "Everyone buys one when you visit Singapore." "I walked around and got back to the ship a few minutes before it sailed." "Mrs. Spicer." Charlie's eyes turned in her direction. "I went to bed when I left the bridge table," she told him. "Bridge is only fun when you happen to have a gentleman for a partner." "Mr. Kennaway, we know what you did." Kennaway nodded. "Yes, I took my stick and went ashore. I didn't stay long. I thought Mr. Tate might want me to read to him, so I came back to the ship soon after 9. But he appeared about 9:20 with his newspaper. We went to our cabin, and I read to him until he fell asleep." Charlie looked around the circle. "And this gentleman?" "Max Mitchin, Chicago. And nothing to hide. Get me?" Charlie bowed. "Then you will be glad to detail your actions." "Yes, and it'll take just 1 minute, see? Me and Sadie, that's the wife, was seeing the town. Well, I didn't like it much, so I dragged her into a picture show. But we seen that film a year ago, and Sadie was itching to get back to the stores. After that, just buying. When we couldn't carry no more, Sadie agreed to quit. We came back to the ship. I didn't have no gun on me, and I wasn't carrying no Malacca stick." Charlie smiled. "Mr. Benbow," he suggested. "Same story as the Mitchins," that gentleman replied. "We did the stores, sat for a while in the young lobby and watched it rain. I said I wished I was back in Akron, but we were on good old U.S. soil, even if it was wet, and we came back to the ship. I think we stepped aboard about 9:15. I was tired. I'd bought a new motion picture projector in Honolulu, and the weight of it." "Miss Pamela," said Chan, "I already know how your evening was spent, leaving, I think, only 2 gentlemen. Captain Keene, I believe." Keene leaned back, stifled a yawn, and clasped his hands behind his head. "I watched the bridge for a while." "And after the bridge?" Charlie prompted. "When the row started," Keene went on, "I left. Thought some of getting my own little Malacca stick and going ashore, but decided not to. Never did care for rain. So I went to my cabin, got a book, and returned here to the smoking room. I sat here reading for a while, and about the time the boat sailed, I went to my cabin." "Was anyone else in this room while you were?" "Nobody. Everybody ashore, including the stewards." Charlie turned to the man whom he had purposely saved until the last. Ross was sitting staring down at his injured foot. His stick lay beside him on the floor. "Mr. Ross, you are the last," Chan remarked. "You went ashore last evening, I have heard." Ross looked up in surprise. "Why, no, Inspector," he replied. "I didn't." "Indeed? Yet you were seen to come aboard ship at 9:15. "Really?" Ross lifted his eyebrows. "You were seen. But, I'm sorry to say, in this case, quite mistaken." "You are sure you did not leave the ship?" "Naturally, I'm sure." He remained entirely amiable. "I dined aboard and sat in the lounge for a while after dinner. My leg was aching, so I retired at 8 o'clock. I was sound asleep when Mr. Vivian, who shares my cabin, came in. That was about 10. He told me this morning he was careful not to wake me." Chan regarded him thoughtfully. "Yet at 9:15, as I have said, Mr. Ross, 2 people saw you come up the plank, and you passed them on deck." "May I ask how they recognized me, Inspector?" "You carried stick, of course." "A Malacca stick," nodded Ross. "You've seen what that amounts to." "But more, Mr. Ross. You were working with customary difficulty owing to unhappy accident." For a moment, Ross regarded the detective. "Inspector," he remarked at last, "I've watched you here. You're a clever man." "You exaggerate shamelessly," Charlie told him. "No, I don't," smiled Ross. "I say you're clever. So, I will tell you about a queer little incident that happened yesterday afternoon." He picked up his stick. "This was not bought in Singapore, but some months ago, just after I had my accident. After I bought it, I looked around until I found a rubber tip to fit over the end of it. About 5 yesterday afternoon, I returned to the ship and took a nap in my cabin. When I awoke and went down to dinner, I felt something wrong. At first, I didn't know just what, but soon I realized. As I walked, my stick was tapping on the deck. The rubber tip was gone. Someone had taken it." He stopped. "I remember Mr. Kennaway came along at that moment, and I told him what had happened." "That's right," Kennaway agreed. "I thought someone was playing a joke." "It was no joke," remarked Ross gravely. "Someone, I now believe, was planning to impersonate me for the evening. Someone who was clever enough to recall that my stick made no sound when it touched a hard surface. No one spoke. Mrs. Luce appeared in the distant doorway and came swiftly to Chan's side. The detective leapt to his feet. "What's this I hear?" she cried. "Poor Inspector Duff." "Not badly injured," Charlie assured her. "Recovering." "Thank heaven," she replied. "Well, too much shooting is bad for anybody. I take it you're here with us in Inspector Duff's place, Mr. Chan?" "You arrive at a good moment," Charlie said. "I will request your story, please. Last night, after I brought you to the dock, you and Miss Pamela sat on deck, near top of gangplank. You saw members of party return to ship. Among them Mr. Ross here?" The old lady stood for a moment, staring at Ross. "I don't know," she answered. Chan was surprised. "You don't know whether you saw Mr. Ross or not?" "No, I don't." "But my dear," said Pamela Potter, "surely you remember. We were sitting near the rail and Mr. Ross came up the plank and passed us." Again Mrs. Luce shook her head. "A man who walked with a stick and limped past us. Yes, I spoke to him, but he didn't answer. Mr. Ross is a polite man. Besides—" "Ah, yes," Charlie said eagerly. "Besides, Mr. Ross carries his stick in his left hand, whereas that man last night was carrying his in the right. I noticed it at the time. That's why I say I don't know whether it was Mr. Ross or not. My own feeling at the moment was that it was not." Silence followed. Finally, Ross looked up at Charlie. "What did I tell you, Inspector?" he remarked. "Your right leg is injured one," Charlie said. "Yes, and I suppose that I would naturally carry my stick in the right hand, but as my doctor pointed out to me, the left is better. I am more balanced, and I can move much faster." "That's okay, officer," put in Maxie Minchin. "A few years back, an old pal of mine shot me in the left calf. I've found it better to carry the cane on the opposite side. It gives you better support. Get me?" Ross smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Minchin," he said. He glanced at Chan. "These clever lads always make one mistake," he added. "Here is one who had brains enough to want my rubber tip so that his stick sounded like mine, and then forgot to notice in which hand I carried mine. Well, all I can say is, I'm very glad he did." Charlie stood up. "Meeting now adjourns for time being," he announced. "I am very grateful to you all for kind cooperating." They filed out until Tate alone remained with the detective. He strolled over to Chan with a grim smile on his face. "You didn't learn much, did you?" he remarked. "You believe not?" Chan inquired. "No, and on one point at least, you deserve cleverness. That about the watch, I mean." "Ah, yes, the watch," Charlie nodded. "A man who has been used to carrying a watch in his pocket and then switches to a wristwatch is inclined to put his hand in his pocket when suddenly asked the time." "So I noticed," the detective replied. "I thought you did. What a pity you wasted that experiment on an innocent man." "There will be more experiments," Chan assured him. "I hope so, but I may tell you that I purchased their wristwatch just before I came on this tour." "Before you came on the tour?" "Exactly. I can prove it." "For the present, I accept your word," Charlie said. "Thank you. I trust I shall be present when you attempt those other experiments?" "Do not worry. You are plenty sure to be there. Good. I like to watch you work. And Tate strode from the room, while Chan stood looking after him. Charlie walked towards his cabin to prepare for lunch. No great, but a good beginning. At least he now had a pretty idea of the people with whom he had to deal. Know them better tomorrow. A boy appeared with a radiogram. Chan opened it and read, Charlie, as a friend, I beg you to drop the whole matter. I am getting better and can take up the case soon myself. Situation is too dangerous to ask you to deal with it. Believe me, I was quite delirious when I suggested you carry on. Duff. Charlie smiled to himself and sat down at a desk in the library. After due deliberation, he composed an answering message. You were not delirious last night, but I have deep pain to note that you are in such state now. How else could you think I would not pursue to the very frontier of my ability this interesting affair? Remain calm, get back health promptly, and meantime I am willing replacement. Hoping you soon regain reason, I remain your solid friend, C. Chan. After a time, Charlie rose and walked out to the deck. He was standing in a dark corner by the rail when he heard a stealthy hiss out of the night. He had completely forgotten Kashimo. His slim little assistant came close. Search all over, he whispered breathlessly. What? Breathed Charlie. I have discovered a key, the Japanese replied. Chan's heart leapt at the words. Welby, he recalled, had also discovered the key. You are a quick worker, Kashimo, the Chinese said. Where is it? Follow me, directed Kashimo. He led the way into the corridor and to a cabin on the same deck. At the door he paused. Who is in this room? Charlie asked anxiously. Mr. Tate and Mr. Kennaway, the Japanese told him, and opened the door. Remembering the bridge game with relief, Charlie followed, closing the door behind him. He noticed that the portholes, which opened on the promenade deck, were safely shut. Kashimo knelt and dragged from beneath one of the beds a battered old bag. It was plastered with the labels of foreign hotels. The Japanese made no effort to open it, but lovingly ran his fingers over a particularly gorgeous label, that of the Great Eastern Hotel, Calcutta. Yodosem, he suggested to Charlie. Charlie touched the label. Underneath, he felt the faint outline of a key, about the size of the one Duff had shown him. Good work, Kashimo, he murmured. In gold letters, near the bag's lock, he saw the initials, M.K. Chapter 18. Maxie Minchin's Party. Charlie returned to the deck and stood by the rail, staring out at the moon on the dark waters. His chief feeling at the moment was one of admiration for Kashimo. A clever place to hide a key. The eye would never have seen it. Only the fingers. Yes, Kashimo was a blunderer, but when it came to searching, the boy was a genius. Puzzles, he thought. Puzzles. It couldn't have been Kennaway. The murderer always involved other men. Lofton Strap in London. The rubber tip from the stick belonging to Ross. He would not keep the key in his possession. He would attach it to the property of another man. Who could put that key on Kennaway's bag? Who but Tate? Tate, who had asserted that he had changed to a wristwatch before the tour started. Tate, who slept in the room next to that in which Drake died. Tate, who had fallen in a terrific heart attack when he discovered that Honeywood, the man Everard meant to kill, was still alive. Certainly, Tate was old enough to have been Everard in his day, to have carried the bags of pebbles for years. What more likely than that Tate had made use of his companion's suitcase? No, the key was never Kennaway's. Suddenly he stood still. If Welby had found it where it was now, and it did not belong to Kennaway, then the little detective from Scotland Yard had not discovered the murderer. Why, then, had he been killed on the Yokohama dock? "I wander amid confusing fog," he murmured. "Much better I go to my pillow, seeking to gain clarity for the morrow." In the morning, Charlie sought Mark Kennaway. It meant considerable moving about, for the young man seemed restless. He roamed the ship, and Charlie roamed with him. "You are a youthful person," the Chinese remarked. "You should study calm. I should say to look at you, you have few more than 20 years. 25, Kennaway informed him. "But I feel 10 years older." "It has been difficult time," inquired Chan sympathetically. "It's like being a nursemaid," said the young man. "I've read aloud at night until my eyes ache. Then there's been the constant worry about poor Mr. Tate's condition." "There have been other attacks since the one at Broom's Hotel?" Charlie suggested. Kennaway nodded. "Yes, several. One on the boat in the Red Sea, and a bad one at Calcutta. I've cabled his son to meet us at San Francisco. If I can get him ashore still alive, I'll consider that lucky. I'll heave a sigh of relief." "Ah, yes," agreed Chan. "You must have been under much strain." "Oh, I had it coming to me. I should have started to practice law. None of my family were in favor of this trip. They warned me, but I thought I knew better." Pamela Potter came up to them. "Good morning, Mr. Chan." "Hello, Mark. How about some deck tennis? I think I can beat you this morning." "You always do," Kennaway said, and left with the girl. Chan made a tour of the deck. He found Captain Keene and dropped into a chair beside him. "Ah, Captain," he said, "a somewhat gorgeous morning." "I guess it is," Keene replied. "Hadn't noticed, really." "You have other matters that require pondering," Charlie suggested. "Not a thing in the world," yawned Keene. "But I never pay any attention to the weather. People who do are nothing but human vegetables." The chief engineer came strolling along the deck. He paused at Charlie's chair. "About time for our tour of the engine room, Mr. Chan," he remarked. "Ah, yes," returned the Chinese. "You were kind enough to promise me that pleasure when we talked together last night. Captain Keene, I am sure, would enjoy to come along." The captain stared back. "Me? Oh, no, thanks. I've no interest in engines. Wouldn't know a gadget from a gasket." Charlie glanced up at the engineer. "Thank you so much," he said. "If you do not object, I will postpone my tour. I desire short talk with Captain Keene." "All right," nodded the engineer, and moved away. "You know nothing about engines," said Charlie. "Certainly not. What are you getting at, anyhow?" "Some months ago, in parlour of Broom's Hotel, London, you informed Inspector Duff you were one-time engineer." Keene stared at him. "Did I tell Duff that? I'd forgotten all about it." "It was not the truth." "No, of course not. I just said the first thing that came into my head." "A habit of yours, it seems." "What do you mean by that?" "I have been reading about you, Captain Keene, in Inspector Duff's notebook. Investigation of murder is serious business. You are a self-confessed liar, seemingly, with no regrets. All through tour you have behaved strangely, listening outside doors. Not very lovable activity. No, I fancy it isn't, Keen snapped. You must have found that out in your own work. I am not sneaky kind of detective, replied Chan with dignity. Is that so? Replied Keen. Then you can't be much good. I've been in the business 6 years. Charlie sat up. You're a detective? He asked. Keen nodded. Yes, please keep it a secret. I represent a private agency in San Francisco. Ha ha! Private detective, nodded Chan, relieved. Yes, we're just as good as you are. I'm telling you this because I don't want you to waste your time on me. Mrs. Spicer has a husband, and he's eager to get rid of her, wants to marry a movie actress. So, he sent me on this trip to see what I could see. Chan studied Keen's face carefully. Was this the truth? The man certainly looked well suited to the role of private detective, so he didn't want Chan to waste any time on him. You have had no success, the Chinese remarked. No, none at all. Vivian suspected me the moment he saw me. I dread meeting Spicer when we land at San Francisco. All this has cost him a lot. If only they hadn't been partners at bridge. They've finished it. They're not even speaking now, and Vivian has threatened to break my neck if I come near him again. So, that's the end of the case for me. By the way, all this is to be kept quiet. Charlie nodded. Your secret is safe with me. I was wondering, continued Keen, couldn't I help you out on this murder thing? Is there any reward or anything like that? The reward of work well done, Charlie replied. What? You need a manager. I'll do it. The Potter family has millions. We'll split the money 50-50 and— Stop, cried Chan. You have already said too much. Kindly remember that I am not private detective. You have no authority from me for your low plan. You're not a businessman, growled Keen. Charlie walked rapidly down the deck. His calm move disturbed. What a worm this fellow Keen was. A private detective? Was it true? Possibly. On the other hand, it might be a lie designed to put Charlie off his guard. Charlie sighed. Mustn't forget Keen. Mustn't forget any of them. The creaking ship ploughed on its way. Kishimo reported the key still on Kenaway's bag. Long talks with one member of the party after another yielded no result. The second day passed, and the third night. Not until the fourth night did Charlie begin to take hope again. It was on that evening that Maxie Minchin entertained a grand party to celebrate the approaching end of the tour. Maxie had passed about with his invitations. The long weeks together had led the party to overlook his crudities. As Mrs. Luce put it, we mustn't forget, there's someone in this crowd who's even worse than Mr. Minchin. Everyone accepted, and Maxie was delighted. When he brought the news to his wife, she reminded him that with Lofton there would be 13 at the table. Don't let's take any chances, Maxie, she said. 13 is bad luck. You gotta find a 14th. Mr. Minchin found the 14th in Charlie. I ain't got nothing against cops, he exclaimed. I give a party once in Chicago for a table full of 'em. You, come along, informal dress. Thank you so much, Charlie answered. And may I hope that you will not be offended if at this dinner I make bold to refer to the subject of murder. I don't get you, said Maxie, startled. I mean, I have unlimited yearning to mention there the unfortunate fate of Hugh Morris Drake in Broom's Hotel. It would make me happy to hear conversation regarding this affair from one and all." Maxie frowned. "Well, I don't know about that. I was hoping for just a good time for all and no questions asked. I don't want no one arrested while he's my guest. After that you can put the cuffs on him any minute. He ain't no pal of mine. But for the one evening—" "I will be discreet," Chan promised. "No questions, of course." Maxie waved his hand. "Well, have it your own way. Start the murder thing if you want to." 14 people sat down that evening around a lavish table. Knowing full well his duties as a host, Mr. Minchin had provided a comic hat for everyone. He himself put on a Napoleonic hat and encouraged the others to enjoy themselves. "Eat hearty, folks," he ordered, "and drink the same." After the coffee, Maxie rose. "Well, here we are," he began, "near the end of the trip. We seen the world together, and we had good times, and some not so good. And if you're asking me, we had a great guide. Lift your glasses, people, to old Doc Lofton, the grandest guy afloat." There were cries for a speech, and Lofton rose, somewhat embarrassed. "Thank you, my friends," he said. "I have been conducting parties like this for many years, and this has been in many ways one of my more memorable trips. There have been difficulties, but they have been peacefully settled. Of course, I would be foolish to overlook the fact that our tour began under very unusual circumstances. I am referring to the sad events in London, but that is now long in the past, and it seems best to forget it. I shall land you all in San Francisco very soon, and we shall part." His manner brightened noticeably. "But I assure you that I shall always treasure memories of our companionship." "Hear, hear!" cried Mr. Minchin, as the doctor sat down amid polite applause. "Well, folks, I must say that we're all sorry about what happened at Broom's, and that brings me at this time to mention our special guest here tonight. Mr. Chan, say a few words." Charlie rose with dignity. He glanced calmly about the little room. "The drum which makes the most noise is filled with wind," he said. "I shall remember this in time, so I will not say much. But I welcome opportunity to bow to my gracious host, and his delightful lady, obscured with plenty jewels. Fate is strange creature. She has introduced you to policemen round the world, to my distinguished friend from Scotland Yard, to the officers of France and Italy. Now you get sample from Hawaii. You let your gaze for fleeting moment rest on humble Chinese, who follows meager clues left behind by the few criminals who live on island. I stand here before you in not entirely happy position. Wise man has said, do not follow on the heels of a sorrow, or it may turn back and hold you, but old sorrow will not fade from minds. Mr. Minchin's roving eye fell on Mr. Tate. That gentleman rose with the manner of an experienced speaker. I am perhaps happier than any of you to be here, he began. There have been times when I wondered if my heart would fail, but the determination to live is strong, and I promise that I shall finish with you. In many ways, I feel that I am lucky. I have much to be grateful for. I might have been the occupant of the bed in room 28, the innocent victim of a murder that was purely— He stopped and looked helplessly about him. Pardon me, my mind is wandering. I only meant to say that I am happy to have survived thus far on our tour around the world, and that it has been a great pleasure to meet you all. Thank you very much. He sat down abruptly to applause. Mrs. Luce obliged with a travelogue, and Pamela Potter said a few graceful words. Captain Keen arose. "Well, it's been a great trip," he said. "We've had a lot of fun, and I'd almost forgotten the incident at Broom's Hotel. That was a bit of a strain. Inspector Duff acted for a while as though he intended to spoil the tour. For some of us, at least. His questions were pretty personal. I had my bad moments. And I guess some of the rest of us were anxious too. I guess Mr. Elmer Bembo was a little bit worried. Hey, Bembo? I hadn't said a word to anyone about this before, but now we're all back home and I guess we can take care of ourselves. I saw Mr. Bembo at 3 o'clock the morning of the murder, just as he was slipping back into his room from the hall. I imagine you're glad you didn't have to explain that to Scotland Yard. Eh, Bembo?" Keen's air was light-hearted, but it fooled no one. Underneath was malice that was most unpleasant. Even Maxie Minchin thought something was not right. The little gangster leapt to his feet. "The way things is going, you don't need no toastmaster here," he announced. "Mr. Bembo, you've been elected the next speaker." The man from Akron got slowly to his feet. "It's quite true. I was out of my room that night at Broom's Hotel. After we got to bed, I suddenly remembered that February 6th was my daughter's birthday. Well, I was upset. Then I remembered the change in time, that it was 6 hours earlier in Akron. I could still get my cable to her that day, late at night perhaps, but still on her birthday. I jumped out of bed, dressed, and left my room. Of course, I should have told the police about this, but I certainly didn't feel like getting mixed up in the affair. It was a foreign country. Different. You know how it is. If I'd been at home, but England? Scotland Yard? I'm glad Captain Keen brought the matter up. I'm glad to explain, and I hope you believe me. Oh yes, one thing I do remember. I've been taking pictures all the way around, as you know. You're all in them. I bought a projector in Honolulu, and Friday night, our last night aboard, well, Mrs. Bembo and I want you all to be our guests, and I'll run off the whole trip for you. That's about all now." He sat down amid loud and friendly applause. "I guess it's up to me to make the next selection," Maxie remarked. "Mr. Ross, we ain't heard from you yet." Ross stood up and leaned heavily on his stick. "All I can say is, this has been an interesting tour. I've been looking forward to it for many years. It has been somewhat more exciting than I'd bargained for, but I have no regrets. I'm glad I came on this party with Dr. Lofton and with all of you. I only wish I had been as wise as Mr. Bembo and made a record of my experiences. As for that unfortunate night in London, when poor Hugh Morris Drake lay dead in that stuffy room, with Dr. Lofton's strap around his throat." Suddenly, from far down the table, Vivian spoke. "Who says it was Dr. Lofton's luggage strap?" Ross hesitated. "Why, I understood at the inquest," he replied, "that it was taken from the doctor's closet." "It so happens," said Vivian, "that it wasn't Lofton's luggage strap. It wasn't a luggage strap at all. It was a camera strap, the kind you use to carry a camera, and I happen to know it was Mr. Elmer Bembo's." With one accord, they all turned and stared at Bembo, sitting with a stricken look near the foot of the table. Chapter 19. The Fruitful Tree. In silence, Maxie Minchin got slowly to his feet. He removed the hat from his head and cast it aside. "Well, you people are certainly making some dinner out of this," he remarked. "I never give one like it before. Way I figure it, guys that eat together ought to act nice and friendly at the table, even if they do pull out a gun on the stairs going out. Still, I ain't going to tell my guests how to behave. Mr. Bembo, you spoke once, but it looks to me like you gotta speak again." Bembo leapt to his feet. The stricken look had faded, and he appeared grim and determined. "Well," he said, "I guess I made a mistake. When I was telling you about the cablegram to my daughter, perhaps I ought to say something about the strap. I suppose you sent it to her as a birthday present," Keene sneered. Bembo turned on him. "Captain Keene, I don't know why you dislike me so much. My opinion of you I've kept to myself, but I will gladly explain." He took a sip of water and continued. "I heard about Mr. Drake's murder early that next morning and went to his room to see if there was anything I could do. There was no one in the room at that moment but a hotel servant. The police hadn't come. I went over and I looked at Drake. I saw the strap about his throat, and I thought it looked like my camera strap. I went to my room and found that the strap was missing. Well, we talked it over, Nettie and I. Our door was always unlocked, like the manager asked us. The camera had been there all afternoon and evening. When we went to the theatre, it had been easy to get that strap. My wife suggested that I go and talk things over with Dr. Lofton." He looked at the doctor. "I'm going to tell them everything," he added. Lofton nodded. "By all means," he remarked. Well, the doctor calmed my fears at first. But when I told him I had been out the previous night to send that cablegram, he began to look serious. I asked him if he thought I'd better tell Scotland Yard it was my strap. Men have been hung on less than that. And there I was, in a strange country, and, well, I was scared. "It looks like I leave your party here and now," I said. The doctor, he patted me on the shoulder. "Say nothing," he told me. "Leave everything to me. Believe me, it was a good offer. I took it." The next thing I heard about the strap, Dr. Lofton had said it was his. That's all I've got to say. Oh yes, Vivian asked me on the Channel boat where my strap was. When I bought another in Paris, he made some crack about it. For the first time, Chan spoke. He turned to Vivian. "Is this true, sir?" he inquired. "Yes, it is," replied Vivian. "I knew it was Bembo's strap. I didn't really think Bembo was guilty. I didn't know what to do, so I consulted the one man in our party who ought to know about such things, Mr. Tate, and he advised me to say nothing." "And now you disregard his advice," Charlie said. "Not precisely. He and I were speaking about it today. He suggested I tell you. He said he thought yours was the best mind that had yet come into the case." Chan bowed. "Mr. Tate does me too much honour," he protested. "Well, there's nothing more I can say," Bembo went on, mopping his perspiring brow. "Dr. Lofton claimed the strap, and that let me out." He sat down. They all looked at Lofton. His manner showed that he was decidedly annoyed. His eyes were flashing. "Everything that Mr. Bembo has told you is true," he remarked. "But there I was with a murder in my party, and up against the best police force in the world. All I wanted to do was to get out of England with my party intact. I felt that if Mr. Bembo told all, he would certainly be held in London. I saw myself losing, at the very start of the tour, 2 of my best clients, and I was certain Mr. Bembo was entirely innocent. When Inspector Duff asked me about the strap, I saw my way out. I had not left my room the night before. I was not connected with the crime in any way. The strap was like one I had on my old bag, same colour, black. I told Duff I had a strap similar to the one he was showing me. I went to my room, removed it from my bag, and hid it beneath a wardrobe. If my plan failed, I could simply tell Duff that I'd been mistaken. Then I went back to Drake's room and told the inspector that I believed the strap used to strangle the old gentleman was mine. It worked like a charm. From that point on, the matter of the strap was of no further interest to Scotland Yard. Mr. Benbow was safe, and so were you, suggested Captain Keene. I beg your pardon, sir, glowered Lofton. I say Benbow was safe, and so were you, Keene went on calmly. If Dove had suspected you of the crime, you fooled him. He figured that if you'd been guilty, you wouldn't have committed the murder with your own strap, and then admitted the ownership immediately. Lofton's face was scarlet. What the devil are you driving at? Don't get excited. But nobody's been paying much attention to you in this affair. There you were, broken-hearted, because such a thing had happened on a tour of yours. But were you? Mightn't there have been something more important to you than your tour? Lofton tossed aside his chair and strode over to where Keene sat. "Stand up," he cried. "Stand up, you dirty cur. I'm an old man, but by heaven, a gentleman, shouted Maxie Minchin. "Remember, there's ladies present." Charlie inserted his great bulk between Dr. Lofton and the captain. "Let the refreshing breeze of reason blow over this affair," he suggested gently. "Dr. Lofton, you are a foolish man to listen to unresponsible talk of this plenty flippant person. He has no basis whatever for evil insinuations." He took the doctor by the arm and led him a few feet away. "Well, folks," announced Maxie Minchin, "I guess the dinner's over." Chan took Lofton outside. Behind him, as he left, he heard the breaking up of Maxie's dinner party. "Hot words will cool here on windy deck," he suggested. "Accepting my advice, you will abstain from present of Keene until you feel less fiery." "Yes," the doctor admitted, "I've hated him from the moment I saw him." He gave Charlie a searching look. "I was happy to hear you say that he had no basis for his accusation." "None whatever, that I discover," answered Chan blandly. "I don't know. It was rather silly my claiming that strap. I can't explain it except for the fact that I look upon my group as children, somewhat stupid children too. My first instinct is always to protect them. One of my people was in trouble, so I simply shifted his burden to my own shoulders and carried on." Charlie nodded. "I understand plenty well." "Thank you, Mr. Chan," Lofton replied. "I think I underrated you when we met." Charlie smiled. "That is customary. I do not let it distress me. My object is to arrange so people are not still underrating me when we part." "I imagine your object is usually attained," the doctor bowed. "I think I'll go to my cabin now. I have a lot of work to do." They parted, and Chan set out on a walk about the deck. Much had happened at Maxie Minchin's dinner. Charlie smiled to himself as he recalled how much had happened. Someone called to him from a steamer chair. "Ah, Mr. Tate," he remarked. "I will sit down at your side if you have no inclination for objecting." "I am delighted," replied Tate. Ah, yes. You were kind enough to speak to Mr. Vivian in flattering terms of my poor brain power. The lawyer nodded. You justify my belief in you. We are talking, no doubt, about same thing? Oh, no doubt at all. Will you tell me, then, of what we speak? Gladly. It was rather a slip for me to admit that any one of us might have been in Hugh Morris Drake's position that night in Broom's Hotel. It was indeed. Hugh knew, of course, that Honeywood and Drake changed rooms that night. Inspector Duff told you same on train between Nice and San Remo. Yes, that was where he told me about the change. You know Duff notes pretty thoroughly? I must. They are my only hope. I find no record that you ever read a letter written by late Mr. Honeywood to his wife. I didn't even know there was such a letter. Yes, you knew that Drake was killed by someone seeking to kill Honeywood. Your knowings that death was accidental, that it might have happened to any man in the party. Yes, I'll have to admit that I knew that. I'm sorry I let it out, but it's too late now for regrets. How did you know? Duff never told you? No, of course Duff never told me. Then who did? Tate hesitated. I suppose I shall have to confess. I got the information from Mark Kennaway. Ah, yes. And Mr. Kennaway got it from... He told me he got it from Pamela Potter. A brief silence. Then Charlie stood up. Mr. Tate, that is proper, good answer. Seeking the dancers, he saw Pamela Potter and Kennaway on the dance floor. He approached the couple. Pardon, he announced, but this lady has next foxtrotting with me. Gravely, he led the girl off. The music was beginning again. I spoke with metaphor, Charlie remarked. My large size and dancing do not make good mixture. Nonsense, she answered. The wise elephant does not seek to ape the butterfly. I desire not only for the fragrance of your society, which is delectable, but also to ask question. Oh, and I thought I'd made a conquest, she laughed. Tell me this, if you will be so kind. Have you told fellow members of Tour that murder of grandfather was accident? Oh dear, she murmured. Shouldn't I have done it? Chan shrugged. Old saying has it, 2 ears, 1 mouth. Hear twice as much as you tell. Well, I told Mrs. Luce. That was natural. And how many more? Just 1 more, Mark, Mr. Kennaway. Ah, yes. You noted tonight, perhaps, that Mr. Kennaway has passed information to Mr. Tate. He should never have told Mr. Tate, the girl said, but I don't think I shall be cross with him. The mood tonight is one of tenderness. Let it remain so, urged Chan. I like it better that way myself. As Charlie turned away, the purser faced him. Come with me, Mr. Chan, Lynch said. He led the way to his office. In a chair sat Kashimo, looking very sad. What has happened? Charlie inquired. Kashimo looked up. So sorry, he hissed. And Chan's heart sank. Your helper here has got himself into trouble, the purser explained. How do I know she will come back? The Japanese said. You speak in riddles, Chan told him. Who'll come back? Mrs. Menchin, the purser said, returned to her cabin a few minutes ago and found this boy searching there. She's got $1 billion worth of jewellery. I promised her I'd throw the lad overboard myself. We'll have to put him somewhere else. I'm afraid his usefulness to you is ended. So sorry, Kashimo repeated. "One moment," Charlie said. "You will have plenty time sorry later. Tell me first, did you find anything of interest in Maxie Minchin's cabin?" Kashimo leapt to his feet. "I think so, Charlie. I search hard, and am good searcher. You said so." Yes. What did you find?" "I find nice collection of hotel labels, not posted onto anything. Pretty labels from all hotels visited by these travellers. Labels that say Grand Hotel, Splendid Hotel, Palace Hotel." "And was there one from Great Eastern Hotel, Calcutta?" Chan inquired. "No. I looked twice. Label from that hotel is not present." Chan smiled and patted the little Japanese on the back. "Do not belittle own attainments any longer, Kashimo," he advised. "Stones are thrown at trees with fruit only. You may yet bear fruit like tree." Chapter 20. Miss Pamela Makes a List. It was arranged that Kashimo should be transferred to cabins on a lower deck, and out of the way of Sadie Minchin. The little Japanese slipped away, and Chan returned to the deck. Standing once more by the rail, he considered this latest development. If there were loose hotel labels available aboard the President Arthur, then it seemed unlikely that the key had been attached to Kennaway's bag at Calcutta, and probably not there when Welby found it in Yokohama. No, it had been elsewhere, in the possession of its owner. That person, not wanting to throw it away, had the idea of planting it on Kennaway's suitcase under the label of a hotel long since visited. He had known where such a label could be had. He might even have owned such a label himself. He might have been Minchin? Charlie smiled to himself, and after spending a few minutes in the library, went to his cabin. He took out Duff's notes and studied them again. What he read seemed to please him, and he went cheerfully to bed. Early the next morning, Charlie met Maxie Minchin. He fell into step beside the gangster. "Hello, officer," Maxie said. "Swell morning, after the storm." "Storm?" Chan inquired. "I mean that snappy little party I gave last night. Hope you had a good time." "An excellent one," smiled the Chinese. "Well, I was a little anxious myself," Maxie returned. "I thought for a minute it was going to end with some guy getting arrested. But after all was said and done, I guess you were just as far from the result as ever." Chan sighed ponderously. "I fear I was." "It's sure some mystery," Maxie went on. "Me? I can't figure why anyone would want to rub out that nice old gentleman. Something Tate said made me think maybe it was all a mistake. Maybe they thought he was somebody else. I remember once in Chicago, but why should I let a cop in on that? What I was going to say, we had a little bit of excitement in our cabin last night." "Yes? Of what nature?" Charlie was mildly curious. "Us rich millionaires," Maxie continued, "the word goes round we're rolling in cash. I don't know what the world's coming to. No respect for property rights no more. Sadie went back to the cabin, and there was a biscuit boy, going through things like it was a store." "So sad," Chan answered. "I trust nothing valuable was taken." "No, there was all that jewellery. Sadie's been buying valuable stuff. And when Sadie went into the cabin, there was this chink with a bunch of old hotel labels in his hand." "You have a collection of such labels?" Charlie inquired. "Yeah, I've been picking 'em up from each hotel we go to. Going to take 'em home to little Maxie, that's my son, so he can paste 'em on his suitcase. He wanted to come along with us, But I tells him, an education comes first. You stay here and learn to talk right, I says. Even a bootlegger's got to speak good language nowadays, associating with the best people the way he does. Not that I want Maxie in the racket. I'll bring you the labels, I says to him. And, as I just been telling you, with all Sadie's valuables lying around, it was them labels that caught the chink's eye. But he only had time to pinch one of them. Ah, one is missing. Yeah, the wife noticed it right off bat. The swellest one in the bunch, a Calcutta hotel. But it was gone. Charlie turned and stared at the gangster. The simple innocence of that dark face amazed him. The purser tells me he searched the chink and he was clean. Little Maxie won't know what he missed, and that's something. I congratulate you, said Chan. Life has made you philosopher, which means peaceful days ahead. That's just what I want, Minchin replied. The afternoon passed swiftly. Evening came, the last of his evenings but one, and Chan was as calm as the sea. He prepared for dinner, and stepping out onto the deck, saw Tate about to enter the smoking room. "Won't you join me, Mr. Chan?" the lawyer invited. Charlie shook his head. "I am seeking Mr. Kennaway," he replied. "Still in the cabin when I left," Tate said. "And the number is?" the Chinese inquired. Tate gave him this quite unnecessary information, and Chan walked away. He found Mark Kennaway busy with a black tie. "Oh, come in, Mr. Chan," the young man greeted him. Chan closed the door. "I have called for a private talk with you," he announced. "I must have your word of honor you will keep what is said in dark." "Naturally." Charlie dropped to his knees and dragged from beneath one of the beds the suitcase with the interesting label. He pointed to the latter. "You will regard that, please." "You mean the label from the Great Eastern Hotel in Calcutta? What about it?" "Do you recall? Was it there when you left Calcutta?" "Why, of course. I noticed it after I got on the boat. One could hardly overlook it." "You are certain this is the label you saw on that occasion?" "Well, how could I be certain of that? I saw one just like it." "Precisely," answered Chan. "You saw one just like it, but you did not see this one." Kennaway came closer. "What do you mean?" he inquired. "I mean that at some later date, second label was pasted neatly over the first, and between the two, will you kindly run fingers over surface?" The young man did so. "What's this? Feels like a key." "It is a key," Charlie nodded. "Duplicate of the one found in hand of Hugh Morris Drake one February morning in Brome's Hotel." Kennaway whistled softly. "Who put it on my bag?" he asked. "I wonder," said Chan, slowly. The young man sat down on the edge of his bed, thinking deeply. His eyes strayed across the room to another bed, on which lay a pair of pyjamas. "I wonder, too," he said. He and Charlie exchanged a long look. "I will put suitcase back in place," remarked the detective. "You will say nothing of this to living soul. Keep eye on key. It will, I think, be removed before ship reaches port. Kindly inform me the moment it is gone." The door opened abruptly, and Tate came in. "Ah, Mr. Chan," he said. "Pardon me. Is this a private conference?" "Not at all," Charlie assured him. I found I had no handkerchief, Tate explained. He opened a drawer and took one out. Won't you join me for a drink? Both of you? So sorry not to do so, the Chinese answered. After dinner, he found Mrs. Luce and Pamela Potter seated together in deck chairs. May I intrude my obnoxious presence? He inquired. Sit down, Mr. Chan, the old lady said. I'm not seeing much of you on this trip, but then I suppose you're a busy man. Not so much busy as I expected to be, he answered quietly. He glanced at a sheet of paper and pencil in Pamela's hand. Pardon me, I think I interrupt. You are writing letter? She shook her head. No, I was merely puzzling over our mystery. The time is getting rather short. No one could know it better, he nodded gravely. And it doesn't seem to me that we're getting anywhere. Oh, I'm sorry, but you came into the case rather late. I was just making a list of the men in our party, and opposite the name of each, I've been putting down the things against him. So far as I can see, every single one of them, except Mr. Minchin and Mark Kennaway, has been a suspect. Your list is not correct. Those two also have no claim to clean record. She gasped. You mean every man in the party has been involved? Chan rose and gently removed the paper from her hand. He tore it into tiny fragments and, walking to the rail, tossed them overboard. Do not worry, pretty head over matter, he advised, coming back. It is already settled. What do you mean? She cried. Of course, there remains stern quest for proofs acceptable to British courts, but these will yet be found. You mean you know who killed my grandfather? Charlie smiled. You had same opportunities as I, but then your mind was filled with young men who irritate you. As for me, I laboured under no such handicap. With a beautiful bow, which included both of them, he strolled casually off down the deck. Chapter 21. The Promenade des Anglais. Her eyes wide with amazement, Pamela Potter looked at Mrs. Luce. What in the world, she cried, did Mr. Chan mean by that? Mrs. Luce smiled. He meant that he knows who killed your grandfather, my dear. I rather thought he'd find out. But how did he find it out? He said I ought to know too. And I can't imagine. The old lady shrugged. You're a clever girl. I've noticed that, but you're not so clever as Charlie Chan. Not many people are. Meanwhile, Charlie, having gone to the library and selected a book, was sitting there, reading. He read until about 10 o'clock, and after a stroll sought his cabin. Sleep came to him without delay, the dreamless sleep of one who hasn't a care in the world. At 8 o'clock the next morning, he was up on deck. From his manner it was clear he was confident and happy. Later that morning, he had a long radiogram from Duff. It read, Splendid news. How can I ever thank you? Get the proofs, Charlie. Cable from Chief says investigation, Clark, Jewellery Shop, Calcutta, reveals him once illicit diamond buyer. Inquiries among diamond merchants Amsterdam brought out further fact, another IDB around Kimberley some 15 years back by name Jim Everard. Remember bags of stones? Scotland Yard man Sergeant Wales now in San Francisco by Chief's orders. Will meet you at dock prepared to make arrest. With him our friend Flannery, like old times. Sorry can't be there. Mending rapidly. Be with you soon. Cheerio. Best of luck. Duff. Chan read the message a second time, and when he came to the mention of Captain Flannery, an amused smile spread over his broad face. He would be happy to see Flannery again. He tore Duff's message into bits and tossed them through the porthole. The day wore on without incident. Benbow came to him late in the afternoon. "You're invited to that party of ours tonight. Wouldn't be the same without you." Chan bowed. "I accept with unbounded pleasure. You will show your films?" "Yes. We'll meet at 8:30. I'll put up a screen. I must say, nobody seems to be much interested." "I am deeply interested," Charlie assured him. "Yes, but the rest of them? You think they'd be keen to see those pictures, their own trip?" He sighed. "But that's the way it goes. At 8:30 then, in Cabin A." "You are so very kind," Chan returned. "I am honoured beyond words." When at 8:30 Charlie pushed open the door of Cabin A, all the members of the party appeared to be inside. Mrs. Benbow, an efficient woman, soon had them seated in a little semicircle, facing a white screen. "All ready, folks," cried Mr. Benbow. "The first pictures, as you can see, are the ones I took on the deck of the ship just as we were leaving New York Harbor. We didn't know one another very well then. I think I got the Statue of Liberty. Yes, here she is. Now, we're coming to some I got on the way across the Atlantic. Not many of you people in these. Was everyone seasick?" He continued his prattle as the film unwound. They saw London again, and Broom's Hotel. They had a few moments with the Fenwicks, whom Benbow had met on a street corner and had insisted on photographing. The little man from Pittsfield did not seem pleased. Then came the pictures of Inspector Duff, and evidently as unwilling to be photographed as Fenwick, Dover and the Channel boat, Paris, and after that, Nice. Charlie suddenly uncrossed his plump legs and leaned forward. He was recalled to his surroundings by the voice of Tate, who sat by his side. The lawyer spoke in a low voice. "I'm leaving, Mr. Chan," he said. I feel rather ill. I'll not say anything to Kenaway. It's his last night, and I don't want to trouble him. I shall be all right after a rest." He slipped out. Benbow was starting on a new reel. Egypt, India, Singapore, China. The man had really shown remarkable intelligence in the scenes he had selected. He came at last to the end, and the party drifted from the room until only Chan and the Benbows were left. The detective was examining the little spools on which the film was wound. "A very interesting evening," he remarked. "Thanks," Benbow replied. "I believe they did enjoy it, don't you?" "I am certain they did," Charlie told him. "Mrs. Benbow, it is not just that you should oppress frail self with that burden. Your husband and I will together transport this material to your cabin." He took up the many reels of film and moved towards the door. Benbow, carrying the projector, followed. They went below. Once inside the Benbow stateroom, Charlie laid the film on the bed and turned to the man from Akron. "May I inquire who has cabins on either side of you?" he said. "Why, Mrs. Luce and Miss Pamela are on one side. The other cabin is empty." "One moment," Chad answered. He disappeared, but returned almost at once. "At this instant," he announced, "both cabins quite empty. Corridor also is entirely deserted by one and all." Benbow was fumbling nervously with the projector. What's it all about, Mr. Chan?" he stammered. "That is very valuable film of yours," Charlie suggested blandly. "I'll say it is. You have trunk with good strong lock. Why, yes. Bembo nodded towards a wardrobe trunk in the corner. Making humble suggestion, would you be good enough to bestow all reels of film in that and fasten lock securely? Of course, but why? Surely nobody. Chan's little eyes narrowed. Person never knows, he remarked. It would grieve me greatly if you arrived in beloved hometown lacking important reel. The reel, for example, that includes pictures taken at Nice. What is this all about, Mr. Chan? Bembo asked. You noticed nothing about those particular pictures. No, I can't say I did. Others were perhaps more observant. Please, do not distress yourself. Merely lock pictures all away. They have told their story to me, and may be required by Scotland Yard. Scotland Yard? Cried Bembo. I'd like to see them try to— Pardon that I interrupt. I must ask just one question. Do you now recall exact date when the photographs of street in Nice were taken? Removing a warm bit of paper from his pocket, Bembo studied it. That film was exposed on the morning of February 21st, he announced. Ah, an excellent system, Chan approved. I am grateful. Now, you will stow away all reels and I will assist. This is snaplock, I perceived. There, it has nice strong appearance. He turned to go. Mr. Bembo, I am much in your debt. First, for taking so many pictures. Second, for showing them to me. Why, that's all right, returned the dazed Bembo. Chan departed. He went at once to the radio room and wrote a message. Sergeant Wales, care Captain Flannery, Hall of Justice, San Francisco. Without delay, requests Scotland Yard authorities obtain from Jimmy Breen, English tailor, Promenade des Anglais, Nice, France, full description of man who had work performed on or about February 21st, calling for same on morning of that date. Also, nature of work done. Expecting you without fail on dock tomorrow morning. Charlie Chan, Inspector. He was crossing the afterdeck, which was shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, he saw a black figure moving. He saw a faint glint of steel. It must be set down forever to his credit that he was rushing in that direction when the shot was fired. Charlie dropped to the deck and lay motionless. There followed the sound of footsteps, then a moment of silence. It was broken by the voice of the purser leaning over Chan. In heaven's name, Inspector, he cried, what has happened? Charlie sat up. For a moment, I found the recumbent position more comfortable, he remarked. I am, you will observe, conservative by nature. Somebody shot at you? The purser said. Briefly, replied the Chinese, and missed by 1 inch. Do not fret, he advised. The man who fired that shot will be in arms of police tomorrow morning. But tonight? There is no occasion for alarm. Something tells me that there was no real effort to hit target. Kindly notice size of same, and that aim has never failed before. Just a warning, eh? Remarked the purser, relieved. Something of that nature, Charlie returned, and strolled away. Mark Kennaway ran up to him. The young man's face was pale. Mr. Chan, he cried, you must come with me at once. Silently, Charlie followed. Kennaway led the way to the stateroom he shared with Tate and pushed open the door. Tate was lying, apparently lifeless, on his bed. Ah, "The poor gentleman has had one of his attacks," Chan said. "I found him like this. But see, I heard that someone had taken a shot at you. And look!" He pointed to the floor beside the bed. A pistol was lying there. "It's still warm," the young man added hoarsely. "I touched it, and it's still warm." Charlie stooped and carelessly picked up the weapon. "Ah, yes," he remarked. "It remains overheated, and for good reason. It was only a moment ago discharged at my plentiful person." Kennaway sat on the edge of the bed. "Tate," he murmured. "Good Lord, Tate!" "Yes," Charlie nodded. "Mr. Tate's fingerprints will be found on bright surface of pistol." He stooped again and drew Kennaway's bag from beneath the bed. For a moment he stared at the innocent-seeming Calcutta label. "Plenty neat job," the detective commented. "It is just as I thought. The key is gone." Kennaway looked wildly about. "Where is it?" he asked. "It is where I want it to be," Charlie answered, "on person of the man who fired this revolver a moment ago." The young man stared at the other bed. "You mean he's got it?" "No," replied Charlie, shaking his head. "It is not on Mr. Tate. It is on the person of a ruthless killer, a man who came here tonight for key, found Mr. Tate unconscious, saw chance, a man who fired at me, then returned here after pressing Tate's hand about revolver to attend to fingerprints, dropped weapon on floor. A clever criminal if ever I met one. I shall experience great joy in handing him over to my old friend Flannery in the morning." Chapter 22. Time to Fish. Kennaway stood up, relief on his face. Charlie was putting the revolver away in his pocket. "Thank heaven," the young man said. He glanced down at Tate, who was stirring slightly. "I think he's coming out of it now. All evening I've been wondering, but I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe him capable of all those terrible things." Chan was moving towards the door. "Your lips, I trust, are sealed. You will repeat no word of what I have told you. We have yet to make our capture, but I am certain our quarry is unsuspecting. Should he feel that his plan here has succeeded, I think maybe our future path becomes smoother." "I understand," Kennaway answered. He put his hand over the lawyer's heart. "It begins to look as though I will get Mr. Tate home alive after all." Chan opened the door. Just a moment, Inspector. If you see Miss Potter, will you ask her to wait for me? I may be here for a half-hour or so, but as soon as Mr. Tate falls asleep—" "Ah, yes," smiled Chan. "I shall be happy to take that message. It's our last night, you know. I really ought to say goodbye to her." "Goodbye?" Charlie repeated. "Yes, and nothing more." The ship's captain was waiting for him in the main companionway. "I've just heard what has happened," he remarked. "I have an extra berth in my cabin, and I want you to sleep there tonight." "I am immensely honored," Charlie bowed. "But there is no need for such sacrifice." "What do you mean, sacrifice? I'm doing this for myself. I don't want any accident on my ship. I'll be expecting you. Captain's orders." "Which, of course, must be obeyed," Chan agreed. He found Pamela Potter sitting in a corner of the lounge. She put down her book and looked at him with deep concern. "What's all this about your being shot at?" she wanted to know. Charlie shrugged. "The matter is of no consequence," he assured her. "I arrive with message for you. Mr. Kennaway requests you loiter up for him." "Wait for him?" "Why?" the girl replied. "Mr. Tate has suffered bad attack." "Oh, I'm so sorry. He is improving. When chance offers, Mr. Kennaway will seek you out." The girl said nothing. "Here's plenty fine young man," Charlie added. "He irritates me," she replied firmly. Charlie smiled. "I can understand feeling, but as favour to me, please wait up and let him irritate you for final time." "I might," she answered, "but only as a favour to you." When Chan had gone, she picked up her book again. Kennaway appeared suddenly at her side. "Hello," he remarked. "Mr. Chan gave you my message, I see." "Oh, it didn't matter," she replied. "I had no intention of going to my cabin. Never be able to sleep with that thing blowing." They listened to the sound of the ship's foghorn. "Jolly old horn, isn't it?" Kennaway went on. "Once, when I was a kid, I got a horn for Christmas." "Why the sudden cheerfulness?" asked the girl. "Oh, lots of reasons. I've been worried about something all evening, and I've just found out there was nothing to worry about. Everything's fine. Going ashore in the morning. Mr. Tate's son will be waiting for him. After that, freedom for me. I tell you, The horn broke in again. "What were you saying?" asked the girl when it stopped. "What was I? Oh, yes, only myself to take care of, beginning tomorrow. It will be a glorious feeling, won't it?" "I'll say it will. If you shouldn't see me in the morning, oh, you'll see me. Just wanted to tell you that it's been fun knowing you. You're awfully nice, you know. Charming. I don't know what I'd have done without you on this tour. I'll think of you a lot, but no letters, remember?" She seemed suddenly very lovely and appealing. He took her in his arms and kissed her. "All right," she said. "If you insist." All right what?" he inquired. "I'll marry you. If you want me to. That's what you were trying to say, isn't it?" "Not exactly. I was saying I hoped you'd marry some nice boy and be very happy." "Oh, excuse me, please. But look here. Do you mean you'd actually marry me?" "Why bring that up? You haven't asked me." "But I will. I do. I am." The horn again. Kennaway wasted no time in words. He released her when the blast was over. "You really do care for me after all?" she asked. "I'm crazy about you, but I was sure you'd turn me down. That's why I didn't like to ask you. You're not going to turn me down, I take it?" "No, I'm not going to turn you down," she answered. "Wonderful night," the young man said, and so it seemed to him. "I know where there are a couple of chairs in a dark corner on the afterdeck." "They've been there ever since Hong Kong," the girl replied. They went to find them. Meanwhile, amid the unfamiliar surroundings of the captain's cabin, Charlie Chan lay wide awake. He wondered if all old sea captains snored as loudly as this one. He was aroused the next morning by a knock at the door. The captain took a radiogram for a rather flustered boy and handed it to Chan. "From Captain Flannery of the San Francisco Police," Charlie announced. "He and Sergeant Wales of Scotland Yard will be aboard immigration launch." "Good," said the other. "I've been wondering, Inspector, hadn't I better put our friend under arrest until they come?" Chan shook his head. "Not necessary, thank you. I prefer he remain unsuspecting. Mr. Tate will no doubt spend morning in cabin, and I shall spread underground word among loft and party that we have our man in him. Believe real quarry will assume extra carelessness when he hears that." "Just as you say," the captain nodded. "After what you told me last night, I'd gamble a year's pay that you're right. I'll instruct the second officer to watch your man until he's in the hands of the police. People have been known to disappear from boats, you know." "A wise suggestion," Charlie agreed. "I am grateful for your help." He had been dressing while they talked, and now moved towards the door with his bag. "Many hearty thanks for lodging of the night." "Not at all. You've done a great job. I hope you get the respect you deserve for your work." Chan shrugged. "When dinner is ended, who values the spoon?" he replied, and went out onto the bridge. On his way to breakfast, he stopped at the stateroom, occupied by Tate and Kennaway. Both were awake, and the lawyer looked to be much better. "Oh, I'm fine," he said in answer to Chan's query. "I promised you I'd make San Francisco, didn't I? Mark thinks I'd better stay in bed until we're ready to land. It's all nonsense, but I've agreed to do it." "A splendid idea," nodded Chan. "Has Mr. Kennaway told you of last night's happenings?" Tate frowned. "He has. There's one criminal I wouldn't defend." Charlie outlined his plan for morning, and the lawyer agreed. "All right with me," he said. "Anything to get him. But of course you'll let the members of the party know the truth before we land?" "Naturally," Chan answered. "Good. You say you know who the murderer is? I don't suppose you would tell—" "Later, please," smiled Charlie as he left. After breakfast, he met the purser on the deck. "I've got a landing card for you," he said. "But as for Kashimo, well, I don't know. He came as a stowaway. He's admitted as much to me, and he'd better go back at once. One of our boats will be at the same pier, due to sail at 2 o'clock today, and I'll simply turn him over to her purser with instructions to return him to Honolulu." Chan nodded. "I approve of plan, and so will Kashimo. His work is done. It was good work, too. I know he will be glad to hurry back. Kindly arrange he goes as passenger. I will supply the money." The busy purser nodded and hurried away. Further down the deck, the detective came upon Stuart Vivian, standing at the rail, a pair of glasses in his hand, the empty case from which they had been taken hanging from his shoulder. "Good morning," he said. "First sight of home. By heaven, I was never so glad to see it before." "There is no vision so restful to weary eyes as that of home," Charlie remarked. "You've said it. And I've been fed up with this tour for weeks. I'd have dropped out long ago, but I was afraid of what you policemen might think. I hear a rumor that you've found out who the killer is?" Charlie nodded. "A very distressing affair." "It is indeed. I presume the man's name is secret?" Not at all. Mr. Tate has granted full permission to make the matter public." "Tate?" cried Vivian. He was silent for a moment. He looked at his watch. "We're having a farewell meeting in the library in 10 minutes. Lofton's giving out the tickets to those who travel beyond San Francisco. Your news will stir things up." "I think maybe it will," smiled Chan. When the customs boat arrived, Charlie was at the top of the ladder. Presently the crimson face and broad shoulders of Flannery hove into sight. "Hello there," the officer cried. "It's my old pal, Inspector Chan, as I live." They shook hands. "So happy to see you again," Charlie said. "But since the day, long time ago, when I stood by and noted your admirable work on Bruce's case, there have been changes. For one thing, I am now promoted to Inspector." "Is that so?" Flannery answered. Charlie laughed. "I perceive you have not forgotten me." Behind Flannery stood a mountain of a man. "This, I presume, is—" "Excuse me," said Flannery. "Sergeant Wales of Scotland Yard." "Highly honoured," Chan remarked. "What's your latest word from Duff?" inquired the sergeant. "Steady improvement has set in," Charlie told him. "And speaking of Duff, you have come to arrest Killer, perhaps?" "I certainly have," Wales said. "I am very happy to hand him over to you," Chan replied. "So that the matter may not incur too much publicity, I fix up little plan. Will you come with me, please?" He led them to a stateroom, on the door of which was the number 119. Escorting them inside, he indicated a couple of wicker chairs. There were 2 beds, one on either side of the cabin, and beside each was a pile of luggage. "If you will wait here, your quarry will come to you," he announced. He turned to Wales. "One thing I would inquire about. You had message from me last night?" "Yes, I did," the sergeant replied, "and I got in touch with the yard at once, and within a few hours they had the answer. Jimmy Breen told our representative that your man brought him a coat to be repaired on February 20th and called for it the next morning. It was a coat of a grey suit, and the right-hand pocket was torn." "Ah, yes," nodded Charlie. "Torn by hand of aged porter in hallway of Broom's Hotel on early morning of February 7th. Murderer should have thrown away that coat, but from the first he has felt himself safe. I would wager he shipped it to Nice, addressed to himself, and then engaged the able Mr. Bream. I see on many tailors' signs nowadays the words, 'Invisible Repairing.' Screen was too small for me to note them on Breen establishment, but they should have been there. Many times I have examined that coat. But Mr. Breen was evidently master of invisibility." He stepped to the door. "However, Tock will not cook rice. You will await guilty man here," he added, and disappeared. He found the Lofton party gathered in the library. At the only door leading into the room, Charlie met the second officer. With him, the detective held a brief conversation. "All right, people," shouted the officer. "Your baggage is examined on the ship here, you know. The customs men are now ready. Go to your rooms, please." Mark Kennaway and Pamela Potter were the first to emerge. "We'll see you later, Mr. Chan. We've news for you." "That has happy sound," Charlie replied, but his face was grave. Minchin and his wife came out. "Should I fail to see you again," Charlie remarked, shaking hands, "my kindest regards to little Maxie. Tell him to be good boy and study hard. An idle brain is the devil's workshop." "I'll tell him that, officer," the gangster said. "You're a good cop, and there ain't many who've heard me say that." Mrs. Spicer passed, and Mrs. Luce followed. "You let me know when you reach Southern California," she said. "The greatest country—" "Don't believe her, Mr. Chan," broke in Bembo, coming up. "Wait till we've shown you Akron." "Come and look at the Northwest," added Ross. "You're all wrong," protested Vivian. "California. No better place on earth." Keene and Lofton were approaching, but Charlie did not wait. Leaving the second officer at the door, he hurried away. Meanwhile, in cabin 119, Captain Flannery and the man from Scotland Yard were growing a bit restless. "I hope nothing goes wrong," Wales said. "Don't you worry," said Flannery. "Charlie Chan is the best detective west of the Golden Gate." The door opened suddenly, and Flannery leapt to his feet. Vivian was standing in the doorway. "What's all this?" he demanded. "Come in," the policeman said. "Shut that door quick and step inside." "Who are you?" "My name is Vivian, and this is my cabin." "Sit down there on the bed." "What do you mean, giving me orders?" "I mean business. Sit down and keep still." Vivian obeyed. Wales looked at Flannery. "He would be the last, of course," the sergeant remarked. "Listen," Flannery whispered. Outside, on the hard surface of the alleyway, they heard the tap, tap, tap of a cane. The door opened and Ross stepped inside. For a moment he looked inquiringly about him. Then he glanced back at the door. Charlie Cham was standing there, and to say he filled the aperture is putting it mildly. "Mr. Ross," said Charlie, "you will shake hands with Captain Flannery of San Francisco Police." The captain seized Ross's hand. Stepping forward, Chan made a hasty search. "I perceive," he added, "that weapon supply, which you have replenished so many times along the way, is exhausted at last." What do you mean?" Ross demanded. "I am sorry to say, Captain Flannery has warrant for your arrest." "Arrest?" "He has been asked by Scotland Yard to hold you for the murder of Hugh Morris Drake in Broom's Hotel, London, on the morning of February 7th, present year. There remain other matters," Chan continued, "but you will never be called upon to answer for those. The murder of Honeywood in Nice, the murder of Sybil Conway in San Remo, the murder of Sergeant Welby in Yokohama, the brutal attack on Inspector Duff in Honolulu. Murder round the world, Mr. Ross." "It's not true," Ross said hoarsely. "We will see. Kashimo," Charlie's voice rose. "You may now emerge from your hiding place." A bedraggled little figure rolled swiftly from beneath one of the beds. The Japanese was covered with lint, stray threads, and dust. "Ah, you are somewhat stiff, Kashimo," he remarked. "I am sorry. I could not dig you out sooner. Meet Officer Kashimo of the Honolulu Force." He turned to the boy. "Is it too much to hope you know present whereabouts of precious key?" "I know," the Japanese answered proudly. He dropped to his knees and from the cuff of Ross's right trouser leg extracted the key, which he held aloft in triumph. Charlie took it. "What is this? Looks like plenty good evidence to me. Sergeant Wales, key to safety box in some bank with number 3260. Ah, Mr. Ross, you should have thrown it away, but I understand. You feared that without it you would not dare approach valuables again." He handed the key to Wales. "That key was planted there," cried Ross. "I deny everything." "Everything?" Charlie's eyes narrowed. "Last night we sat together watching Mr. Bembo's pictures. Flickering film revealed you emerging from doorway of a shop in Nice. Did you think I had failed to notice?" "I might have, but for days I have known you guilty. I will explain. Just now I speak of Nice. Jimmy Breen, the tailor, remembers. He recalls grey coat with torn right pocket. You are clever, man, but it is difficult for you to believe that you have failed. Such, however, is the situation. Clever? Ah, yes. Clever when you hid that key on Mr. Kennaway's bag. Clever when you discarded rubber tip from stick. Then carried same in wrong hand, hoping some keen eye would notice. So many were under suspicion. You thought to gain by being suspected too. You were clever again last night when you fired wild shot at me and dropped smoking revolver beside poor Mr. Tate. It was cruel act. But you are cruel man. And what a useless gesture, for as I remarked before, I have known for several days that you were a guilty person." "You don't tell me," Ross sneered. "And how did you know it?" "I knew it because there was one moment when you were not quite so clever, Mr. Ross. That moment arrived at Mr. Minchin's dinner. You made a speech there. It was brief speech, but it contained one word. One careless little word. That word convicted you. Really? What word was that? Charlie took out a card and wrote something on it. He handed it to Ross. Keep same as souvenir, he suggested. The man glanced at it. His face was white and suddenly very old. He tore the card into shreds and tossed them to the floor. Thanks, he said bitterly, but I'm not collecting souvenirs. Well, what happens next? Chapter 23. Time to dry the nets. What happened next was that a custom inspector knocked on the door, examined the luggage belonging to both Vivian and Ross. He was followed by a steward who carried the bags below. Vivian slipped out, and Kishimo, after a brief word with Charlie, also departed. Let's take this bird up to the library and hear what he's got to say for himself, said Flannery. I have nothing to say, Ross put in grimly. Is that so? Well, I've seen men change their minds. Flannery went first, then Ross, and Wales was close behind. Charlie brought up the rear. They passed Mark Kennaway on the stairs. Chan stopped for a word. We have our man, he announced. Ross, Kennaway cried. I suggest you pass among members of travel party, clearing name of poor Mr. Tate. Watch me, the young man replied. This is something which must be done quickly. Flannery and Wales were sitting with their quarry in the otherwise deserted library. Charlie closed the door behind him. As the Chinese went over to join the group, Ross gave him a look of bitter hatred. In the man's eyes there was now a light that recalled Charles' mind to a luncheon over which he had sat with Duff a week ago. You seek evidently 2 men, he had said to the English detective on that occasion. This man was no longer the gentle, mild-mannered Ross the travel party had known. It was the other man, hard, merciless, and cruel. You'd better talk, Flannery was saying. Ross's only reply was a glance of contempt. The captain is giving you good advice, remarked Wales. In all my professional career, I have never encountered a case in which the evidence was quite so strong as it is here, thanks, of course, to Inspector Chan. It is my duty to warn you that anything you say may be used against you. But my suggestion would be that you plan to plead guilty. To something I didn't do, flared Ross. Oh, come. We have not only the key, but information from the tailor, who— Yes, and how about a motive? The voice of the accused man rose. I don't give a damn for all your keys and coats. You can't prove any motive. You had a very obvious motive, Mr. Ross, Wales answered politely. Or perhaps I should say, Mr. Everard? Jim Everard, I believe. The man's face turned a ghastly grey. He was fighting for the strength that had sustained him thus far. But he fought in vain. Ah, yes, Mr. Everard, or Ross, if you prefer, Wales went on evenly. Your motive is only too clear. We haven't worried recently about motive. We worried only as to your identity. Inspector Chan has cleverly discovered that. When the jury asks for a motive, we have only to tell them of your days in South Africa, of how Honeywood stole your girl. And my diamonds, cried Ross. My diamonds and my girl. But she was as bad as he was. He had half risen from the chair. Now he fell back, suddenly silent. You went out to South Africa some 15 years ago, the sergeant continued, as a violinist in an orchestra. Sybil Conway was leading woman in the troupe, and you fell in love with her. But she was ambitious. She wanted money, stardom, success. So you started in a business, a shady business, the trade of IDB, buying diamonds from natives, from thieves. Inside a year, you had 2 bags filled with these stolen stones. Sybil Conway promised to marry you. You went on one last tour of the diamond fields, leaving those 2 bags with your girl in Cape Town. And when you came back to her, I saw him, Ross finished. I saw him the first night after I got back. Walter Honeywood Swan, that was his name. It was in the little parlour of the house where Sybil Conway was living. A younger son, Wales suggested, a ne'er-do-well at home. Out there, a member of the South African police. Yes, I knew he was with the police. After he'd gone, I asked Sybil what it meant. She said the fellow was suspicious, that he was after me, and that I'd better get away at once. She would follow when the show closed. There was a boat leaving at midnight, a boat for Australia. She hurried me aboard. She slipped me the 2 little bags. I could feel the stones inside. She kissed me goodbye, and we parted. When the boat was at sea, I went to my cabin and examined the bags. The little bags of stones. That's what they were. Wash leather bags, each filled with about 100 pebbles of various sizes. She'd cheated me. So, you went to Australia. Wales gently urged him on. You heard there that Sybil Conway and Swan were married, and that he now called himself Walter Honeywood. You wrote, promising to kill them both, but you were broke. The years went by. Eventually, you drifted to the States. You prospered, became a respectable citizen. The old urge for revenge was gone. And then, suddenly, it returned. Ross looked up. His eyes were bloodshot. Yes, he said slowly, it returned. How was that? Wales continued. Did it happen after you hurt your foot? When you lay there, idle, alone, plenty of time to think? Yes, and something to think about, Ross cried. The whole affair came back to me. What they'd done to me. He looked wildly about him. I tell you, if ever a man was justified... No, Wales protested. You should have forgotten the past. You'd be a happy man today if you had. Were you justified in killing Drake? A mistake. I was sorry. It was dark in that room. And Sergeant Welby? I had to do it. And your attempt to kill Duff? I didn't attempt to kill him. I'd have done it if I'd meant to. No, I only wanted to put him out for a moment. You have been ruthless and cruel, Ross, Wales said sternly, and you'll have to pay for it. I expect to pay. How much better for you, Wales went on, if you had never attempted your belated vengeance. When your foot was better, you put all of your property in a safety deposit box of a bank in some strange town. Where? We shall know presently. You set out for New York to find the Honeywood pair. Walter Honeywood was about to make a tour around the world. You booked for the same party. In Broom's Hotel, you attempted your first murder. It was a ghastly mistake, but you hung on. You sent that coat to Nice, where you had it repaired. You had lost part of your watch chain. One of the keys to your safety deposit box. You asked yourself, should you throw the duplicate key away? You knew Scotland Yard would find the owner of the safety deposit box, numbered 3, 2, 6-0. Could you go into a bank admitting that you had lost both keys? No. Your only hope of ever seeing your valuables again was to hang on to that other key. Walter Honeywood knew you now, but he was as eager to avoid publicity as you were. He warned you of a letter that would incriminate you if anything happened to him. You searched until you had it, and that same night you got him. You heard that Sybil Conway was in the next town. Didn't dare leave the party. You went along hoping for the best. And that lift? It was perfect. After that, it seemed smooth sailing. You began to think luck was with you. Duff was baffled, and you knew it. You moved on in peace until Yokohama. There, you learned that Welby had discovered the duplicate key. By the way, where did you have it then? Ross made no reply. It doesn't matter. You knew that Welby had gone ashore to cable. He'd sent the message before you could stop him. You shot him down on the dock. Again, you began to feel safe. But when you got to Honolulu and met Duff on the pier, you got frightened again. Nearly at the end of your journey, only a few more miles, all serene, save for Duff. How much had he learned? How much would he learn on that final lap of the tour? Nothing if you could prevent it. You removed him from your trail. Wales glanced at Charlie Chan. All right there, Ross, the Englishman finished. I think you made the big mistake of your life. Ross stood up. The boat was now fast to the dock, and outside the window the passengers were gathered around the top of the plank. Well, what of it? Ross said. They waited a moment on the deck until the crowd had gone, then started down. A uniformed policeman appeared before Flannery. The car's ready, Chief, he said. Charlie held out his hand to Sergeant Wales. Maybe we meet again, he said. I have in bag Inspector Duff's briefcase, my study of which is now completed. Wales shook hands warmly. I'll be in San Francisco until Duff comes. I hope you'll be there when he arrives. He'll want to thank you in person, you know. I may be. Who can say? Charlie returned. Good. In the meantime, you must dine with me tonight. There are still some details I'm curious about. Ross's speech at the Minchin dinner, for example. Can you meet me at the Stuart at 7? Delighted, Charlie answered. I stop at same hotel myself. Wales walked away with Ross in the company of the uniformed policeman. The man whom Charlie had at last brought to justice was wrapped in silence. Be in San Francisco long, Charlie? Asked Flannery, coming up. Hard to answer, Chan replied. I have daughter at college in Southern California, and I have unquenchable longing to visit her. Well, Charlie, drop in and see me before you go. I'll have to run along now. As Charlie walked over to get his bag, he met Kashimo and the purser. Taking this lad aboard the President Taft, the purser said. He'll be on his way back to Hawaii at 2. Chan beamed upon his assistant. And he goes covered with glory, he remarked. Kashimo, you fill my heart with pride. Not only did you do notable searching on boat, but when you came aboard that night in Honolulu, your suspicious eye already on the guilty man. He patted the Japanese on the shoulder. Even a peach grown in the shade will ripen in the end, he added. Hope Chief will not be angry that I run away, Kashimo said. Chief will be at pier with loudly playing band, Charlie assured him. I do not appear to make you understand, Kashimo. You are hero. Do not continually seek to push it aside like blanket on hot night. Okay, Charlie, said Kashimo meekly. As Charlie was leaving the pier shed, he encountered Mark Kennaway. "Hello," the young man cried. "Pamela and I have been waiting for you. We have a taxi to take you to the hotel." "You are too kind," Charlie replied. They went to the curb where Pamela Potter was seated in a large touring car. "Jump in, Mr. Chan," the young man added. Charlie did no jumping, but climbed aboard with his usual dignity. Kennaway followed, and the car started. "Both of you are looking very happy," Charlie suggested. "Well," the young man said, "as a matter of fact, we're engaged." Chan turned to the girl. "Pardon my surprise. You accepted this irritating young man after all." "I certainly did, about a minute before he proposed." "My warmest congratulations to you both." Chan bowed. "Thanks," smiled the girl. "Mark's all right, everything considered. He's promised to move out of Boston and practice law in Detroit." "My gift to Pamela," nodded Kennaway. "So it's turned out to be a pretty good tour after all," the girl continued, "even if it did start so badly." The smile faded. "By the way, I can't wait another minute. I want to learn how you knew that Ross was guilty. You said that night on the deck that I ought to know too, and I've racked my slight brain until I'm dizzy. But it's no use. I'm no detective, I guess." "Vivian told us," Kennaway added, "that it was something Ross said at the Minchin dinner. There wasn't much to it, as I recall. He was interrupted before he'd got started." "But not before he had spoken a most incriminating word," Chan put in. "I will repeat for you the sentence in which it occurred. I have memorized it. Listen carefully. As for that unfortunate night in London, when poor Hugh Morris Drake lay dead in that stuffy room in Broom's hotel—" "Stuffy!" cried Pamela Potter. "Stuffy," repeated Charlie. "You are now bright girl I thought you. Consider, was the room in which your honourable grandfather was discovered lifeless on bed a stuffy room? Remember testimony of Martin, the floor waiter, which you heard at inquest, and which I read in Inspector Duff's note." "I unlocked the door of the room and went in," Martin said. "One window was closed, the curtain was all the way down. The other was open, and the curtain was up too. The light entered in from there. Adding word of my own, I would remark, so also did plenty good fresh air." "Of course," cried the girl. "I should have remembered. When I was in that room, talking with Mr. Duff, the window was still open." "Ah, yes. But it was not in same room that grandfather was slain," Chan reminded her. "It was in room next door. And when Ross mentioned matter at dinner, his memory played him sorry trick. His thoughts returned, not to room in which grandfather was finally discovered, but to the other room in which he died." "You read Walter Honeywood's letter to his wife?" "Yes, I did." "Recall how he said to her, 'I entered and looked about me. Drake's clothes were on a chair, his earphone on a table. All the doors and windows were closed.' You observe, Miss Pamela, that was the stuffy room, the room where your grandfather perished." "Of course it was," the girl answered. "Poor grandfather had asthma, and he thought the London night air was bad for it, so he refused to have any windows open where he slept." "Oh, I have been stupid." "You were otherwise engaged," smiled Charlie. "I was not. 3 men knew that Hugh Morris Drake slept that night in a stuffy room. 1, Mr. Drake himself, and he was dead. 2. Mr. Honeywood, who went in and found the body, and he too was dead. 3. The murderer. In simpler words, Mr. Ross. "Good work," cried Kennaway. The car had drawn up before the door of a hotel in Union Square, and when the young people had alighted, Charlie followed. He took the girl's hand in his. "I see plenty glad look in your eyes this morning," he said. "May it remain, is vigorous wish from me. Remember, fortune calls at the smiling gate." He shook hands with Kennaway, picked up his bag, and disappeared quickly around the corner.